Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of, what if Deku became the ultimate villain? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. So can you be a hero, not without a quirk? Izuku couldn't believe it. He was currently talking to his idol, the #1 hero, All Might, on the rooftop of a building after he saved him from the sludge villain. He was asking him if he could become a hero without a quirk because he was born quirkless. Quirkless people were usually prejudiced on the fact that 80% of the world population has a quirk, and they are just a measly 20%. Because of this, Izuku was always bullied. Even his best friend started to torment him. But he never let it go to him. He always believed he would become a hero, the first quirkless hero. He was just asking All Might if it was possible. If you want to help people, there are plenty of ways to do it. You could become a police officer. They get crap because the heroes capture most of the villains, but it's a fine profession. All Might said as he was starting to walk away. It's not bad to have a dream, young man, but just make sure your dreams are achievable, All Might said as he left the roof and Izuku alone. Izuku felt crushed. Like some villain, but his hand in his chest and exploded it. The only word he could currently think about was why, as tears fell from his eyes. Why was he born quirkless? Why was he the one getting bullied? Why did he have to be the one called worthless or Deku, a nickname his non-friend Katsuki Bakugo gave him? He never did anything wrong. Did piss off the universe in a different life. A different life. He started to remember the words Kachin, a nickname he called Bakugo, said, "You know, there is one way for you to get a quirk. Just take a dive off the roof and pray you will be reborn with a useful one." Maybe you could. No. There is no use thinking about that. He should probably get home. His mother might be worried. As Izuku was walking home, he started to drown out all the sounds around him and started to think about his life. He's always wanted to be a hero, ever since he even knew what a hero was. He always dreamed about swooping in and saving people with a smile, just like All Might. Until the day he was 4 years old. He went to a doctor and got diagnosed quirkless. The doctor didn't believe he could become a hero. He didn't even think his mother believed in him. And so, after that day, his life became hell. He and Kachin used to be actual friends, until he figured out that he was quirkless. Then he started to pick on him and abuse him. For some reason, Izuku still had hope that they would go back to being. Then he started to look at all the abuse and bullying that he endured for the last 10 years. Slowly chipping away at him as if he was glass. But he still held hope that he could become a hero. But All Might broke him. No, shattered is the better word. Shattered his belief that he could become a hero. Shattered his belief that someone out there would believe in him. That a yes would be there out of the hundreds of thousands of no's. Well, if the #1 hero, the man who literally said the words, "Anyone can become a hero," not believe in him, then what's the point of believing in that dream? Izuku realized he reached his apartment. Must have spaced out, he thought. He opened the door and greeted his mother, Inko. "Izuku, are you okay? You look tired." Inko said worriedly. She was always overprotective of her son since, well, he was quirkless, and quirkless usually doesn't mean strong. "Huh, yeah, I just want to go to my room. It's been a long day," Izuku said tiredly. "Okay, get some rest, alright," Inko said, a bit saddened, but he looked tired and so she let him go to his room. When Izuku reached his room, he took a good look at it. Almost the entire room was All Might merch. All Might posters and figurines to All Might pencils. So, he grabbed every last piece of merch, put it in a bag and threw it out. No point in keeping All Might merch if he doesn't even look up to him anymore. The only things left were his bed, table, chair, laptop, and his notebooks of heroes. He wanted to throw out the hero analysis notebooks, but something told him to keep it. Maybe it was because he's worked on them for his entire life, or maybe it's the closest thing to value he's made. So, he laid on his bed and really started to grasp reality. He's been bullied his entire life for something he couldn't even control, and his favorite idol told him to be more realistic and give up on becoming a hero. He wasn't sad. He's cried more times than he could count. All he felt was anger. Anger at society and its heroes. Anger at its beloved symbol of peace. Anger at everyone that did him wrong or pushed him down. Why me? Why did I get the short end of the stick, and people like Kano, I won't call him that anymore, like Bakugo get an amazing quirk? Why can't there be just one person to believe in me, just one? Izuku thought angrily. Of course, it's society. It's society that made Bakugo an arrogant asshole and society that believes that quirkless people are useless. It is also society that gave heroes like All Might a silver platter all because they have an amazing quirk. Nobody looks at the little guy anymore. It's only quirks, money, and fame for the heroes. That's all. Nobody's a hero for being a hero. Well, I'll show them all that I'm not useless or weak. That there is something wrong with society and that heroes should be heroes only to save people and not for the money or fame. Yeah, I'll do that. But how can I get the message across that the heroes are not all they seem to be, that I'm not useless? How can I change society? Izuku thought to himself, pondering the question. And then something hit him. Something he's never considered, but was never told he couldn't do. They never said I couldn't be a villain, Izuku thought with realization. Yes, that's it. I'll be a villain, but not just any villain, one of the best villains of all time. If I can't be a hero, then I'll be a villain so great, he changes society itself. No more fake heroes. No more prejudice to the quirkless. And for once I won't be seen as useless. Izuku thought with a smile on his face. So Izuku got off his bed and went to his desk. He did the best thing he could do, and that was planning. He planned how he would start off. All villains have a starting point, right? He didn't know what he would do until he remembered his notebooks. They have so much information on heroes that it's not even funny. To the villains, it would probably look like a gold mine. I could be an information broker, or better yet, a strategist, Izuku thought. He could probably help some small-time thugs rob banks or stores. He would also have to learn new skills like mechanics or science, especially quirk science, to better help his skills as a villain. But the biggest thing on Izuku's mind was what he was going to call himself. He didn't want it to be cliché or over the top. He wanted his name to have meaning. I should probably go to bed, it's getting pretty late, Izuku thought as he read the clock that said 10:15 p.m. As he was going to bed, he thought of one word. A Japanese word that means new or fresh. Like a new him and a fresh society. Was the last thing Izuku thought happily as he went to sleep. The next day Izuku went walking around Mustafa City. He was trying to find some small criminal gangs or thugs that he could work with so that he could make a name for himself. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to start as a villain and he can't really ask anyone or they'll look at him as if he's crazy. He was currently wearing a white hoodie with some black pants and black sneakers. He wore a scarf around his mouth and his hood up to protect his identity. Can't have anyone recognizing him and telling the police that he's a villain. He walked around for hours until dusk. It was getting late and he had no luck. Damn it, Izuku thought frustratingly. Where could these villains be at? Well, I don't blame them. Can't be out in the open talking about your secret plans, he realized. As Izuku was walking down an empty street, he heard some men talking. He decided to listen to their conversation just to see if they were villains he could work with. So when are we doing this? One man spoke, his voice sounding deep. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Another man spoke, his voice a bit lighter than the other. So we just barge in the store and take the money? The first man said. Yeah, pretty much, the second one said. Izuku couldn't believe his luck. Two villains planning to rob a store, and they didn't even have a good plan. He decided to confront them and ask if they wanted more help. Calm down, Izuku, you can do this, he thought while taking deep breaths. You don't seem to have much of a plan, Izuku said, his voice a bit muffled by the scarf around his mouth. Who the hell are you? The first man said while getting a knife that manifested out of nowhere. This is when Izuku got a good look at them. The first man was tall, about 6 feet 0 inches, wearing a black sweater, jeans, and some rundown boots. He had short black hair with a beard, a buff physique, skin that looked tan, and black onyx eyes. The second man was a bit shorter than the first, but not by much. He was wearing a gray shirt, blue jeans, and some blue sneakers. He had short blonde hair, was skinny, had pale skin, and blue eyes. The first man looked a lot more intimidating than the second, but Izuku had the feeling the second man was the leader of the two. "Don't worry, I'm not here to rat you out or harm you," Izuku said with a calmer voice. He's trying to let the men's guard down so he could talk business with them. "And why should we believe that?" the first man said with a bit of sarcasm. "Well, if I wanted to rat you out, I would have called the police already and just run away. And if I wanted to harm you, I would have tried for a sneak attack. And well, I don't really look like I could take the both of you on and win," Izuku responded, trying to act friendly. "Then what did you come here for?" This time it was the second man who asked with curiosity in his voice. "Well, I want to help you out," Izuku said, answering his question. "Why?" the second man asked. "Because I want to make a name for myself as a villain. Everyone's got to start off somewhere, right? So I decided to help villains with their plans, like a strategist. No offense, but your plan doesn't seem that well made. There are so many flaws with just going in and out. You could easily get caught by heroes or the police," Izuku explained, mumbling a bit off topic. The first man seemed ticked off at the statement, but the second seemed genuinely curious. He was wondering if this kid had a talent for strategizing. And he had a point. The plan wasn't the best and had a lot of weaknesses. "All right then, we're planning to rob the gas station up in the north. How do you think we should go by it?" the second man asked. "Well," Izuku broke off for a moment, thinking. After a couple moments, he got his answer. "Well, first you should either rob at night or early in the morning, because that's the time there are the least amount of people. Then you should check how far the police station is and the hero patrols. The police are actually 20 minutes away from the gas station, so if you cut that by half, then you have at least 10 minutes to get in and get out. The earliest hero you have to worry about is Quicksand, but he reaches the gas station by 9 a.m., and if he got the call that you were robbing the place, the earliest he would get there is by 7 a.m., and by then you'll be long gone. You should also get rid of the cashier as fast as possible to reduce the eyewitnesses. You should wear masks and try to leave as little DNA evidence as possible. The only problem are the cameras, but I should be able to take care of them." Izuku actually learned computer science before, and learned enough where he learned how to hack systems. He only took it as a hobby though, since at the time he still had the dream of being a hero. Both men were shocked. The second man especially saw how much potential this kid had as a villain and a strategist. "Oh, sorry, I rambled on again. You see, I just want you to spread my name around. You don't have to give me any money," Izuku replied honestly. If he was going to become one of the best villains, he had to let the villains know how valuable he was as an asset. "All right, you can join us, but if you betray us, you don't want to know," the first man said. "Don't worry, I won't," Izuku said worriedly. He really didn't want to get on these guys' bad sides. "Well, kid, if you want to get your name around, you've got to tell us your name," the second man said. "It's Arita," Izuku replied. "Well, Arita, I call myself A, and my partner with the beard here is Aylward." I said. "What are your quirks?" Izuku asked. "Well, I can put people to sleep by touching them, and Aylward can summon one small object on each hand. It can be a knife, gun, or a picklock." I replied. "Meet up at the gas station by 6 o'clock and get everything you need ready. And don't be late," I said while he and Arita were walking out of the alleyway. Izuku couldn't believe it. He impressed the villains enough to where they allowed him to help out. He could have started jumping for joy. Izuku quickly went home and greeted his mother. He said he stayed out late to just walk around the city, and luckily his mother believed him. He quickly got everything ready. He would wear the same outfit he already wore, and he would bring his laptop so he would be able to get into the gas station system. He brought a secret knife he hid in his drawer, just in case he ever gets into a fight. He looked at the clock and it said 10:45. He had less than 7 hours of sleep until he had to meet the guys, so he went to bed and quickly went to sleep. When Izuku woke up, he was a bit confused at first until he remembered what happened yesterday. He looked at the clock and it read 5:15 a.m. His mother was still asleep and wouldn't wake up until 8 or 9, so he was safe with her. He quickly packed up and quietly left his apartment. He would have to take a train that would take 30 minutes to get to the closest station to the location. And to get there would take a 15-minute walk, so he would get there just on time. When he reached the gas station, he saw A and Aylward at a dark corner of the store, away from all the lights. Izuku noticed that both of them were wearing masks and dark clothing, so that meant they actually took his advice seriously. Izuku quickly reached and greeted them. "So you actually came, kid?" A said. "Yeah, well, I didn't lie to you." Izuku replied. "Good." Aylward grunted. "So you have everything?" A asked. "Yeah, I just gotta get ready." Izuku replied. "Well, we're starting now, so get ready right now," A said. As he and Aylward were going into the store, Izuku quickly opened up his laptop and got into the gas station system. It was surprisingly easy since he thought they would put more effort into their security. Izuku then got into the cameras and disabled them and put it to where they wouldn't come on until 6:30. After a couple of moments, he heard the alarm. Izuku hoped that they remembered they had at least 10 minutes before the police arrived. After 7 minutes and them not arriving, Izuku got impatient. He got up, put his hood up to conceal his identity more than the scarf already did, can never be too cautious, and went into the store. What he saw was the employee knocked out, and Aylward grabbing money out of the cash register and a small safe. Aylward probably used his quirk to open them. "What's taking so long? We have 3 minutes left," Izuku said hurriedly. "Don't worry, kid, we're almost done," A said right as he and Aylward put the last of the money in the bag. "Well, let's go then," Izuku reminded them, and all three of them ran out of the store. And right at the 10-minute mark, when they all were a safe distance away from view, they saw the police arrive. "Well, shit, kid, you were right. I don't know what we'd do without you," A said. "Get arrested," Izuku thought blankly. "Well, after everything you've done for us, I think you deserve 50,000 yen. Oh, and don't worry about your name. We'll be sure to tell everyone underground how great Arata is," A said. Izuku was surprised. Not only did they agree to spread his name, but also gave him an extra bonus. He thought villains were all, well, not so nice. It seems this is another flaw in the current society, always judging others. Not all villains are bad, but not all heroes are good either. As A and Aylward were walking away, Izuku called out to them. "Wait, will we ever meet each other again?" Izuku asked. "I don't know, kid. The thing about being a villain is, if you work with other people, they tend to leave after a certain amount of time, unless you join them as a group. Will we meet again, maybe?" A replied as he and Aylward were leaving. Izuku stood there, taking in the knowledge, and decided it was best to remember it. As he was walking home, he started to look back on what happened. He just robbed his first ever store and it was successful. And not only did the guys he was working with agree to spread his name, they even gave him a bonus. "It seems I'm starting to make a name for myself," Izuku thought with a smile right as the sun was coming up. It's almost been 10 months since his first robbery. Ever since then, he's been getting requests from villains to help with robberies, hero assaults, and any other crimes they need him for. It seemed A had his connections. He even made some profit from the jobs. The villains paid him large amounts since he was so valuable. One of his biggest crimes, robbing a bank, went so successfully that the villains gave him 1/3 of the money. Izuku could barely count it all. What Izuku didn't understand was that the villains called him a prodigy, their most useful ally, a golden egg, while the society he lived in called him useless or weak. It was all backwards. The villains gave him compliments while the hero society criticized and insulted him. Another way Izuku spread his name was by giving out valuable information about heroes. If they wanted to know how to defeat any hero, he had a whole encyclopedia of strategies. They just had to pay a certain price. He started to improve his skills in hacking, and even learned how to build gadgets. He was currently building an exoskeleton that improved his movements and strength. He even started working out, making a training regimen. Since he was quirkless, he needed every advantage he could get if he ever got into a 1-1 fight with someone with a quirk. He was still going to school. The reason why is if authorities see right when an intelligent teen who took notes about heroes suddenly disappeared and right after that a villain pops up, who is incredibly intelligent and has information on heroes, it wouldn't take long to connect the dots. No, Izuku didn't want to reveal his identity yet, not until he was ready. Until that time, he would still wear the mask of Arata. What Izuku was really interested in was quirk science. He was currently researching what quirks are at a biological level and if he could somehow harness the power of quirks. He would need to do more research and get a proper facility. His room wasn't going to cut it. Too many vulnerable spots and it was starting to get cramped. Plus he didn't want to get his mother involved with everything that he was doing. She was too kind and he didn't want to get her in harm's way. He was currently walking to school, thinking about which high school he should go to since graduation is coming up. He obviously wasn't going to UA. There were way too many heroes around and he thought it was where a villain would most likely be, a traitor to give out information about the heroes. Plus he didn't believe the top high school of Japan would accept a quirkless reject like him. He had to find a good high school. One where he would have to move since, well, he didn't want to get his mother involved. Being a villain was dangerous and he didn't want her in the middle of it. As he reached the school he saw Bakugo at the top of the stairs. He wore his usual snarl on his face and it looked like he was standing there for a while. Connecting the dots, Izuku realized that he was actually waiting for him, which was odd. Ever since the sludge incident, he actually left Izuku alone. It must have given him a reality check that he wasn't as untouchable as he said he was. As Bakugo saw him, he stomped right towards him and got right in his face. "What the hell have you been doing these last few months, Deku?" Bakugo asked angrily. Izuku started to worry. He knew he sometimes skipped school and came late because of his villain duties. He didn't want anyone, especially Bakugo, to figure out what he was doing. What do you mean, Kachin?" Izuku said timidly, trying to sound innocent. "Oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You coming in late to class, and sometimes you're skipping school. You think I don't notice, huh?" "Well, I know exactly what you're doing," Bakugo said. Now Izuku was really worried. If Bakugo found out that he was a villain, he was screwed. He didn't know what to do. He thought he covered his tracks well, but now he realized that he messed up. He tried to think about how to get out of this situation. Maybe he could. "You're training to be a hero, aren't you? Trying to get into UA. Well, I'll tell you this. You'll never get into U. I'll make sure of that," Bakugo said. Now that surprised Izuku. Bakugo thought he was training to be a hero. This is interesting. All right, I'll play along. Izuku thought to himself. Yeah, well, if you want to be a hero you have to train and work hard, right? Izuku said. Well, I'm the only one getting into UA, remember that, Deku. And with that, Bakugo walked away. That was anticlimactic. Well, it could have gone worse. Izuku though as he went to class. Meanwhile, at a bar there were two men. One was a young man in his early 20s and was sitting on a stool. He had light blue hair, black shirt, and black pants. He had hands covering his face, arms, neck, and if you looked closely enough, you could see he had red eyes. His name was Tamura Shigaraki. The other man was behind the counter, cleaning glasses. He wore a green vest, white-colored shirt, black pants, and brown fancy shoes. For his face and hands he had a purple-black mist. His name was Kurojiri. They were currently talking about potential recruits, and Kurojiri remembered someone he heard about. There is actually someone you might want to meet, Tamura, Kurojiri said. Who? Shigaraki asked. His name is Arata, and he's a strategist. Kurojiri replied. I wonder if he's any good, Shigaraki mused to himself. He's actually very successful. Everyone he's worked with has good reviews about him. He appears to be a prodigy at strategizing. He even sells valuable information about heroes he collects. Kurojiri said, What do you think, sensei? Shigaraki seemed to be asking a monitor behind him. I believe he can be a potential recruit to the league. If he joins us he could be very valuable. This man who was called sensei said. Then I will find him and ask if he wants to join us, Kurojiri replied as he left the bar to find Arata. Later that day Izuku was walking around trying to find some more employers. He was also asking if they knew of a secluded warehouse that he could properly call his secret villain base. Not the most original name, but it would have to do. As he was walking around the usual ally, he was called by someone. Hey you in the white sweater. As Izuku turned around he saw two men. The man who called out to him looked like your typical broker. He wore a scruffy purple suit, purple pants, and fancy black shoes. He had light purple hair, purple sunglasses, a beige scarf, and had a cigarette in his mouth. But the second man looked odd to Izuku. He wore a typical vest and suit, but it was his face and hands, or lack thereof. All he had for a face and hands was some weird purple mist. Is it a part of his quirk? Izuku thought, curious about the misty man. Who are you? Izuku asked the scruffy-looking man. The name's Jiren. And what I'm here for is to give you an invitation to the League of Villains. Jiren said. League of Villains. Never heard of them. They must be new. Izuku thought. What is this League of Villains? Izuku asked. They are a new and upcoming group. They see promise in you and want you to join them. Jiren replied. This might be an opportunity for me. Joining a villain group is a next big step for me becoming one of the greatest villains. Alright, I'll join them. But who's that? Izuku said, pointing to the misty man. My name is Kurojiri and I am here to transport you to the base. Kurojiri replied. Transport, what does that mean? Izuku thought curiously. Kurojiri then opened a portal that looked out of the same substance that his body was made of. Well, that explains his looks. I wonder, could his whole body be a teleporter, and the portals just be a part of his body? Izuku thought as he entered the portal. When he came out he saw that he was in a bar. He saw a light blue-haired man with a hand on his face sitting on a stool. He also noticed a monitor that said, sound only. Izuku walked up to the blue-haired man to greet him. You always have to make a good first impression. Hi, nice to meet you, Izuku greeted him. At least he has manners, the blue-haired man grunted. Sorry for the rudeness. This is the boss, Tamura Shigaraki. Kurojiri said. So, Arita was it? What's your real name? Shigaraki demanded. What's yours? Izuku asked. One thing Izuku learned was to never give out your real name, no matter how trustworthy they seemed. They were still villains after all. Shigaraki just grunted in reply. Come on Tamura, give him a chance. If you want to accomplish your goals you're going to need to recruit valuable assets like Arita. Kurojiri said. Fine, what do you have against the heroes in society? Shigaraki asked. He really wanted to know if Arita had similar ideals to him, and then he would decide if he would let him join or not. I think society is a joke. They're so heavily dependent on All Might that they act as if he's a god. Well, he's not. He's a man just like anyone else. Society is also heavily dependent on quirks. They never see anything else as useful anymore. If you're quirkless or have a weak quirk, then you're automatically labeled weak or useless, no matter what other talents you have. Heroes are even worse. They only really care about quirks, popularity, or fame. And if there is a good hero out there, nobody cares. Nobody looks at the little guy anymore. All in all, heroes, especially All Might, are leeches to their power and popularity, and the people of society are leeches to heroes, mostly All Might. If All Might ever dies or gets killed, well, society would be in chaos. Izuku finished emotionally. He really spoke from the bottom of his heart and talked about what he really felt. He always knew this, but before he was blinded by his dream of becoming a hero. Now, he can see what society and its heroes really are. Shigaraki and Tamura were shocked. They never heard a villain talk so deeply about his ideals before. Shigaraki especially. He realized that his and Arata's ideals were quite similar. He especially liked it when he called All Might a leech. I like that a lot. All right, you can join us. Shigaraki replied. Welcome to the League of Villains, Arata. Kurojiri followed. Well, if it's not asking too much, I have 2 conditions. Izuku said. And what are those? Kurojiri asked. Well, I'm still going to school. Before you ask, it's more to keep my identity a secret. No one would expect a villain to still go to an ordinary high school. The other condition is if you have a warehouse I could use, like something I could use as a secret base to put my valuable information in. Izuku asked. Actually, we have a place you could use. It was an abandoned warehouse a couple blocks away from the Nomu factory. As for school, we could call you if we ever need your assistance. Kurojiri said as he was giving him a burner phone. Kurojiri then opened a portal and left Izuku back where he was found. After that, he went right behind the counter again and started washing the glasses. Shigaraki then turned to the monitor that held Sensei, who was listening to the entire conversation. Sensei, what did you think of him? Shigaraki asked. I believe he will be very invaluable to the League, Tamura. You could learn a lot of things from him. A scarred man known as All for One said in an unknown location. He was actually quite curious of what Arita would bring to the League. Well, whatever it was, it would be very interesting. It's been a week since Izuku joined the League of Villains. In such a short amount of time, he learned a lot about the members. He learned that Shigaraki could disintegrate anything if he touched 5 fingers with it. He also learned that Shigaraki wasn't really the official boss. The boss was actually a man he called Sensei who talked to through a monitor. Of course, he wasn't going to stay in the League for long. Since he wanted to be one of the greatest villains and change society, he couldn't be known for being part of a group. He would stay for now, but eventually he would leave. He moved all his stuff into his new warehouse. He actually lied to his mom saying that the high school had dorms, and thankfully she believed him. All he had right now was a desk, some computers for his work, a bed, and some boxes that had his notebooks. Of course, this was just the starting point. Later on, he would upgrade the base so he could continue with his plans. He also figured out that Bakugo got into UA. He was actually surprised, but not for the reason you think. He knew that Bakugo would easily pass the UA entrance exams because of his quirk. But what he wondered was, did UA not take a psychological test? Because if they did and looked a bit deeper into his history, he was sure they would kick him out. Just another reason that society only cares about quirks. Though right now Izuku was currently on his bed, thinking. He was thinking about how he could change society. Of course, just becoming one of the greatest villains wasn't going to change society. Sure, it'll help, but he had to have a goal. An endgame, an evil plan. And to do that he had to figure out the problem with society. What caused society to be like it is now? Power-hungry and arrogant. If he figures that out, then he could create a solution. To create a solution, you first have to know what the problem is. Why is society like this? What is the reason why Izuku was thinking until he realized something. The reason he was bullied. The reason he was abused. The reason why he was called useless. The singular reason why no one believed in him was one word. Quirks. Of course. The entire reason I was bullied was because I don't have a quirk, but the rest of society does. Quirks are like drugs, and society is the human body. It may feel good, but certain parts are damaged and eventually the whole body dies. Then I will be the doctor, prescribing medicine to the patient, helping him with his addiction, whether he likes it or not. Izuku thought with clarity. He finally had the answer to what the problem was. All he had to do was find the solution. Maybe I could Izuku thought. Then he started muttering. He still had this habit, no matter how many times he had to get rid of it. It was when he was his most focused. And so, he started to think of ideas of how to get rid of quirks. Well, to solve anything, you first have to look at its simplest form. For quirks, that's DNA. Quirks are just what they sound, unnatural. A mutation in the DNA that slowly evolved over time. Some said that this is just a part of evolution, that we just evolved so much that we got superpowers. Though Izuku thought differently. Sure, we get mutations, but not to that extent. If we evolved so much that we got superpowers, then why didn't animals get them? If that was true, then bears with dragon wings and lizard tails would be common. No, it's something else. When he looked at the data for the first person to have a quirk, something was odd. Before the baby was fine, but the next day the baby had a quirk gene. It didn't make sense. The other thing he also noticed was that every quirk has the exact same gene. Of course, there are different genes signifying what the quirk did, but there was always that one. He called it the Q gene. But why does every person with a quirk have a Q gene? Of course, it could signify that it was a quirk, signifying that it was a change in the DNA. But not every mutation of the course of evolution has the exact same gene. Sure, there are similarities, but down to the T, not changing at all. Now that was suspicious. This is odd. It's almost as if someone Izuku stopped. No, that's impossible. Someone created quirks by putting in the Q gene in people's DNA. That's crazy. But it makes sense, the evidence is there. If someone created the Q gene and put it in people's DNA, maybe that's all he had to do. Maybe the body would do the rest. That's why it takes 4 years or more for a quirk to manifest. Not only that, if the body uses the Q gene to create superpowers, then the quirk must reflect the person in a way. Like Bakugo, he's angry and explosive. His quirk matches him perfectly. Or Shigaraki, he wants to destroy the hero society. His disintegration quirk is perfect for him. But it's not just personalities, perhaps the body has something to do with it as well. Like someone with long legs might have a fast quirk, or someone might have a changed appearance just so the body can handle the quirk. Or a person with a disability probably has a weaker quirk than someone who doesn't, or may manifest their quirk later than normal, or not at all. Or maybe the quirk doesn't go into everyone, both his parents had quirks but he doesn't. No gene is perfect, especially artificially created, it can't go into every human body. This is crazy, but it's either someone did this or God. Or maybe both. Someone who believes he's God and just gave humans quirks because he thought it would be fun. There's only one way to test this, my blood. If my blood doesn't have the Q gene, then it's confirmed. Izuku thought as he went over to his DNA scanner. He actually bought this a couple days ago since he had a feeling he would need it. Izuku took a knife, poked the top of his finger, and put the blood in a beaker. He then put the beaker in the machine, and the machine started to read his blood. Izuku waited anxiously, and after a few moments he finally got the results. He put in a sample of Bakugo's blood, don't ask how he got it, and the machine also read it. He then put in the Q gene from Bakugo's blood and programmed the machine in order to see if he also had a Q gene. No match, it said. Izuku slumped down in his chair, seemingly exhausted. So it's confirmed, someone did this. If this really was evolution, then I would at least have a little bit, but I have zero trace. Izuku thought. He was then confused. If someone really did this, then why didn't more people know about this? If this was true, then wouldn't everybody try to find who did this, how, and why? He questioned himself, but then he quickly realized something. Of course, everybody is too infatuated with how awesome quirks are and how to improve them, that they never really cared how they got them in the first place. They probably just wrote off some lame theories like it was a part of human evolution just to satisfy themselves and go back to wooing at how cool that hero's quirk is. Izuku thought with disappointment. He keeps finding reasons why society sucks, and he's not even surprised anymore. The person who did this probably knew this too, most likely how he was able to remain hidden all this time, if he's even still alive. He most likely is. Figuring that he created a superpower gene, he could probably figure out how to extend his life. Of course, Izuku could be angry at this person. He was the one who created quirks, and he was justified to hate this person because it was quirks that made society what it was. But he wasn't. He was just disappointed in society more than he already was. Think of it this way, say a person gives someone a hammer as a gift, and then that person uses the hammer to whack somebody in the head. The person that got whacked would be angry at the guy who hit him, not the person who gave him the hammer in the first place. It was the person who hit him that decided to misuse it, all the other guy did was give him a gift. He probably thought by giving the hammer to him, that he would build a house, not whack a person with it. The same applies to society. Society decided to misuse the gift called quirks, using it to destroy itself or create a corrupt system. They could have used quirks to evolve the human species to never-before-seen levels. Traveled across planets, stars, galaxies maybe. Perhaps they could even explore the whole universe if they wanted. Cure diseases or maybe even elongate human lives to hundreds, if not thousands of years. But no, they didn't do that. Like a drug, they misused it and now it damages them. So like any rational person would do, you would remove it. Take the person's hammer back so he doesn't hurt anyone else, or take away the drugs from the addicted so they won't hurt themselves anymore. And so, Izuku went to planning. Perhaps he could make a machine that forces all the Q genes out of people's bodies, but it had to be on a worldwide scale. But after that, where would he put them? Of course, the Q genes can't stay in a machine. They only work on living organisms. Perhaps he could also make a device that implants all the genes into his body, but at a rate his body could handle. Of course he couldn't put in all the genes in him at once, there would be complications. He also had to find out who this mysterious Perron was. He would call him Quirk Creator for now. Maybe he could convince him to show him how he made them, and then figure something out. Maybe there was something Q genes were attracted to, and he could then put this thing into his machine to get all of the quirks. Well, it was getting late, and Izuku started to go to bed. Before he went to sleep though, he thought of one thing. Every quirk in me, how ironic. From having no quirk to having every quirk in the world. Izuku thought with a chuckle. The next day Izuku was wondering how he was going to find the quirk creator. He knew it wasn't going to be easy, since he's been in hiding for more than 100 years. So Izuku decided to search at the very beginning. He looked up doctors that were in the hospital at the time at the child's birth, but no luck. He then looked up doctors that worked at the hospital, but nothing. He even searched the entire staff. The quirk creator could be undercover, but nothing. Izuku was starting to get frustrated. He knew it was going to be hard, but this was ridiculous. He decided to take a break, though he also felt like not going to school, like something important is going to happen and he had to be there. He quickly called the school and told them he was sick. Thankfully they were gullible enough to believe him. As Izuku was thinking of ways to find the quirk creator, he got a call from Kurogiri on the burner phone he received. I wonder what he wants, must be pretty important, Izuku thought. Hello, he answered. Izuku, are you free right now? Kurogiri asked. Yeah, why? Izuku asked, wondering what they needed him for. Quickly get ready for combat. Message me when you're done, and with that Kurogiri hung up. Combat, must be pretty serious. Thankfully I prepared, Izuku thought as he got his gear. Izuku quickly got in his suit. It was actually like the hero costume he designed, but with a bit of improvements. It had 4 dark green armor pads on the upper body area that were light and flexible, perfect for protection. He also had armor pads on his shoulders, thighs, and upper arms. He wore white armored gloves, but there was something unique about them. He was a quick learner, so when he started researching on costumes, he got a lot of ideas. He designed them to shoot compressed air bubbles whenever he snapped his fingers. How the glove does it is that it takes in the surrounding air, compresses it, and then shoots it out, simple as that. He tried them on just to see how much damage they would do, and safe to say he wasn't disappointed. It cracked a hole in the wall and he wasn't even going all out, more like 30% power. The black boots are also special. They kind of worked like jet boosters. Whenever he jumped they would shoot out compressed air from the bottom of his feet. He wondered how far he could jump, and when he tried it out, he jumped 30 feet. Now for the heart of the suit, the exoskeleton. It was skinny and fit his body perfectly. It covered his back, and the back of his arms and legs. It was basically made to work with his suit. They were both intertwined, one could not work as well without the other. The exoskeleton basically increased his strength and speed tenfold. At first Izuku thought of powering it with a battery, but then he got rid of that idea. He didn't want to be constantly worried about how much power he had left when fighting an opponent. Luckily, he found an alternative. The exoskeleton was powered by air, a simple but effective power source. It sucked in air, and then the generator would turn it into energy it could use. It even gave the gloves and boots power so they could work more effectively. And lastly was the lower face mask that covered his nose and mouth. It was simple really. All it did was make his voice unrecognizable and filtered the air just in case it was polluted. He would also wear a hood with the bunny ears. He didn't know why he kept the bunny ear though. Maybe it was a thing to connect him to his past self, the child that believed in heroes. Since Izuku was working out, he looked pretty toned, and so he decided to add a fighting style. For his fighting style, Izuku wasn't sure. At first he thought punching and kicking were good enough, but that was just too irrational and easy to break. He decided to look up hero fighting styles and came across one. It was Gran Torino's style, an old hero that hasn't been seen in a couple years. His style was moving at multiple angles at high speeds. He decided to implement that style and improve on it. His style was now called Full Cowl, and it was perfect for him. He thought if an alternate version of himself became a hero somehow, he would most likely use this style as well. Izuku was pretty curious at how his suit would hold up in a fight. That was pretty much the reason why he was so excited. As he finished, he looked at himself in the mirror. So this is what Arata looks like, Izuku thought as he looked himself up and down. He honestly thought he looked really cool. He messaged Kurogiri and a portal opened up. He quickly went through and was a bit surprised at what he saw. He saw a whole bunch of thugs hanging around the bar. It must mean that whatever they were doing must be a raid, and a large one at that. He quickly went over to the counter and met up with Kurogiri and Shigaraki. You look like a true villain, Arata, Kurogiri complimented. Shigaraki just grunted in agreement. Thanks, Izuku said, happy that his hard work paid off in looks. So, what are we doing? I mean, by all the thugs we must be doing a raid, right? Izuku asked. Very observant of you, Arata. Yes, we are doing a raid at the USJ. We got information that All Might would be there teaching some students, and so we will go there to kill him, Kurojairi explained. Kill All Might? How? Izuku asked with speculation. I mean, All Might isn't #1 for no reason. Heh, that's why we have our secret weapon, Nomu, this time Shigaraki answered with a chuckle. He then pointed at Nomu at the back of the bar. Well, Izuku didn't know what it was. It had a black muscular body and was wearing large tan shorts. It had some sort of beak for a mouth and had its entire brain exposed, with 2 eyes on the side of it. That's Nomu, just what the hell is it? And Shigaraki is pretty confident it can kill All Might. Wait, did they make it? No, I don't even want to know how they made it. They did, Izuku thought, while wearily watching Nomu. Well, when are we starting? Izuku asked. Right about now. We should get going, Kurojairi responded as he opened a portal and Shigaraki, Izuku, and the other lackeys went through. As Izuku reached the other side, he saw that he was in a dome. As he looked up, he saw around 20 students, and the pro heroes Eraserhead and 13. He then noticed Bakugo there and smiled. It seems he could have some fun. But there was one thing missing. He didn't see All Might. As the other villains started walking out, he heard Shigaraki say, "Where is All Might? I even went through bringing this whole crowd just for him." With annoyance. He must have reached his time limit, Izuku thought with realization. He still remembered the true form of All Might. The skinny weak man that gave Izuku his reality check. He then saw Eraserhead jump down the stairs and start fighting the villains. He was actually doing pretty well. The low lackeys had nothing on him. It seems he lives up to his hype, Izuku thought. He then saw 13 and the other students start to leave, but Kurojairi got up there and scattered most of them across the building. It seems he didn't get all of them though. There were some who escaped, like a tall kid with glasses, a girl with brown hair in a bob cut, and 13. After a couple moments, Izuku was starting to get bored. He wanted someone to fight, preferably Bakugo, to test out his new suit. He then saw Kurojairi get thrown out and the tall kid with glasses escaping. Shigaraki got really pissed at Kurojairi, and while he was going on a rant, Izuku was going to ask Kurojairi something. Hey Kurojairi, can you transport me somewhere? Izuku asked. Where would you like to go, Arata? Kurojairi responded. Do you know where you transported that kid? He had spiky blonde hair and an angry look on his face. Izuku asked him. Ah yes, of course. Kurojairi said as he opened up a portal and Izuku walked through it. As Izuku went out, he saw that he was in a building. He then saw Bakugo and another kid with spiky red hair beating up some villains. Izuku decided to be polite and introduce him to them. Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Arata, Izuku said, his voice muffled by his mask. What the hell do you want? Bakugo snarled at him. He didn't know why, but he got a bad feeling about this villain. I'm just here to test out my new suit, so come at me with everything you've got, Izuku replied. Wish granted, Bakugo grinned as he and the spiky red head, whose name is Kirishima, charged him. Izuku quickly put both of his arms out and shot the air bubble at them. He charged the glove at 50% power to see what it could do. The air quickly hit Bakugo and shot him across the room. Kirishima reacted quickly, however, and activated his hardening quirk, but it still flung him a couple feet. They were both stunned, Bakugo especially. Whatever quirk this villain had, it was a powerful one. The results exceeded Izuku's expectations. That was better than I thought, he said. That wasn't very manly, Kirishima responded, a bit worried for his classmate. You bastard, Bakugo snarled as he got up and quickly charged him. He shot an explosion to make him rise up and tried to shoot him head-on with his explosion. Izuku reacted quickly, however. He jumped to the side, activating his boots with his exoskeleton, and landed on the side of the wall. Izuku also made it to where his boots and gloves could stick to the wall, kind of like Spider-Man, a Marvel hero made around 100 years ago. Izuku then shot up and hit Bakugo on his back with another air bubble, sending him flying again. He also saw Kirishima charging at him, but he hit him with another air bubble at 70% power. Kirishima had to stop and block it head-on. When it hit him, he was sent flying across the room. That was a lot more power than before. Was he holding back? Kirishima thought with wonder. This villain was extremely strong and they had to be cautious. Damn you, Bakugo said, pissed. He was really angry now. This villain just humiliated him, twice. He quickly ran up to him, full of rage. Izuku saw this and tried to jump up and go to an angle and shoot him again, but Bakugo anticipated this and shot him with one of his strongest explosions right in his chest. Izuku was sent flying and hit the wall. After he got up, he started to inspect himself. His suit was relatively unharmed, apart from a couple scratches here and there. It was fine. It seems my defense is perfect, he thought with satisfaction. Izuku then ran up with incredible speed, and before Bakugo could even react, he punched him right in the jaw with increased strength and speed from his exoskeleton, and all of the workouts he did. He then jumped at the wall behind Bakugo and then sped straight at him, punching him right in the side of the face, and he was turning to face him. Bakugo was sent tumbling, but luckily for him, Kirishima caught him at the last second. Izuku then started chuckling. He couldn't believe it, this was too easy. He believed that Bakugo was untouchable, that he could never beat him. But here Izuku was thrashing him around like a rag doll. I thought you were going to put up more of a fight. I guess you're not as strong as I thought, Izuku said, taunting Bakugo. Bakugo quickly got off Kirishima and put his gauntlet in front of him. You want to fight, huh? Well, eat this. Die, Bakugo said as he pulled a pin and shot a massive explosion headed right at Izuku. Oh shit, Izuku thought as he quickly reacted and shot an air bubble at 100% power. When they both met, they created a massive shockwave that shook the entire building. After it was over, they saw that both attacks negated each other. Bakugo was shocked. That was his strongest attack, and this villain just negated it like it was nothing. He didn't even look scathed by it. So, that was his strongest attack. If I didn't react quickly enough, I would have died. Did you not really allow this? I mean, he could actually kill someone if he wasn't careful, which he probably wasn't. He was too blinded by his anger to beat me that he probably didn't think of the consequences, Izuku thought with disappointment at Yue. Izuku then realized that there were cracks starting to form. It seems their attacks were so powerful that the building was actually starting to collapse. Well, this is my cue to leave. It was nice fighting you too, Izuku said as he started running away. Bakugo and Kirishima saw this and started to follow him, but Izuku pulled a pin on his exoskeleton and steam started to come out. This served as a cooling down mechanism if the exoskeleton ever got too hot. It also had the added bonus of being able to run away discreetly because the steam is blocking his opponent's view. Thankfully his mouth guard and hood were still up, or else Bakugo would be able to recognize him. Izuku could have beaten Bakugo quite easily. He could have beat him over and over until he gave him a painful death. But no, Izuku wouldn't step to that level. Not that he had a problem with killing, but if he did that to Bakugo, then he wouldn't be any better than him. He was better than that. Of course, in the future he would have the chance to do whatever he wanted to him once he completed his endgame. Izuku quickly reached Shigaraki and Kurogyari and saw something interesting. Eraser Head being pinned down by Nomu, but he was glaring at Shigaraki with his face bloodied, who had his hand on the face of a frog-looking girl. He must have saved her at the last second. How cool of you, Eraserhead, Izuku said, complimenting him. Eraser then looked at him for a moment. He didn't know why, but something about this villain felt different. Like he wasn't ordinary, and had something special about him. Nomu then smashed his face on the ground. So you're back, Arta, Shigaraki said. Yeah. No offense, but was this really the plan? I mean, All Might isn't here, so I think you should have added a plan B just in case. Well, right now I think the best course of action is to leave now, since pros are coming because that one kid escaped, Izuku said. Shigaraki was annoyed, but decided to keep the advice. Sensei did tell him to learn from Arata. You may be right. Kurogyari Shigaraki started to say, but was cut off by the entrance doors slamming open. Izuku then saw All Might himself coming in, wearing a yellow suit. It's fine now, I am here, All Might said, but the thing was he wasn't smiling, he actually looked pissed. Change of plans, Kurogyari. It seems we still have a chance to kill him, Izuku said with malice in his voice. If they actually killed him, he wouldn't know what to feel. He would probably feel a sort of sick satisfaction or amusement at the death of the man that broke him. It seems you're right, Shigaraki said with an evil smile. It seems today the symbol of peace would die. Before Izuku could react, All Might quickly beat all the thugs at the front and grabbed Eraserhead and the two students Shigaraki tried to kill. He even grazed Shigaraki where he took the front hand off his face. Shigaraki quickly put the hand back on and said, "It seems you were right, Arata. He really has gotten weaker." Shigaraki said this because if he was stronger then All Might would have hit him head-on, not just scrape him. Izuku was actually the one who implied that All Might was weaker, with the excuse that All Might wasn't as active as before. Of course he didn't tell him All Might's secret, because he had a hunch that Sensei already knew. The two students quickly picked up Eraserhead and left while All Might faced them all off. As All Might was about to hit them, Nomu quickly barged in and blocked his attack. All Might and Nomu started fighting, and Izuku saw that his skin was rippling. It seemed Nomu had a shock absorption quirk, Izuku concluded. All Might quickly got behind Nomu, grabbed him, and took him to the ground trying to suplex him. Luckily Kurogiri was able to open a portal and now Nomu had the upper half of his body through the other side of the portal. That's actually pretty clever, Shigaraki. Opening up a portal so when all Nomu's body and half of All Might's went through the portal, you would close it and All Might would only have his upper body left and be killed, Izuku said, complimenting him. You see, game over, Shigaraki said with glee. This was it. The death of the symbol of peace. His excitement was short-lived however when an explosion from Bakugo hit Kurogiri, and ice from a boy with red and white hair froze Nomu, stopping just before it reached All Might. Izuku realized that the boy, whose name was Todoroki, froze Nomu to where his grip was loose enough where All Might could escape. Izuku realized that Bakugo figured out Kurogiri's weakness and now had him pinned by his collar. He also saw Kirishima, a bit disappointed that he wasn't able to get in the action. Izuku acted quickly however and shot an air bubble at Bakugo so he would be forced to let go of Kurogiri. Nomu then got out of the portal and started to regenerate his arm and leg. He has regeneration too. It seems he has multiple quirks. No wonder Shigaraki seemed so confident that he would win, Izuku thought. Nomu then moved at incredible speeds and attacked Bakugo, but unfortunately All Might saved him at the last second. He would have liked to see Nomu rip Bakugo to shreds, even if it wasn't Izuku himself doing it. Izuku then saw Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima get ready for a fight, but All Might intervened. No. Leave now, this is a fight for the pros. I don't want you in harm's way when we fight, All Might said. They reluctantly agreed and started leaving as Bakugo gave a harsh glare to Izuku, while Todoroki looked at him curiously. He wondered who this villain was since he looked about their age, and he also got a weird vibe from him. When they got to a far enough distance, All Might and Nomu started trading blows. Shigaraki then said, "Don't you see All Might? He has shock absorption," as he scoffed. "Shock absorption, not nullification," All Might replied as he continued fighting. That's when Izuku saw that he was hitting the Nomu in the same places over and over again. Izuku concluded that unfortunately they wouldn't be able to see the end of the symbol of peace today. All Might figured out his weakness and there was only so much damage Nomu could handle. It seems his hunch was right because All Might gave the final blow and Nomu went flying and went right through the dome. Izuku then looked at Shigaraki and saw he was having a mental breakdown. He cheated. You lied to me, Arata. You said he was weaker but were completely overwhelmed, Shigaraki screamed at him. What's wrong, villains? Not going to come at me, All Might said confidently. No, something is wrong, Izuku thought. He recognized the steam when he transformed and realized that he was bluffing. All Might was at his limit. If he wasn't then he would have quickly attacked them next right as he finished the Nomu. No, Shigaraki, he's definitely weaker. It seems he's at his limit. If he wasn't, then he would have quickly attacked us right after defeating the Nomu, Izuku clarified to Shigaraki. He's right, Shigaraki. If you look closely, you can see he's weakened from Nomu's attack, Kurogiri said, supporting Izuku's answer. This might be an opportunity, Shigaraki. Think about it, you could give the killing blow to the great symbol of peace, Izuku followed. Yeah, you're right. I like your idea, let's do it, Shigaraki said. Then he, Izuku, and Kurogiri sprinted all might with the intent to kill. But before they could reach him, the other pro-heroes arrived. One of the pro-heroes, Snipe, quickly shot at both Shigaraki and Izuku. Shigaraki got shot in both legs and arms, and Izuku got shot in his right shoulder and thigh. Luckily his armor blocked most of the shots, but he still got grazed a bit. Kurogiri then quickly reacted and warped himself, Izuku, and Shigaraki out of the USJ and back to the base. But before he did, Izuku made eye contact with All Might. The symbol of peace saw something a bit disturbing in Izuku's eyes. It was as if the villain was calculating every move, analyzing every attack. The villain had a dangerous but intelligent look in his eye. He also recognized those eyes, but he didn't know from where. Back at the base, Shigaraki fell to the floor while Izuku sat down on it. Damn it, we lost, we failed. They were too strong, we didn't have a chance, Shigaraki said, whimpering. No, Shigaraki. Take this as a learning experience. We'll be prepared next time. We know All Might is weakened and the kids' quirks, so we'll be able to defeat them. If not, then we'll try again over and over. When you lose at a game, you can try again until you win, Izuku said, trying to cheer up Shigaraki. Well said, Arata. Yes, take his advice to heart, Tamura, and eventually you will defeat All Might. All for one said from behind the monitor. Shigaraki looked up at that, and decided to take Izuku's advice. Izuku then asked Kurogiri to warp him to his hideout. He complied, and when Izuku reached his base, he took off his suit and laid on his bed, exhausted. Izuku was quite happy though. Yes, they didn't kill All Might, but he proved something. He proved that he could go up against opponents that had quirks with his suit. Of course, he would think of improvements for it in the future to go against stronger opponents if need be. And he would have the chance, like Bakugo, to do whatever he wanted to All Might once he finished the endgame, which he was very excited for. He needed to start planning on how to actually do it though. For now, I'll take a nap, Izuku thought as he rested for the day. The next day Izuku went right back to detective work. He was really putting out all of his energy in finding this quirk creator. Most likely because if he found him, then he could complete the endgame. The quirk creator most likely knew everything about the Q gene and how it works. He is the creator after all, and perhaps he knew how to remove them from everyone on the planet. Unfortunately, just like yesterday, there was no luck. Izuku realized he needed to approach this differently. The quirk creator was most likely intelligent and wouldn't just leave clues right there in the open. So he started to think about what he would do if he wanted to remain anonymous. Well, he would most likely do it in a way that leaves as little evidence as possible. He would also fake his death, just so people don't suspect him, and then move to a secluded area. Like a forest, or a secluded island off the coast of Japan. He didn't want it too far, so he could keep an eye on how society was handling the quirks, but not too close that someone notices that he's there. As he was thinking, he got a message from Kurogiri. It said that he was needed at the bar, which confused Izuku. I wonder what they need me for? Izuku thought with confusion. He then put on his casual villain clothes, which consisted of the usual white hoodie, black pants, and black sneakers. He put his hood up to hide his face a bit, and a black surgical mask. He never actually showed his face to the villains he worked with or the other league members, just to be as inconspicuous as possible. He messaged Kurogiri back and he opened a portal for him. As he went inside, he saw the familiar setting of the bar and went over to Kurogiri. He saw Shigaraki on the other side, just thinking. Izuku believed he took his advice and was thinking on how to improve his missions. As Izuku reached Kurogiri, he asked him something. So what did you need me for? He asked. You see, someone wants to meet with you in person. You might know him as the man Shigaraki calls Sensei, and the one who talks behind the monitor, Kurogiri replied. So, the boss wanted to meet with him. He wondered why. Maybe it was a thing new members had to do. Meet the boss if you prove yourself. At least, he hoped that was the reason. He doesn't remember doing anything wrong, but if he did, he didn't want to know the consequences. Izuku nodded and Kurogiri then opened a portal. As Izuku got to the other side, he saw that he was in a dark room. The only thing he could see was a man in a black suit sitting on a chair. The top of his face was gone and all that was left was scar tissue covering where his eyes and nose would be. He was also connected to multiple tubes, which Izuku guessed was how he survived due to his injuries. "It's nice to finally meet you face to face, Sensei said, with a deep, intimidating voice. It's nice to meet you as W, Sensei, Izuku said, stuttering in fear. It's pretty obvious that he is intimidated by Sensei, even if he had all those injuries. He just had this aura on him that felt like he had limitless power. Like he could kill him in less than a second if he wanted to. He may as well have been the polar opposite of All Might, the greatest villain in the world. Although, Izuku was also fascinated. So this is the presence of a great villain. Amazing, Izuku thought. This was the aura he wanted, the aura of limitless power and fear at one glance once he finished the endgame. "There's no need to fear me, young one, although I also believe you are fascinated with me," Sensei said with a grin, as if reading his emotions and thoughts. "If you don't mind, Sensei, I must ask, what did you call me here for? I mean, I don't think you bring in anyone to meet you, you would just leave it to Shigaraki," Izuku said as politely as he could. "The boy is very observant," Sensei thought with a bit of surprise. "Well, I first wanted to thank you. It is because of you that Tamura is starting to grow, quickly I may add, as a villain and leader of an organization," Sensei said with praise in his voice. "The second reason, though, is more of instinct. I just had this feeling that you were more than you let on, as if you had a large plan at work. I just wanted to satisfy my curiosity, you see," Sensei followed. "Oh, really?" Izuku said, nervously chuckling. He suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. As if Sensei knew a lot more about him than he let on. "Yes, so I was hoping you could satisfy it, Izuku Midoriya," Sensei finished, with a large grin on his face. Izuku was shocked. How in the world did he even know his name? He was sure he covered his tracks well. "If you're wondering how I know your name, well, it was quite simple. You said you were going to a school in Tokyo. And one of my quirks is detecting quirks, but you didn't seem to have one. I then looked up intelligent quirkless boys in the school, and I just connected the dots from there," Sensei answered. "Oh, and if you're wondering if I will spread the name, don't worry. Your name is a secret between us. And to make it fair, I'll tell you mine. My name is All for One Inch All for One followed. All for One, pretty cool. And thankfully he'll keep my name a secret. And did he just say he had one of his quirks, as if he has multiple, like Nomu?" Izuku thought. This was all overwhelming for him. "Well, back to my original question. How about I make you a deal? If you tell me about your plans, then I can tell you about the secret of All Might's quirk. Is that a deal?" All for One asked. Well, Izuku thought hard whether he should answer or not. He could lie, but Sensei would most likely catch it. He didn't really have anything to lose if he told Sensei, and he was very curious about what he said about knowing the secret of All Might's quirk. He also had deep feelings inside him as if he could trust Sensei, like he could tell him his deepest, darkest secrets. He may even get some advice from the villain. And so Izuku told him everything. From him being bullied for being quirkless and believing that he could become a hero. About him and All Might's meeting and how the great hero shattered him to pieces. About his new views of society and quirks and his goal of becoming one of the greatest villains to change society. About the Q genes and his endgame of how he would build a machine to cleanse society of the quirks that they misused. He didn't tell him about the quirk creator though. Something inside him told him to keep that to himself. That he would tell Sensei when the time was right. All for One was very intrigued. He could in a way see the boy's views, and even agree with them. Society really has misused quirks, and all Izuku wanted to do was take away all quirks in general. Like taking a toy from a baby after the baby hurt someone with it. He is also for once grateful to All Might, because it was his arrogance that caused this boy to come to their side, and he is a very valuable asset for them. He was also quite surprised when Izuku explained the Q genes. He never really noticed before until he explained it. And when he talked about the machine to collect all the Q genes and inject them into his body, All for One almost chuckled. He may as well be building a replica of his quirk, but as a machine and able to collect every single quirk at once. Perhaps he could help the boy out by giving him a sample of his own blood. Well, I have to say I am very impressed. I would even say that I fully support your project, All for One said. Really? Izuku said, overjoyed. Yes, and I believe it is my time to hold up the bargain, All for One replied. He then told Izuku about One for All and its history, about how his brother passed down the quirk through generations until reaching All Might, about Nana Shimura, All Might's master, and how he sustained his injuries from All Might. He told him that One for All was specifically made to defeat his quirk, All for One, how he can steal and transport quirks, and is also how he has multiple quirks. He then told him that All Might was once quirkless, just wanting to see Izuku's reaction. Safe to say he wasn't disappointed. When All for One told him about One for All, Izuku immediately got a spare notebook just in case he needed it and started writing down everything. He was even more overjoyed when he heard about All for One's quirk. Perhaps if he got permission, he could study it and be one step closer to his goal if he just figured out how it worked. All in all, he was overjoyed, well, until he heard the last thing All for One say. Oh, and just so you know, All Might was originally quirkless, All for One said with a malicious smile on his face. At first Izuku was confused. He didn't think he heard Sensei right. Could you please say that again? Izuku asked politely. All Might was once quirkless. He even had the same dream as you, to be a great hero, a symbol of peace, All for One replied with a grin on his face, but Izuku didn't notice. Izuku was confused at first. Why wouldn't he? All Might quirkless, it was unheard of. But then he realized something. All Might was quirkless. His confusion quickly turned into hot anger. That fucking hypocrite. How dare he tell me I can't be a hero when he himself was quirkless? Izuku yelled in anger as he slammed his fist into the floor, cursing at All Might the entire time. After a while Izuku started to calm down, and then he realized he just threw a tantrum in front of All for One. He quickly stood up and bowed in apology. Sorry I lost my temper back there, Sensei. I was just very angry, Izuku apologized. It's all right, I would have had the same reaction if I was in your position, All for One reassured. Well, I enjoyed this talk with you, Izuku, and I also look forward to your plans in the future, All for One said as he messaged Kurogyri and a portal opened. Oh, and before you go, I may as well give you a token for my thanks, All for One said as he stopped Izuku for a moment. He reached behind him and pulled out a vial that was full of blood. I believe my blood will be very valuable to your research, Izuku, All for One said as he gave Izuku the vial. Thank you, Sensei, Izuku replied as he took the vial and stepped through the portal. He saw that he was transported back in his base and not the bar. He was still frustrated with the fact that All Might, the man that said he had to be more realistic, was once in the exact same position Izuku is in right now. It seems that One for All's power and his fame as a hero got to his head and he became arrogant and egotistical. Well, it didn't matter. Izuku had Sensei's blood and he hoped that this will help him build the foundation of the machine to take every quirk. There had to be a reason why Sensei could take quirks. If he could figure out that secret, and then rebuild it in a much larger scale, the plans for the endgame would be complete. All he would have to do next was execute it. So far, we know there are 3 villains that lead this attack, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi said at the U.A staff meeting, which consisted of Midnight, Snipe, Vlad King, the principal Nizu, and All Might in his skinny form of Toshiro Miyagi. We couldn't find any records with anyone under the name Tamura Shigaraki who's in his 20s or 30s with a disintegration quirk. The same could also be said about the villain Kurogyri with the Warp Gate quirk, Naomasa said going over the league members to the staff. What about the third one? Toshiro asked. He was actually more curious about this one than the other 2. It was just a gut feeling that he was more dangerous. Well, we searched the records on the name Arata, but we couldn't really find anything. But what we did find was that he's actually a new and upcoming villain. It seems he started about 10 months ago, working with small-time thugs and helping them with robberies. He seems to be a strategist and information broker on heroes that he collects information on, Naomasa said, explaining Arata to the staff. He must be very intelligent, especially if he can collect informations on heroes and sell them, Snipe said, wondering who this Arata could be. He also seemed to be the one that told Shigaraki that I was getting weaker, Toshiro said, worried. If this villain was observant enough, then he could possibly figure out the secret of his quirk and even find out his weakness. If he did that, then he didn't even want to imagine the consequences. Yes, very troubling indeed, Nizu followed. He also seemed to be about the age of the school students, judging by his height. And according to Bakugo and Kirishima, he seemed to have a wind-type quirk. A very powerful one at that. It seemed he could have killed them if he wanted to, but apparently only went there to test his skills against them, Naomasa said. How sad, an intelligent boy with such potential turning to the side of villainy, Nizu said with concern in his voice. It seems that you guys are interested in this one villain more than the others, Vlad King spoke. Oh no, the others concern me as well, it's just that this villain feels like he's more than he seems. Like he's got some big plan in the works, and we just don't know it yet, Toshironi spoke up. Yes, that's what the same thing Aizawa said when I asked him about it at the hospital wing, Midnight replied. Well, if he does have a plan, we'll stop it, Vlad King replied. This is very troubling. A ringleader recruiting villains, a man with a warp quirk, and an intelligent strategist, this is just a recipe for disaster, Snipe said. Well, the police and I will continue our search. If we find something, I'll be sure to notify you, Naomasa said. An intelligent boy, Nizu muttered. What do you mean? Toshironi asked. It's just, I have that feeling as well. If this villain really has something in the works, I'm sure it will affect the entire hero society as a whole, Nizu finished. A chill fell across the room. What Nizu said, for some reason, felt like it really might be true. They would have to be very cautious with Arata. The next couple of days Izuku went straight to work. He spent most of his time either studying Sensei's blood or taking notes on the sports festival. He still couldn't find out the reason why Sensei could steal quirks, but he knew he was close. He just had to find out how he was attracting the Q genes, and then he would find the answer. He just hasn't found it yet. Izuku actually enjoyed watching the sports festival. He recorded so many quirks, except Bakugo's, since he already knew everything about his quirk. He especially enjoyed the fight where Uraraka fought Baku. Of course she didn't win, but she stood up to him and actually put up a good fight, which was something Izuku respected. He also liked Ida's performance. Sure, he lost against Todoroki, and Mei just used him to commercialize her products, but he, like Uraraka, put up a good fight. When Izuku first saw him, he immediately noticed that Ida was uptight and stuck to the rules, but he also had a good heart and a heroic spirit like his brother. But the one he enjoyed the most was Todoroki. Izuku thought he was amazing, especially when he put up a giant glacier. Of course, if he used his left side he could have easily beaten Bakugo and won the festival. Izuku wondered why he didn't use it, until he remembered that Todoroki is the son of Endeavor. Considering who Endeavor was, Izuku wouldn't put it past him if Todoroki had dad problems. He probably didn't use it just to say, fuck you, to his dad and show he didn't need to use his flames. Izuku knew they would have all become great heroes. Unfortunately, they wouldn't because of his endgame of getting rid of all quirks and getting rid of the notion of heroes and villains. Perhaps in an alternate reality, he could have become great friends with them. He can't know though, because he's a villain. Izuku was currently in the bar, his hood and surgical mask up, and was drinking a soda. As he sat around, thinking, he saw that Kurogyari had arrived with a man. He saw that he had blades all over his body, a red bandana, and bandages around his arms. Izuku recognized him as the hero killer Stain. He actually was kind of a fan of his work, killing all the fake heroes, which was something Izuku could agree on. He realized that Shigaraki brought him here to recruit him to the league. He wondered how it would go. He got a feeling in his gut that it wouldn't end well. I see, so you were the guys who attacked UA. And you want to add me to your numbers, Stain said. Yeah. Come on, you've got much more experience as a villain, sir, Shigaraki said coyly. What are you after? Stain asked. For now, I just want to kill All Might. I want to break everything I don't like, Shigaraki responded. Stain looked annoyed at that. I was foolish to be interested. You're the type of person I hate the most, Stain growled. You want me to go along with your childish tantrum? What meaning is there in killing without conviction? Stain asked as he reached for his blades. Sensei, is this all right? Kurogyari asked the monitor, as Izuku slowly walked over to the corner, not wanting to be a part of what's about to happen. This is fine. There's no point if we tell him the answer. He should think about where he still needs to mature, Sensei replied. No matter what you want to accomplish, it is necessary to have conviction and desire. Those without it and those who are weak are weeded out. It's only natural, Stain said as he quickly apprehended Shigaraki and stuck him to the ground with his knives faster than Izuku could comprehend. He's fast. Really fast, Izuku thought with wonder. Stain then stabbed Kurogiri in the shoulder, and he saw that he licked Kurogiri's blood, and then was paralyzed. Izuku quickly connected that when Stain licks someone's blood, they get paralyzed. He wondered if it has different effects with different blood types. Stain then moved his eyes towards Izuku, but he quickly put his hands up showing that he wasn't going to do anything. Kurogiri, take this guy back, Shigaraki said worryingly. I can't move my body. It must be his quirk, Kurogiri responded, equally worried. This society is overgrown with fake heroes where the world itself has lost its true meaning, and the criminals who wave their powers around idly should all be purged, Stain said, moving his sword closer to Shigaraki's neck. Shigaraki quickly reacted and disintegrated his sword. You sure talk a lot. Conviction? I don't have anything like that. But if I had to say, it would be all might. I really want to crush a society where trash like that gets worshipped, Shigaraki said with a crazed smile as he stood up. It seems our goals oppose each other, however, we do agree on one thing, to destroy the present, Stain said. Stop messing around. Go home. I'm the person you hate the most, right? Shigaraki replied. I was just testing your true motives. It's different, but there seems to be a sliver of conviction inside you, Stain said. Kurogiri, I don't want this guy as a party member, Shigaraki said towards Kurogiri. Then my business is done. Return me to Hosu, I still have some business to take care of, Stain responded with a crazed look on his face. As Stain left, Izuku thought about the whole conversation that took place. He couldn't help but agree with both Shigaraki and Stain. Stain because he wants to get rid of fake heroes, people who are in it for fame and money, not to save people. And Shigaraki because he wants to destroy the current society because they worship All Might. Izuku clearly thought that society was pathetic if they worshipped a fake like All Might, another leech, like a god. Damn him, he annoys me, Shigaraki said angrily. That was tense, Izuku thought, sighing at the release of the tension that was there. Sensei, how many nomus have you finished? Shigaraki asked the monitor. They're not as strong as the one from the USJ attack, but I've finished verifying 6, Sensei replied. We have more of the nomus? Izuku thought in shock. Give them to me, Shigaraki said. Why? Sensei asked. Because I don't like the hero killer. I can destroy things I don't like, right, Sensei? Shigaraki asked. Very well, however, you can only have 3. Take this as a learning experience, Tamura, Sensei finished. As Kurogiri opened a portal to a roof in Hosu, Izuku quickly asked, Can I come along? He wanted to personally meet with the hero killer to see what he thought of Izuku's ideals. Fine, Shigaraki grunted. They quickly went on the roof, and Kurogiri opened up portals and the nomus came out of them. As the nomus arrived, Izuku quickly left the rooftop and went to find Stain. He was walking around for over an hour, and he started to hear the commotion the nomus were causing. As Izuku quickly went into an alleyway, he saw Stain pinning down who Izuku recognized to be Ida, and a native hero injured, sitting by the wall. Izuku wondered for a moment why the hero killer had pinned Ida, but then he connected the dots. Stain had paralyzed Ida's brother from the waist down, and it seemed that Ida wanted revenge. It didn't seem to go very well. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't bring his costume. He only wore his casual villain outfit. Izuku really didn't want Ida to die, so he had to use his words. He had to persuade the hero killer to spare Ida. Oh, Stain, Izuku greeted. Stain quickly looked up. Who are you? He questioned. My name's Arita. I'm that one guy you looked at the corner, Izuku replied. Stain instantly recognized him. Ida quickly did too when he heard his. He looked up and saw a hooded figure. It seems he was the one who defeated Bakugo. If you're wondering why I'm here, well, I just wanted to know what you thought of my ideals, Izuku said. Alright, I'll hear you out. The only reason why is because it doesn't seem you're childish compared to that man-child of yours, Stain replied. There was another reason though, he just had a feeling that whatever Arita was going to say, it would be good. You see, Stain, I agree with you. Heroes should only become heroes to save lives and inspire hope to people. Not for fame or money. If they wanted that, then they should just become a celebrity or a fighter, Izuku explained. Though I also somewhat agree with Shigaraki. A society that worships quirks, especially All Might, should be get rid of, Izuku followed. What do you mean? Stain asked, confused. He didn't know where Izuku was going. He personally thought that his and Shigaraki's ideals were polar opposites. Ida too was curious, and so listened into the conversation. What I mean is, All Might is a fraud, Izuku said with a dark tone in his voice. How do you know? I personally believe that All Might is one of the only good heroes, Stain replied, with somewhat of a glare. You're a lot like I was once, tricked by the mask that is the symbol of peace. I don't blame you. With that powerful quirk and smile, you would think that he was the perfect hero. A strong yet selfless one, only there to help and inspire people. But All Might isn't any of those things. He's just like the rest of them, leeches to fame and money, Izuku said, looking Stain straight in the eye. When Stain looked at him, he knew Izuku was telling the truth. He knows when people lie, but when he looked in his eyes, all he saw was the bitter truth. So even All Might, the greatest hero, is a fraud. Alright then, what's your point? What are you going to do to fix this society of heroes? Stain asked. Izuku started to chuckle. It's simple really. What made heroes and villains in the first place? What made society what it is today? Izuku questioned Stain. Both Stain and Ida were confused. What did he mean by, what made heroes and villains in the first place? What is it? Stain asked. Quirks. They're like a drug in society, a drug that's been overused. So, the easy solution is to just take the drug away. That's right, I'm going to take away every single quirk, Izuku responded with a smile on his face, not that they could see it. Stain and Ida were shocked. Stain mostly felt realization because he's never looked at it that way before. Arida had a point, a very big point. Ida just thought he was crazy. I mean, get rid of every single quirk, it's unheard of. But for some reason, Ida had this feeling that Arida could really pull this off. Now, you must think I'm crazy. I mean, getting rid of all quirks, it's unheard of. But I wouldn't be telling you this if I didn't have a plan. So Stain, what do you think? Izuku asked. It's certainly interesting. I've never really thought of it that way. I like you, kid, Stain replied with a crazed smile. Izuku was content, because now Stain liked his ideals. He then looked down and remembered the other reason he was here. There's also another reason why I came here, Izuku said. Oh, and what's that? Stain questioned. It's him. You see, I don't want you to kill him, Stain. Izuku said, pointing at Ida. You see, there were two reasons why Izuku started with his motivations. The first was to get Stain's opinion, of course, but the second was to get Stain to like him, so he would have a higher chance of sparing Ida. He really did think this through. Now why would you want me to spare him? No, better question, why should I spare him? Stain asked Izuku. He didn't know why he would want him to spare this boy, especially since he is another one of the fake heroes. Ida too was confused. Why would this villain want to save him? You see, Stain, I believe Ida could become a great hero. He has the heart to do it. I heard about what you did to his brother and that he came here for revenge. But come on, I would probably do the same thing if someone hurt somebody I cared about. You would too. And he's still a kid, he hasn't even graduated high school yet. Heck, he's still in his first year. He's still growing, he hasn't matured yet. And what would the media think? You killed a student from Yude. Everybody would probably forget your ideals and think you're just another serial killer killing for fun. So please, Stain, let him go, Izuku pleaded with him. As Stain thought about it, he realized that Izuku was right. He would be named as just another serial killer, and this boy wasn't even a hero yet. The more he thought about it, the more he realized it would be better just to let him go. Alright, I'll do it. But what about him? Stain asked, pointing at the native hero. You can have him, Izuku quickly responded. He didn't want to get in the way of Stain's kills. Ida was just an exception. Stain got off of Ida and moved toward the native. Izuku quickly pickled up Ida and brought him out of the alleyway. Ida didn't know what to say. This villain just saved his life. Why? Ida asked with a hoarse voice. Why didn't you hear? I told Stain that I see potential in you to become a great hero, Izuku responded. Yeah, but aren't you a villain? Ida asked him. And are all villains supposed to be evil? The word villain just means breaking the law using quirks, not being evil. Not all villains are bad. What if a villain robs a store just so he can provide for his family? Is he now evil? Izuku asked. Ida couldn't respond to that. He realized that he had a point. You see, what you did was very stupid, but you're still learning how to become a hero. Look, remember this next time. If you have that pain in your heart, grab it and squeeze it. Tell yourself that no one else is going to feel this pain. That you're going to save as many people from this pain as you possibly can. That is what it means to be a hero, Izuku continued as he started to walk away. Ida couldn't help but be inspired. A villain just told him how to be a hero, and everything he said was right. Ida decided to put those words in his heart and grow as a hero. Oh, and just so you know, I wouldn't have saved you if you were a certified hero, Izuku said, turning back with a malice look in his eyes. He did that just to remind him that he was still a villain and they were still enemies. As Ida watched him walk away, he realized that he wasn't paralyzed anymore. He quickly called Manuel and told him where he was and what happened. After that, he called it a day, still thinking about Arata's words. It's been a week since Izuku's talk with Stain, and it seems a lot has happened since then. Shigaraki is really pissed that Stain got more fame than him. Apparently he hoped with the Nomu attack that he could get more fame than him, but the complete opposite happened. It seems Izuku found out how All for One worked. It had another gene with the Q gene that attracted other Q genes, and with it, the entire quirk genome. That's how he was able to steal quirks. If he wanted to transfer them to another person, then he would just deactivate the attraction gene and it would just go into the person he wanted it to go. He decided to call the gene Eros, the Greek god of attraction. Izuku thought it was a fitting name. Of course, All for One only has a small amount of the Eros genes, which is probably why he couldn't just grab every single quirk if he wanted to. Though, if Izuku could create a machine with enough Eros genes inside that it would be on a worldwide scale, then he could finish the endgame. Izuku also made theories about One for All. If All for One gave a quirk to his brother which created One for All, then it must have created a mutation of some sort. He also went into speculation on why All for One couldn't steal One for All. He theorized that the mutation of One for All is that it has multiple Q genes, but instead of them being separate they're stuck together. If the genes were separate, then All for One could easily just take it, but since they're all stuck together, and since Eros genes can only attract individual Q genes, then he can't get One for All. Though, Izuku was sure if he could just break the Q genes where they're individual, then he was sure he could collect One for All. He just had to figure out a way to do it. Another thing he found out. Apparently quirks came from rats. So, the quirk creator put the Q genes in rats in the form of a virus, and the rats spread that virus across the human population. He didn't blame him. Rats are one of the fastest disease spreaders, and if he wanted to spread the Q gene quickly and secretly, then rats are one of the best ways to do it. Another thing Izuku learned was the quirk singularity. It was basically a theory that quirks will get so powerful that humanity can't contain them anymore. As if humanity was on a ticking time bomb. Heck, if it wasn't for quirks, we would have reached space travel by now. And kids' quirks are getting stronger and stronger by the generation, so it makes sense. But Izuku thought differently. He thought that the quirk creator knew this, but thought quirks would help humanity evolve themselves so far that it wouldn't be a problem. He probably thought the more quirks evolved, the more humanity would too. A perfect balance of human and quirk evolution, one helping the other out simultaneously. But unfortunately, it did the complete opposite. Humanity stunted its own growth and misused quirks. And now, it's on the path of its own self-destruction. Just like a drug that's been misused. When Izuku learned of this theory, it just made him more determined to complete the endgame. He would save society, whether they liked it or not. Meanwhile, at the U.A staff room, Toshironi was talking over the phone to Gran Torino. They were talking about the encounter Ida had with Stain and Arata. They were currently talking about what Arata said about his ideals. It seems this boy wants to get rid of quirks, Torino said in a gruff voice. Just like this boy is purging society of a disease, Toshironi replied. This boy must be crazy if he thinks he can do that. I mean, get rid of every quirk, that's impossible, Gran Torino replied with a bit of amusement in his voice. I don't think it's that far-fetched. It's just this feeling I get, that he could really do this, Toshironi responded with a bit of worry. Well, even if he could, there's only one man he would need to know on how to even get possibly close to doing this. The only person that can actually steal and pass on quirks, Gran Torino said in a dark voice. When I heard from Tsuchikage that Nomu had multiple quirks, I had a bad feeling, Toshironi said, shaking in both fear and anger. The man who killed my sword friend and your master, the previous one for all holder, Shimura, and opened that hole in your stomach, all for one must be starting to move again, Gran Torino replied. For him to have survived that injury is a reality I don't want to believe, Toshironi responded with a dark voice. Toshironi, I'm sure that successor of yours would be able to help you defeat all for one once and for all, Gran Torino said, trying to put hope in the dark mood. Izuku was sitting in the bar, drinking tea this time, wearing his casual villain clothes. He wasn't wearing his hood up or mask, since he was comfortable enough to let Shigaraki and Kurogyari see his face. He then saw Jiren arrive with two people. One of them was a girl around his age wearing a simple school uniform. She wore high black boots, had spiky blonde hair in two buns at the side, and wore a crazed, psychotic smile on her face. Izuku had a feeling that she was psychotic. The second person was a guy wearing a black jacket, a white t-shirt, some black pants and black shoes. He had spiky black hair, but the most striking feature was the burnt purple skin covering areas like his neck, jaw, and under his eyes. Kurogyari, get rid of these two. I can already tell they're exactly the kind of trash I hate. A brat and a guy with no manners, Shigaraki snarled. Now Shigaraki. Give them a chance. What do you think of then, Arata? Kurogyari asked Izuku. I think the high school girl is pretty cute, and the guy with burnt marks looks pretty cool, Izuku responded. The guy he called cool didn't show any facial expression, but the high school girl immediately started blushing and looking at him crazily. Izuku started to regret ever calling her cute. Besides, Jiren is a respectable broker, they're bound to be valuable assets, Kurogyari followed. Like or not, you still owe me a finder's fee in cash, Jiren replied. I suppose I could introduce the two of them before I go, Jiren started. This one looks like an adorable high school girl, right? She's actually the suspect in a series of deaths where the victims are all bled out. So far, her name and face have been kept out of the media, Jiren said, introducing the high school girl. Toga here, Himiko Toga. Life is too hard. I just want to make it easier to live in this dumb world. I want to be Mr. Staney. I want to kill Mr. Staney. Come on, handyman, please let me join your league of villains. Toga said with a crazed smile. You gotta be kidding me, is she crazy? Shigaraki asked. Izuku couldn't help but agree, she obviously had psychological problems. Well, she can hold a conversation, for the most part at least. Come on, she could be useful, Jiren replied. And this guy, well, hasn't committed any flashy crimes, but he's taken Stalin's ideology to heart, Jiren said, introducing the guy with burned skin. I don't like this. Is your group really dedicated to the hero killer's mission? I can't imagine you are if you're going to let this little psycho join you, the guy said. Toga looked stunned at that statement. Grow up. She may be a psycho, but at least she knows how to introduce herself to people. Don't just stare. What's your name? Shigaraki asked him. Right now I'm going by Dabi, Dabi replied. No, I want to know your real name, Shigaraki replied. I'll tell you when you need to know it. In any case, my new purpose is to carry out the hero. Killers will, Dabi responded. That wasn't what I asked you. Patchwork, Shigaraki spat. Geez, why is everyone so hung up on Stain? He's all I ever hear about, Shigaraki said as he stood up from his stool. Izuku could tell that he's really pissed off. No, don't do it, Kurogyari started, but Shigaraki interrupted him. Every damn day, I's really pissing me off. You two are done, Shigaraki said as he charged at Dabi and Toga with his hands held out ready to disintegrate them. Toga quickly reacted and put a knife out, and Izuku could see Dabi put his arm out with embers coming out. Luckily Kurogiri put an end to the fighting by opening portals so all of their arms went out in opposite directions. Please calm yourself, Shigaraki. If your desire is to be realized, then we must increase our numbers. Now that we're in the spotlight, our chance is at hand, Kurogiri told Shigaraki. He then moved his misty head towards Shigaraki's and started to whisper to him. I advise you to be more accepting. You must use them and the ideology Stain has left behind, Kurogiri whispered in Shigaraki's ear. Shigaraki then put his hands out of the portals and started to walk away. I'm outta here, Shigaraki grunted. Where are you off to? Jiren asked. Shut up. Shigaraki spat as he left the bar. Before anyone could say anything else, Izuku got up and started to leave. Don't worry, I'll talk to him, Izuku said as he followed Shigaraki out of the bar. Is he gonna be fine? Jiren asked Kurogiri. Yes, he will. Arata is very intelligent and whatever he's going to say Shigaraki will most likely take it to heart, Kurogiri responded. Toga was really interested in Izuku, especially since he called her cute. Not only was he about her age but he also looked pretty cute himself, and so she started to have a crush on him. Dabi too was curious, there was something about him that was interesting. As if he was the most important person in that room, like the main character. Like he was destined for something great. Shall we get to you about recruitment at a later date? I believe whatever Arata will tell him it will improve him even farther. All Might and then the hero killer, he's been humbled twice very recently. I'm sure Arata will lead him to an answer, one that will satisfy both of you as well as his own desires, Kurogiri finished. As Izuku caught up to Shigaraki, he saw that he was wearing a black sweater with his hoodie on. When Izuku got a look at his face, he realized that this was his first time seeing Shigaraki without a hand covering his face. He could clearly see his red eyes and pale face, yet he also saw he had really chapped lips, as if he never put lipstick ever in his life. Shigaraki only glanced at him once, and just kept walking towards the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Izuku guessed that he knew that he was going to give him some advice, since Sensei did say to learn from him, and was just walking until they found a place to sit. They eventually found a comfortable place to sit at and started to talk. When it comes down to it, I hate basically everything, Shigaraki started bluntly. But the hero killer pisses me off the most right now. The problem is, it's like suddenly everyone's so obsessed with him. The attack on Yuta, the Nomus I released on Hosu, he upstaged all of it. No one's even giving me a second thought. Why is that? Despite what he claims to believe, all he ever really did was try to get rid of whatever things he didn't like. What do you say is the difference between us, Arata? Shigaraki asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku thought about it for a second, then came up with an answer. You're right, you basically are the same, except for one small thing, Izuku started. What is it? Shigaraki asked. The why? Izuku answered, looking Shigaraki in the eye. What the hell does that mean? Shigaraki asked, confused. It's just what it sounds like, why someone does something. You see, the reason why Stain is more popular is because people know why he does what he does. He kills heroes. Why? Because he thinks they don't deserve to be heroes because they're only in it for the fame and money. But when people look at you, you hate All Might and attack heroes, but why? If they don't know your reason, your why, then you'll just come out as just some cliché villain that will be gone in a couple weeks, like just all of the other villains that were beaten by heroes, Izuku explained while looking straight into Shigaraki's eyes. But, if people know your reason and you hold on to your beliefs, then you'll be something different, something unique. If you have a reason, then people will start to notice you and your cause, Izuku finished. Shigaraki was stunned, but he also felt relief. He finally knew why Strain was more popular than him. He finally knew why people didn't seem to care about him as much as they did Stain. He finally understood why he was doing this, the reason why. He could finally see his purpose. I get it now. The problem is All Might and the Hero Society. I hate that society worships heroes as if they can do anything, save anyone, especially All Might. I hate that people smile all the time without a care in the world, as if nothing could happen to them. They're so discontent with reality that they think heroes will do anything they need them to do, and people don't have to put any effort, Shigaraki rambled on with a crazed smile on his face. Izuku too couldn't help but smile. Shigaraki was starting to grow and understand on what it meant to be a villain. And when he starts to grow, the league gets stronger and they get more opportunities. He also felt a bit of happiness that he helped Shigaraki out, like a small part inside him wanting to help people, even if it was hidden very deep within. Well, Shigaraki, you think about that. I'm going to take a walk around the mall, Izuku responded as he started to walk away. As he was walking around, he noticed someone. He recognized this person as Ochako Uraraka, the girl who fought Bakugo. He didn't know why, but a part of him felt as if he should meet her. He decided to listen to this feeling and went up to introduce himself. Hey, I recognize you. You're the one who fought Bakugo, right? Ochako Uraraka, was it? Izuku asked her. Ochako looked flustered. She obviously wasn't very used to this type of scenario. Getting fame from the sports festival was not something she expected. Why, it was me. I'm surprised you remembered. It wasn't that great of a fight, Ochako said sadly. Well, you were great. I think anyone who stands up to Bakugo should get respected. He seems pretty aggressive and intimidating, Izuku replied, not wanting her to know that he knew Bakugo at a certain personal level. Yeah, I guess you could say that. He is pretty intimidating. Well, what's your name? Ochako asked. It's Izuku Midoriya, Izuku responded with a smile. It was scary how he could change personalities. He could go from menacing villain to nice teenager if he needed to. So Izuku and Ochako talked for a while. Izuku asked about what it was like at Udate. Since Izuku did have the dream of going to the top hero school, he was a bit curious. They just talked about normal stuff, until Izuku asked her about why she wanted to be a hero. He was curious, since he had a feeling that she wasn't going to be one of the greedy people. Why did you want to become a hero? Izuku asked. Well, it seems a bit selfish, but it's because of money, Ochako answered, embarrassed. She knew it wasn't the most noble cause, especially when someone hears it for the first time. Izuku frowned a bit on the inside. He wasn't expecting that answer, but he figured that there had to be more to that statement, especially since she just didn't seem like one of the greedy people just in it for money or fame. Well, you see, it's for my parents. They own a construction company, but they don't make a lot of money. So I just thought I could help them out by becoming a hero. And helping people is just a bonus, Ochako said, looking at her lap. Izuku couldn't help but smile. He knew there was a reason why, and he was correct. Becoming a hero to help your parents out financially is quite noble and heroic in a way. Well, I think that's a great reason to become a hero, Izuku responded with a bright smile. Really? Ochako asked. Yeah. Well, I gotta go. It's been nice talking to you, Ochako, Izuku said as he started to leave the mall. Ochako just stood there, with a smile on her face. She really enjoyed talking to him, he just seemed so bright and nice. She was completely oblivious at the fact that she just talked to a villain, and enjoyed his company. It's been a couple days since Izuku talked with Shigaraki, and it's been a bit odd. Izuku wasn't sure if calling Toga cute was the best course of action, since she now has a huge crush on him and tries to make him bleed just to make him look cute too. Izuku believed the reason she was like this was because of her quirk, transform. By ingesting someone's blood, she can become that person. The only side effect was her crazy personality. Of course, Izuku wouldn't mind having a cute girl have a crush on him, but the problem was that this cute girl was psychotic. Izuku hoped he would just get used to it. The other member, Dabi, was a bit mysterious. His quirk is cremation, and it lets him burst out blue flames. Izuku believed that a side effect was that it damaged his body since it was the only explanation he had on why Dabi had burnt skin all around him. Izuku thought he was pretty cool. Of course they never really talked like best friends, but Dabi replied that he was one of the only people he could handle in the bar, the other person being Kurogiri. There were other members that joined, but Izuku didn't meet them all yet. He only met one of them and it was twice. Izuku personally believed he was Deadpool. He wore a black and gray suit and he talked in a way that it was as if there were multiple people in his body. His quirk, double, lets him make clones of himself, must be why he has a split personality. Izuku was currently sitting alone at the bar with only Kurogiri and Shigaraki with him. They were apparently looking over the Udata students and their quirks, taking his advice. Izuku had the feeling that they were going to do another attack against the Udata students. I expect nothing less from Sensei, finding so easily the destination of those guys I couldn't find no matter how hard I looked, Shigaraki said as he was playing with a deck of cards. Izuku was now sure they were doing another raid, especially if Sensei was involved. It was worth having them on standby, wasn't it, Shigaraki? Kurogyari responded. I guess, Shigaraki replied. I was contacted by the union, Jiren replied from behind the door. They said they could deliver the goods by tomorrow morning, Jiren said. Izuku wondered what goods they were. He'll probably figure it out later. They were hastily put together, so they don't look like much, but the quality is guaranteed, Jiren continued. I apologize for asking for something unreasonable, Kurogyari responded. Hey Shigaraki, do you know why the union accepted your unreasonable request? 'Cause everyone's got high expectations for you. If the League of Villains becomes active, then those smoldering in the dark will start to move, Jiren said. He was right, the League has a large influence on the villain society. If that happens, then those like me can share in the profits, Jiren said looking out the door with a smile. Don't worry. You'll soon be so busy that you won't be able to keep up, Shigaraki responded. I'm looking forward to that. Anyways, thanks, Jiren said as he left. My pieces and prey have all arrived at the destination. Then, it's time to start the game, Shigaraki said with a crazed smile. If I may ask, what game are we playing? Izuku asked the question in his mind. He probably missed it because he was at the base most of the time. Sorry for not informing you, but if you might have guessed, we are performing another raid, Kurogyari answered. Oh, where? Izuku asked. We got information about when and where the students are going. Apparently, they're going to a summer camp to improve their quirk abilities. The other members are already at the location, and so I can warp you back to the warehouse so you can get ready. Just tell me when you're done and I can send you to where the other members are at, Kurogyari responded. Okay, but what's the goal? Izuku asked. You see, there's a student we want to recruit to the league. You might know him as the explosive blonde kid that won the sports festival, Katsuki Bakugo. He's perfect. Imagine the reaction. Villains attack a so-called safe hero camp and kidnap a student. Not only that, but they also persuade him to join the villains. Shigaraki said with a crazy smile and chuckle. Izuku was shocked. Recruit Bakugo, one of the two people he hates the most, the other is All Might. Well, it was a good plan. Kidnapping a student would make the public lose faith in heroes. The only problem was that Shigaraki wanted to recruit Bakugo. Not only does Izuku not like him, but Bakugo was stubborn. By stubborn he meant very stubborn. He's dead set on becoming the greatest hero, nothing else. Just because he has an explosive and aggressive personality doesn't mean that he'll be a villain. Bakugo would rather get tortured for eternity and die the most painful death possible before submitting to someone, especially Shigaraki. What Izuku believed Shigaraki would have done is take a background check on all of the students and see who is the easiest to manipulate. Take Todoroki for example. His father Endeavor abused him for all of his life. Of course, he kept it under wraps from the public, but Izuku had his ways. You could use that as a point to say that if he joined them, they could prevent any other hero from being power-hungry and no one has to ever endure what he did ever again. But all Shigaraki did was look at the student who looked the most like a villain and decide to choose him. Izuku already knew they were going to fail recruiting him, but he wasn't going to say anything. They do say failure is the best teacher, and Shigaraki still had more to learn. He had a guess. All for one knew this too, but wasn't saying anything either for the reasons stated. Well, can you tell me the plan? Izuku asked. The other members will tell you what you need to do. But now, you have to get ready, Kurogyari said as he opened a portal. Izuku quickly went into it and went into his base. He got his suit, but it was upgraded more than last time. First, the armor was more durable. It could actually withstand 10x more damage than the ones he used before. He thanked Jiren for the products. He also upgraded the exoskeleton to improve in power and speed. When he tried it out, he could safely say he was as fast and strong as someone with a powerful quirk. He also upgraded the boots to add more jumping power and the gloves to add more powerful air bubbles. He also added a gun with tranquilizers, a grapple gun, and a combat knife like the one Stain uses, all kept in his red belt just in case he needed them. He didn't want to add real bullets to the gun because he didn't want to kill if it wasn't necessary, but he would if he had to. Though the thing he was looking forward to the most was a kind of an ultimate move he made into the suit. Since the entire suit was connected, he could implement this easily. You see, since his exoskeleton, boots, and gloves are powered by air, he could make it to where to use the power of wind continuously and at a high-powered rate. He would pretty much move really fast and hit really hard, more than he already would. It of course had some drawbacks, only having a time limit of 5 minutes before the suit had to cool off. When he tried it out for the first time, he saw that wind was traveling around his body. Izuku thought it was because of all the wind moving in and out of his suit at a fast rate. Apparently the wind was moving so fast that it kind of acted as a defensive mechanism since the wind would just blow any object out of his way. When he moved, he was almost overwhelmed. At how fast he was moving, he calculated it was 100x more fast than he was normally. When he checked his power, he pretty much just annihilated an entire wall made of iron of an abandoned building he found. He didn't even think he was going all out, more of just a regular punch. He would call this special move Cyclone. He thought it was a simple yet cool name for the super move. He didn't have to wait very long after he used it, since he had an unlimited supply of air and his suit could recover quickly. He would be able to use it continually, like short, powerful bursts of air of an air cannon. As he was getting ready, he felt a presence behind him. He quickly grabbed his knife and aimed it at the neck at the intruder. He saw that it was his crazy stalker girl, Himiko Toga. One of the reasons why he hasn't been at the bar lately was because of her trying to stab him. He didn't want to get any injuries, so he thought the most logical solution was to just not go to the bar. But somehow, she found out where his base was and sneaked in. He didn't know how, only Shigaraki, Kurojiiri, and Sensei knew about his secret base. "Hiya," Toga said with a crazed smile. He saw that he parried her knife subconsciously to stop her from stabbing his neck. He put his knife down inside. Toga was a handful. "How do you know of this place and why are you here? And aren't you supposed to be with the other members at the summer camp?" Izuku asked her. "Well, I just wanted to be with you, Arata-kun. And that misty guy can just transport me with you," Toga said with a smile and blush on her cheeks. "You still didn't answer how you found this place," Izuku stated. "Well, I followed you," Toga said with a smile. Izuku then remembered that one day where he decided to leave the bar to take notes on heroes. When he was done, he didn't feel like calling Kurojiiri and so just walked to the base himself. It seemed Toga was following him the entire time. "Look, Toga, you can't tell anyone else about this. The only people who know this are Kurojiiri, Shigaraki, and the guy you hear behind the monitor. So, think of this as keeping a secret," Izuku told her. When she heard that, Toga got giddy. She was excited that she was able to keep a secret for Arata-kun. "Don't worry, you can trust me, Arata-kun," Toga said happily. One thing Izuku found confused is why she was so into him. Of course he called her cute, but that didn't mean that someone was all interested in you. Before in his life he was treated as a disease, an outcast. Like some alien from another planet. He had friends like Bakugo and his gang, but when they found out he was quirkless, they became his tormentors. It was so severe that Izuku thought of himself as nothing better than a leech, only sucking on the accomplishments of the quirked before him, and that the only heroic thing he will ever come close to accomplishing is killing himself so he can make room for someone who actually has purpose. Of course, when he decided to change he got rid of this mindset, but he still had some of his old habits. Which is why he found it confusing as to why she was so into him. "Toga, I have to ask, why do you like me so much?" Izuku asked. Toga looked a bit stunned at the question, but then thought about it. Why was she so infatuated with him? When she was thinking, she found the answer and smiled. "Well, first it's because you called me cute," she said crazily. Izuku just deadpanned. "There's another reason though. It's just something about you that's so interesting. You just seem so smart and cool, and you look cute. You just inspire me to be better." Toga finished with a wide animalistic smile. What she probably meant by being inspired is making more people bleed. But still, Izuku was shocked. Never in his life has anyone complimented him, a girl nonetheless, and call him cute or intelligent. All he ever heard was worthless, useless, or Deku every day. But here a girl was, even though she is psychotic, complimenting him. Heck, she was even inspired, even though it was to kill more people, but inspired nonetheless. And because of this, Izuku decided to give Toga 2 things for being the first person to sincerely compliment him. He didn't think his mom really did that, more on just pity than actually believing in him. "Thank you, Toga. I think you deserve something," Izuku said as he quickly kissed her on the cheek. Toga was stunned for a moment, until she quickly grew a big smile and blush on her cheeks and hugged him. Izuku stumbled for a moment, until he quickly regained balance. He couldn't help but smile. He's never exactly been hugged like this before. Of course he's been hugged by his mom, but they were sad and depressing, but this was happy and joyful. "Thank you, Toga, but I have something else to give you," Izuku said. "Oh really, what is it?" Toga asked, looking up. "It's my name. My real name," Izuku said. He didn't know why, but he felt that he could trust her with it. She would be the only one, apart from Sensei, who would know his real identity. It seemed Toga looked excited at that. "Really?" Toga asked. "Yeah, but you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone," Izuku said, looking her in the eye. "I promise," Toga responded. Izuku could tell that she was sincere. "Well, my name is Izuku Midoriya," Izuku responded. Toga seemed to like the name, since her blush got redder. "I like your name, Izukuin," Toga said, giving him a sort of nickname. "Well, we have to go now. The others are probably waiting for us," Izuku said as he messaged Kurogiri. The next moment a portal opened up and Izuku and Toga went through. As Izuku looked at the other side, he saw that he was on a cliff. He saw Dabi and Twice with some other members as well. Thankfully, he got a list of the members' names and quirks from Kurogiri. He saw Spinner, who was a lizard guy who was wearing similar clothes as Stain. He was pretty much a Stain fanboy. He saw Mr. Compress, who was wearing a long yellow coat, a black top hat, red gloves, white boots, a mask, and carried a walking stick. Izuku believed he was a sort of magician. Mustard, who wore a World War II-style gas mask, black buttoned shirt, white gloves, black pants, and white sneakers. Izuku concluded that because he had a sleeping gas quirk, he had to wear the gas mask. He saw Magna, who had big lips, shoulder-length red hair, wore sunglasses, a brown coat, a white t-shirt, jeans, and brown shoes. She also carried a pillar, which must be for her quirk. The last 2, though, he wasn't getting good vibes from. Moonfish, who wore a black straight jacket around his body. He was basically a guy who lived for killing. Izuku was sure he was even crazier than Toga, at least she could perform sentences. The next was a big guy named Muscular. He was basically a big muscle guy who wore a black cloak around his body with his hood up and a white mask. He too got murderous vibes from him. He was hoping he wasn't paired up with any of those 2. There was also a Nomu who was light green in color and had 8 arms and 6 of them carried chainsaws. Izuku decided to call him Chainsaw. Izuku saw Dabi give Toga some equipment which consisted of a lower face mask and a blood collector for her quirk. Izuku believed that this was all the equipment Jiren was talking about, not just for Toga but for the other members who need them as well. Though Toga was complaining about how not cute it was, but Mustard just told her to deal with it. Izuku then walked over to Dabi and asked what his part of the plan was. "Well, you're going to go with Muscular over there and go down this cliff. The plan is to capture that Bakugu kid, so I think you'll be able to figure out what to do," Dabi said in a bored voice. Just his luck. Out of all the people to be his partner, it had to be Muscular. Well, at least it wasn't Moonfish. As he and Muscular jumped down, he saw Dabi set a part of the forest on fire with his blue flames and Mustard spread his gas across the forest. He then saw the other members start to move to their attack locations. It seems the attack on the Yuta summer camp has begun. As Izuku and Muscular were walking down the cliff, he saw a child standing at the edge of the cliff. He was wearing a gray t-shirt, tan shorts, black sneakers, and a cap with 2 yellow spikes at the front. It seemed Muscular noticed him as well, and started to walk towards him with an intent to kill. Izuku knew this wasn't going to end well. A small part of him didn't want Muscular to kill this child. They may be villains, but at least Izuku has some morals. He would only kill if necessary, or if someone really deserved it. As Izuku watched Muscular approach the kid, Izuku got in his ready stance. He would swoop in and stop him at the right moment. The kid noticed them and got a fearful look on his face, most likely realizing that they were villains. I tried searching somewhere with a nice view, and I ended up finding a face not on our list, Muscular said as he slowly walked toward the kid. The list he was talking about was the person they needed to capture, Bakugo, or the list of people Shigaraki wanted to kill. Hey, by the way, you've got a nice hat there, kid. Trade with me for this lame mask? Muscular asked. They made me wear this toy since I'm new, saying they couldn't get the shipment in time or something, Muscular continued as he started to take off his mask. Izuku didn't know why Muscular was saying all of this, most likely to toy with his prey. And it was working since the boy had an even more fearful look on his face, with small tears at the side of his eyes. The child then started running in fear, but Muscular quickly jumped in front of him to stop his escape. Let me get a shot in to cheer up. Come on, Muscular said as muscle fibers came out of his arm. Izuku knew that was his quirk, muscle augment, which let him grow so many muscle fibers that it tore out of his skin. It pretty much just increased his strength and speed, like a worn-down version of All Might's quirk. As Muscular was about to attack the boy, Izuku quickly swooped in and grabbed him. As he did though, he heard him say, "Papa, Mama," as if implying Muscular had something to do with his parents. He then remembered that Muscular killed the pro-hero duo Water Hose, and that he sustained an injury on his left eye. They must have been the boy's parents explaining how he recognized the villain. They then both quickly reached a safe distance from Muscular. Kota was shocked. This guy who was a villain just saved him from his partner. A villain saving a civilian, it was unheard of. Hey, why'd you do that? Muscular asked, pissed off. His partner just stole his kill. He isn't a part of the kill list. We should just go and do what we came here to do, Izuku rationalized. You know, you're really pissing me off. It's just something about you I don't like. You know what, I should just kill you both, I'm really itching for some kills. Muscular responded with a crazed smile. He then took off his cloak and charged at him at high speeds. Before Izuku could react, Muscular hit him extremely powerfully. You know, as someone who's respected by certain members, you're pretty weak, Muscular said. Izuku quickly got up. He couldn't help but smile behind his hood and mask. It seems the suit's upgrades paid off. Not only that, but he was getting another chance to test out his suit. He could try it out on the other students, but they were getting pretty old. He needed someone more powerful, and Muscular was the perfect volunteer, whether he knew it or not. Well, I'm not as weak physically as I seem, Izuku said as he dusted himself off. Muscular couldn't help but smile. Not only would he get to kill, but this guy wasn't a sissy. It seemed he could put up a fight, and Muscular had a lot of fun with guys he could both kill and fight. All right, let's play, Muscular responded. He quickly charged and threw a punch, but this time Izuku was prepared. He quickly activated his exoskeleton and dodged, then turned around and threw an air bubble at 50% power. It hit Muscular and threw him right at the wall. Izuku could tell it had a lot more power behind it than his fight with Bakugo. But Muscular just stood up and looked even more crazed. He sprinted even faster than before and kicked him right in the stomach. Luckily Izuku responded quickly and did a backflip and landed on his feet. He quickly charged in with his full cowl technique and kicked and hit him with pouches and kicks all around his body while jumping around with his boots to keep Muscular from hitting him. As Izuku stopped a safe distance away, he was almost shocked. It seemed Muscular blocked all of his attacks with his muscle acting as a body shield, and he didn't even look that tired. Heh, you're pretty fast but not strong enough, Muscular said as he quickly rushed him and hit him across the cliff. Izuku was sure if it wasn't for the armor, he would be a mess by now. Izuku knew that normal punches and kicks won't work, even with his exoskeleton. Muscular's quirk was just too powerful for that. He had to play it differently. Izuku quickly threw his arm up and threw an air bubble at 100% power, just to see how much damage it could do. It was more powerful than before, so he just wondered if it was powerful enough to knock somebody like Muscular out. Muscular was shocked at how fast it was, so fast that he couldn't dodge in time. It hit him head-on and it created a giant shock wave, sending rocks flying around. Kota even got flung too, but luckily Izuku quickly caught him before he fell off the cliff. Thank you, Kota said warily. He still couldn't understand why this villain would save him. Before Izuku could respond, he heard a boom from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Muscular standing up, and using his muscle fibers to repair his injuries. It seemed that Muscular could contain a full-powered air bubble, but it seemed it scratched him up a bit. Not bad. It actually hurt me, Arita, Muscular said with a smile as he started walking towards him. Heh, well that's not the only trick up my sleeve, Izuku responded with an equal smile, not that he could see it. It seemed he would be able to test out his special move, Cyclone. Looks like he found the perfect opponent to test it on. Yeah, but you see, playtime's over. How about we both go all out on each other and see who wins? Muscular responded as muscle fibers quickly covered his whole body. Izuku activated Cyclone and he could see the familiar wind circling around him. Muscular was a bit confused on what it was, but was also excited since he knew he was even more powerful than before. Muscular quickly jumped and charged at him, but before he could even hit Izuku, he vanished and Muscular suddenly felt a very sharp pain on the side of his head. It was so hard that he was sent flying across the cliff. Muscular was shocked. This guy just moved so fast that he couldn't even see him, and kicked him hard enough to send him flying, even when he was going all out. Izuku quickly charged at him before he could recover, and started to punch and kick him in all directions. Muscular couldn't keep up, every punch and kick was like getting hit with a steel bar, and he was starting to get overwhelmed. Izuku wasn't even going all out, and he was already doing this much damage. Muscular quickly covered his body in as many muscle fibers as he possibly could, and charged Izuku with his strongest punch. Izuku quickly responded and attacked with his strongest punch right in his face. What happened was astronomical. His punch was so strong that the surrounding wind was sharp enough to completely shred all of Muscular's muscle fibers. When he hit him, Muscular was sent flying and hit the wall of the cliff so hard that he was completely knocked out. Izuku saw that he reached his limit and deactivated Cyclone. An after effect was a large quantity of steam coming out of his suit. Izuku was pretty winded, but he could manage. He inspected himself and saw that he had nothing broken, and everything worked fine. He was just a little sore, but that'll go away soon. As Izuku slowly got up, he heard the boy ask him something. Why did you save me? The boy asked. But, why not? I didn't want to be a part of a child being murdered, Izuku responded. But, why your AV dash? The kid started but Izuku interrupted him. A villain? So just because I'm a villain I can't have morals? That I have to kill everyone? That I can't have feelings or be human? Izuku stated. The boy looked down on that. He couldn't argue with his reasoning. Look kid, what's your name? Izuku asked, testing on whether he would actually give him his name or not. Kakota, Kota Sait, Stamrim. Izuku fought the urge to facepalm. It was pretty much common sense to not give your name to strangers, especially villains. But he was a child, and in turn was still learning about life. You know I'm a villain, right? And that you're supposed to not give out your name to villains? Izuku asked sarcastically. Kota looked embarrassed at that, with a tint of red on his cheeks. Izuku hypothesized that since he saved him, Kota believed that Izuku wouldn't harm him, villain or not. Well, how about this? I'll give you my name so that you can tell the other heroes who saved you, Izuku said. Really, what is it? Kota asked with curiosity evident in his voice. It's Arita. It's a Japanese word for new, Izuku answered. Kota looked up at that name, as if mesmerizing it for the rest of his life. Izuku then wondered if he should ask Kota this certain question. He didn't know why, but he felt as if he should ask this child a very important question. The question was on what he thought of the current society of heroes. He wanted to ask multiple people to see their answers just to see if they realize how flawed this society was. Hey Kota, let me ask you something before I go, Izuku started. What is it? Kota asked looking up at him. What do you think of heroes? Izuku asked. Kota looked down angrily at that, as if he already had an answer. After a couple moments, Kota started to speak. I think everyone's crazy. Calling each other stupid names like hero, or villain, and killing each other, talking about quirks and stuff. It's because they're all showing off that it ended up like that, stupid, Kota finished. Izuku chuckled. He couldn't believe it, here was a 5-year-old child having the same problems he did with society. They both hate quirks and the superhuman society itself. Izuku then started to laugh at the irony. A 5-year-old child understood him more than most adults. Koda at first was saddened, thinking that this villain was laughing at him because he thought what he just said was stupid, but then he said something that shocked him completely. You see, Koda, everything you just said was absolutely correct, Izuku said. What? Koda said, confused. No one has ever exactly agreed with his reasons, if they even listened. They were probably thinking he was just a child who was sad and angry that his parents died and that he was just making excuses to cope with their deaths. But here was a villain who not only saved him but agreed with him. You see, you're absolutely right. Society has misused quirks. They should be using it to advance society as a whole. Heck, there should even be a whole city on the moon. But unfortunately society misused them and now play heroes and villains like a game, only in it for the popularity and money, Izuku responded. Koda couldn't believe it. Here was a guy who understood him completely. He was so overwhelmed that tears started to come out of his eyes. Thank you for understanding, Koda said with happiness. Izuku couldn't help but smile. He then grabbed Koda and pulled him into a hug that meant understanding. He then went to Koda's eye level and decided to tell him something. You know, Koda, there's a story I want to tell you, Izuku said. What's it about? Koda asked, ready to listen to anything he said. You see, I had an old friend once. He, like most people, wanted to be a hero. Unfortunately, he was diagnosed quirkless, and then his life went down the drain. People bullied and picked on him every day, making fun at the fact that he wanted to be a hero. Even his once best friend started to abuse and bully him once he found out he was quirkless. But even after all that, he still wanted to be a hero. Do you know what happened to him next? Izuku asked. What did? Koda asked, wondering what happened to the friend. He found it pretty miserable of what he had to endure, so he hoped he would get a happy ending. Unknown to him, it would be the complete opposite. He died because of a hero, Izuku answered. Koda was shocked. A hero killing someone. It seemed the more he learned, the more he realized that heroes were frauds of the system. He felt bad for the friend, he even almost started crying for him. How ironic, the very thing he wanted to become, killed him, Izuku continued. Of course he was talking about his old self. How he always wanted to be a hero and All Might metaphorically killed his old self and that he became a different person, from an innocent child with a good heart to a broken teen with a limitless amount of hatred for society and its heroes. Well, Koda, I have to leave, but let me give you a piece of advice, Izuku said. What is it? Koda asked. Don't listen to what other people say, because they are all weak losers trying to make themselves feel better. And never believe that a hero will save you. They won't save you because they want to, they only do it for the money. Also, keep this in your mind. Heroes aren't all powerful, they're as powerful as you and I, no matter what society portrays them to be. And never lose your belief on what you just told me. Always keep it here, deep inside, Izuku said as he poked Koda right in his heart. Koda understood and decided to take every word that he said to heart. Well, see you around, Koda. And run to a safe distance from the villains, Izuku said as he ran off toward the others. As he left, Koda sat down and smiled. He just talked to the very first person who understood him, Arata. As Izuku was walking, he stumbled onto Toga. The only difference was that she was pinned down by Uraraka, and he also saw Azui being pinned by a knife by her hair on a tree. Izuku was pretty sure that Toga underestimated her opponent and got pinned in the process. She was just lucky that he got here just in time. What did you do now, Toga? Izuku asked as he appeared out of the clearing. Toga looked up at him and smiled crazily. She quickly pushed Ochako off of her when she was distracted by Izuku's appearance and quickly ran up to him. I made some new friends, Tsu-chan and Ochako-chan, Toga said as she was smiling at him crazily and with a blush on her cheeks, while almost saying his real name in the process. Did you now? Izuku questioned. He knew these weren't her new friends, she was just acting psychotic. He then looked at Ochako and Azui, and saw that they both had fear in their eyes. Izuku, deciding to be polite, and introduced himself. Hello Mrs. Uraraka and Mrs. Tsuyu, I apologize for my partner's actions. My name is Arata. It's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku said, bowing. Ochako and Azui were taken back on this, never meeting a villain who would outright be polite and introduce himself properly to them. But they then remembered that this villain was the same one who beat Bakugo, and that he was different from the rest of the others. You see, Toga, that's how you greet yourself to people. If you're polite, then they would want to be your friend, Izuku said, educating Toga on how to introduce herself properly. She just nodded hastily in response. What do you want? Ochako fearfully asked. If this guy could defeat one of their strongest classmates without even trying, then he was extremely dangerous. Me, well, we're here for someone, Izuku responded. You're going to kidnap a student, Karo? Azui exclaimed. Yeah, and we want him to join us, Izuku said bitterly. He was still salty at the fact that Shigaraki wanted to recruit Bakugo, the biggest loser of the class. We're never going to join you. We came here to be heroes, not villains, Ochako exclaimed, finding it odd that the villains wanted to recruit one of them. Yes, I know. But it's funny how fast a person can change given the right circumstances. With just one push they fall right onto your side. It's fun playing with their minds, like a puppet with string, Izuku said with a malice aura surrounding him. His eyes also seemed to glow a dark green, as if he was thinking of ways to kill them. It honestly freaked them out. Even Toga had a tinge of fear in her eyes for a second, until it was quickly replaced with more affection for him. It seemed Izuku had a crazy dark side, hidden deep inside. Why you're crazy? Ochako responded. It seemed this villain was like Toga, but worse. Am I though? You heroes are so simple-minded that all you know about villains is that they're evil, and heroes are good. A simple black and white world. It's just another problem out of the hundreds of thousands of this society, Izuku scoffed. What do you mean, Karo? Azui asked. She was hoping to buy up some time before reinforcements could arrive. Unknown to her, this was what Izuku exactly wanted. You see, the problem is quirks. Quirks made society arrogant and played a game of heroes versus villains. We could have evolved human society to levels never before seen, but no. You see, society just spent all day just ogling at how cool that quirk looked, or how powerful that other quirk was, Izuku stated. I get it, but what's your point? Ochako asked. She understood what he meant and would even agree on some points, but she didn't understand where he was going with this. It's quite obvious, isn't it? Just get rid of the quirks. Taking the drug from a man is a way of solving the problem, so taking away quirks from society should do the same. Imagine, people wake up one day to realize that they're all quirkless, Izuku said with a laugh. Ochako and Azui were both stunned. Even Toga was surprised, but who wouldn't? Getting rid of every single quirk in the world isn't what most villains' agendas are. Then again, Izuku isn't a typical villain. Get rid of quirks, how? Ochako asked. Now that would be telling, Izuku responded. He was willing to tell Ochako about his goals and beliefs since she was on the list as one of the good heroes. But he wasn't going to just trust her with his entire plan. She would just tell the heroes and they would put a stop to it. And right as he said that, Todoroki, Shoji, and Bakugo came out of the clearing. He also saw Mr. Compress sneaking behind them, ready to catch Bakugo. This was perfect. Mr. Compress could quickly snatch Bakugo while the others were distracted by him. Ah, the others have arrived, Izuku said, facing them all. You! Bakugo snarled, recognizing the villain. We meet again, Bakugo, though I have no intention of fighting you. You're a bit stale, you see, and I wanted to fight someone stronger, Izuku said. Bakugo just got even angrier. It was taking everything in him just to not blow this guy to pieces. He knew he was up to something and he had to be cautious. Shouldn't we be going, Arata-kun? I don't want to die, Toga asked. Don't worry. Most of them don't have the guts in them to kill us. And Bakugo isn't as strong as seems, so we're fine. And just so you know, I'm even stronger than before, Izuku said, while looking straight at the students. It was safe to say they were unnerved, even Bakugo had a bit of unease. Oh, you heroes, always thinking you're right. Ironically, it's you guys who do the exact crimes you try to stop, Izuku said, starting a conversation to distract them long enough so Mr. Compress could take Bakugo. What do you mean by that? Todoroki asked. Oh, don't play dumb with me. You personally witnessed it firsthand. It's also the reason why you don't use your fire side, Izuku replied. The others were confused. They didn't know about Todoroki's dark past. Todoroki himself just narrowed his eyes. He didn't know how this villain knew this, but it didn't matter now. He was an enemy that had to be defeated. But he just couldn't shake off the feeling that he was right. He had a point, just look at his own father. Abusing his family just to create a successor to beat All Might, just to be number one. I'm not going to ask how you know that, but I will ask you something. What's your goal? Shoto asked. He knew it was stupid, asking someone their goals, like they would tell you. But he knew whatever the villain was going to say, well, it would be interesting. It's the same thing I told Ida and Uraraka. It's to get rid of quirks. Quirks are what created this broken society, and a simple solution is to get rid of them. If it wasn't for society's misuse of quirks, we should be traveling to other planets now, Izuku said. Shoto at first was baffled. Get rid of quirks, crazy. But, like last time, he couldn't help but understand and even agree with some points. It seemed this villain was really something different. But what he didn't understand was why he told them specifically. I don't understand. You said Ida, Uraraka, and me as if we were the only ones intended to know about this, Todoroki stated. The others realized this as well, and had the same question in their minds. It seemed he only told this when he was talking specifically to Ida, Uraraka, or Shoto. Izuku chuckled. He then said, it's because out of everyone at Ude, you three are the only ones I see as true heroes. The only ones with the drive, potential, and heart to be great heroes in a distant future, Izuku replied. Shoto and Uraraka couldn't help but feel flustered. This villain just called them the only worthy heroes out of all of UA. Shoto also noticed that he said, a distant future, as if they wouldn't be able to become heroes and that they would have in a different life. Well, I better be going now. Better not keep Bakugo waiting, shouldn't we, Mr. Compress? Izuku said. The others were confused for a minute until they realized that Bakugo was missing. They then saw Mr. Compress sitting on a tree, holding an orb, supposedly containing Bakugo. Indeed, we shouldn't. We should give him a greeting as soon as possible, Mr. Compress replied as he quickly jumped away. Shoto quickly threw an ice glacier to stop him, but Izuku then threw an air bubble at 80% power, completely shattering the glacier. Izuku then picked up Toga bridal style and sped off with his suit. Toga was flustered to say the least, and just curled up into him. The others could barely keep up with Mr. Compress's maneuvering skill and Izuku's advanced speed with his exoskeleton, jumping from tree to tree like a ninja. They had their work cut out for them. Mr. Compress quickly messaged the others that they had the target and that they should move to the retrieval point. As they were running, Izuku saw that Todoroki and Shoji were flying towards them. It seemed Uraraka must have made them weightless, and Azui threw them with her tongue so they could catch up to them. As they flew, they quickly collided with Mr. Compress and they fell down to the clearing that was the retrieval point. As Izuku reached Mr. Compress, he saw that Shoji and Todoroki landed right on top of him. Izuku quickly put Toga down and shot an air bubble right at them. At the same time, Dabi threw a wave of blue fire in the same direction. What happened was a large shockwave that forced Shoto and Shoji to split up and giving Mr. Compress the chance to escape. A face from Shigaraki's kill list. You weren't though, twice said as he quickly attacked Shoto. Shoto reacted quickly however and threw a giant glacier to protect him. Meanwhile, Toga started attacking Shoji. You're not my type, but I'll cut you anyway, Toga said as she battled Shoji. As they were battling it out, Mr. Compress walked his way over to Dabi to give him Bakugo. As Mr. Compress rummaged his pockets, he realized that the orb was missing. Izuku then saw Shoji show Todoroki that he had it, and they started to run off. Izuku didn't run after them, and he was sure Mr. Compress told Dabi to wait as well. They were already cornered by Chainsaw and Kurogiri, so they had nowhere to run. Not only that, but since Mr. Compress is the magician type, Izuku had a feeling he wouldn't just hide the orb in his pocket. That was just too obvious. Well, Kurogiri quickly opened 2 portals, and Twice and Toga went through. Izuku believed that he probably warped that other members as well, and that they were the last ones to leave. As Mr. Compress was about to leave, Dabi stopped him. Wait, our goal is not yet dash, Dabi started to say but was interrupted by Mr. Compress. Oh that? They seemed so happy that they rushed out here, so I thought I'd give them a present, Mr. Compress said. It's a habit, one of the basis of magic. When I flaunt something, it's because there's something I don't want you to see, Mr. Compress said as he took off his mask and opened his mouth. And there, clear as day, was the Bakugu orb on his tongue. He then snapped his fingers, and the orb Shoji had was full of ice. It seemed Mr. Compress prepared dummies with the ice from Shoto when Izuku blew up the glacier. As Mr. Compress was leaving through the portal, a laser hit his mask and the orb came flying out. It seemed that Aoyama, the student who could shoot lasers from his stomach, was hiding in the bushes the entire time. Todoroki and Shoji went to grab the orb, but before any of them could do it, Izuku quickly snatched it first. Sorry Todoroki-kun, but I still have my duties to the League, Izuku said as Shoto went rolling behind him. Confirm it now, release it, Dabi told Mr. Compress. Mr. Compress snapped his fingers, and Bakugu materialized in front of Izuku. Izuku quickly wrapped his hand around him, a way to show Bakugu that he couldn't do anything because he'll be blown to bits with his air bubble at close range to his neck. As Dabi and Mr. Compress went through the portal, Izuku started to go through it slowly, watching the hopelessness of Shoji and Todoroki as he took their classmate in front of their very eyes. When Izuku went through the portal entering the bar, he immediately pinned Bakugu to the floor, just to stop him from doing anything. The remaining members grabbed Bakugu and started pinning him to a chair. It seems Shigaraki wanted to try and persuade Bakugu into joining him, like that'll ever work. Oi Arata, where's Muscular? Shigaraki asked. He knew Mustard must have been captured, signaling the fact that he wasn't here. But Muscular was a very strong member and wouldn't just be defeated so easily. The other members also wondered this as well. Oh him. He tried to kill me so I just took care of him, Izuku replied, like it wasn't even a big deal. The others were shocked. The fact that this kid could defeat someone as powerful as Muscular and not even be tired out or fazed by it was insane. It seemed they had to be more wary and cautious of him. Izuku, for some reason, had a weird feeling in his gut. It was telling him to leave the bar and go to his base, as if something bad was going to happen and he had to be prepared. Well, one thing Izuku learned about being a villain was to always listen to his gut. And so, Izuku went over to Kurogiri while the other members were tying Bakugu to the chair. Hey Kurogiri, can you warp me to my base? Izuku asked. But aren't you going to be at Bakugo's interrogation? Kurogiri asked. Well, I don't believe you'll really need me. And I have some important things to do, Izuku said. It was true, he had important things to do. Things like how to build the machine and finding the quirk creator. Alright then, Kurogiri responded as he opened a portal so Izuku could walk through. Before Izuku could though, Toga asked where he was going. Where are you going, Arata-kun? I need to do some work, so I won't be in the bar for a couple days, Izuku answered. Toga looked down at that, so Izuku decided to cheer her up. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. How about I give you this, Izuku said as he gave Toga an untraceable phone with his number on it. Izuku gave it to her for a simple reason. He felt that he was going to leave the League soon, but he still wanted to have an idea on what they were going to do when he wasn't there. So Toga would basically give him information, like a spy. Toga smiled at the phone, thinking that they would text like boyfriends and girlfriends do normally. Now, only call me if it's important, and by important I mean very important, not if you just want to talk to me. And I'll call you from time to time to see on what the other members are doing. Don't tell this to Shigaraki or the others. This, like my name, is another secret we have, Izuku stated. Toga was a little discouraged, but happy nonetheless. Izuku couldn't help but smile behind his lower face mask and hood. He had grown to care for Toga like a friend, maybe even more. But Izuku had more important matters, and so he would put his feelings for Toga on the back of his mind for now. And with that, Izuku went through the portal. When he reached his base, he first took off his suit and jumped on his bed. He was exhausted and it was pretty late. And so, he closed his eyes and instantly went to sleep. The next day was uneventful. Izuku spent most of the day searching for the quirk creator. He needed to find him if he was going to proceed with his plans. He was sure the creator could help him somehow put the Eros genes in a machine, keyword, could. He wasn't actually sure if the quirk creator would actually help him or not, or if he would just kill him. But like they say, no rewards without risks. It was getting pretty late, and Izuku was at a roadblock. He just couldn't figure out who the quirk creator was. He started to look at a list of scientists that worked in the hospital, and then he saw a name he didn't see before. On all the other documents he couldn't find it, but this one had it on their list of staff. It was a list of scientists that worked on another part of the hospital. It was a lab in which they did experiments and research on gene modification to help combat diseases like cancer or other gene-related illnesses. And this man, Octor, was the lead scientist. When he looked deeper into the documents, he found a lot of interesting information. Apparently, Octor had close ties to the owner of the hospital, which at the time was one of the largest hospitals in China. There wasn't a lot of information on Octor, but Izuku got a decent amount on what was on him. He was a single child born in Japan and was a prodigy. He was a genius in science, especially biology and chemistry. He went to college in China and got his biochemistry degree at a surprisingly fast rate, graduated at only 22 years old, and enrolled in the hospital. He apparently wanted to aid in the cure of genetic diseases and evolve the human body to lengths never before seen. He worked in the hospital for a few years, helping in the production of medicine and leading in the research of genetics. Many scientists called him the chosen one, destined to lead the human race to the next level of evolution. They even said he could uncover the secrets of immortality. He had a partner named Kegurita Tsuragi, who helped him with his research. He also had a weird obsession with sludge. They were both working on a project, but Octor got in trouble and had a fight with the CO because what they were doing was unnatural and dangerous and was shut down. After that, Octor's whole life went down in the drain. Other hospitals and laboratories heard about his record and wouldn't hire him. He was pretty much a disgrace to the science community. It was a month later that he was seen flying a plane on a course to Okinawa Island, his hometown, but the plane crashed in the water. When authorities searched the remnants, and no human body was found. They later recorded that it was death by suicide, since there wasn't anything else to make the plane crash, and it the most reasonable explanation. He probably just drowned himself because of his life crashing down. He was 27 years old when this happened, and the world just forgot about him, more focused on the new quirks that just manifested out of nowhere. Izuku knew Octor had to be the quirk creator. First, the fact that he was a genius is already a good point. If he's such a prodigy, then he would probably be able to create quirks. Then it was the project he and Kegurita were doing. If the CEO called it unnatural and dangerous, the only thing Izuku could think of were quirks. Quirks aren't natural, and they were also dangerous. Just look at villains like All for One. Not only that, but suspiciously right after quirks appeared, the CEO mysteriously disappeared, the only other person that knew about the project. And then Octor does suicide, and Kegurita also disappeared, all in the span of a month. It was way too suspicious. And then there was Okinawa Island. Right after a week after Octor, Kami's suicide, the entire island was evacuated for radioactive pollution. Apparently, the island was reported to have a dangerous amount of radiation because of an experiment made on the island. And ever since then, nobody ever went back. The entire island was completely abandoned, and the Japanese government didn't check on it if it really had radioactive pollution because they were too fixated on how to deal with quirks. Because of this, the island is a great place to hide if you don't want anyone to find you. Izuku couldn't help but smile. He finally found the quirk creator. Now all he had to do was fly over to Okinawa Island and meet him. In person. Right as he was thinking of ways to reach the island, Izuku heard a large boom at the Nomu warehouse. As he went outside, he saw that the heroes Empty Lady, Tiger, Gang Orca, and Best Jeanist were raiding the Nomu warehouse. He could also assume other heroes were raiding the bar as well. It seems the heroes have finally found their hideout. This must have been why his gut was telling him not to stay in the bar. Izuku knew that he had to pack up. The heroes would most likely investigate the surrounding buildings as well, and he didn't want to be there to explain why he was in the warehouse. Luckily, he made an emergency escape suitcase for this very situation. He quickly put his suit, his laptop, a USB drive with all the information he had inside it. He also grabbed all of his equipment for quirk research, which were small enough to fit, and closed it. He then grabbed a container of gasoline and covered the entire warehouse full of gasoline. He then lit a match and lit the warehouse on fire. It was mostly to remove any form of evidence that he was ever there. He then left and took one last look at it. He felt a bit saddened, since it was his very first base, but he knew he had to move on. He could always find another base. He then looked at the Noma factory and saw the entire factory blow up. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. He almost felt bad for the heroes, considering who they exactly had to face. Meanwhile at the bar, the entire league was caught. They were all strangled by Kamui Woods, Gran Torino knocked out Dabi, and Ectoplasm knocked out Kurogiri. They were all surrounded by Endeavor and the police outside just to stop them from escaping. Hope seemed lost to Shigaraki, caught by the very man he hated, with that stupid smile on his face. "Hey Shigaraki, can I ask where your boss is?" Gran Torino said, asking Shigaraki where All For One is. As he said that, All Might looked around and saw that they were missing another person. "While you're at it, tell us where Arata is as well," All Might said. Shigaraki wasn't listening, more remembering the time when he first met Sensei, and when he took him under his wing. He couldn't believe it. Was this really the end? This is unsatisfying. "Don't be ridiculous," Shigaraki ranted. "Where are they?" All Might asked, getting impatient. He mainly wanted to find and defeat All For One once and for all. He also wanted to interrogate Arata. He had taken a curious look into the young villain, and was just confused. The villain saves a boy from his own partner, and sees young Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki as the only worthy heroes at UA. He also said the same thing he said to Ida, about getting rid of quirks. All Might has questions he wanted answers to. "Go away, disappear," Shigaraki said, continuing to mumble. "Shigaraki!" All Might yelled, losing his patience. "I hate you!" Shigaraki yelled in response. Right as he said that, Noma started to warp inside and outside of the bar. The heroes were confused since Kurogiri was still knocked out. Then, Bakugo and the other members started to warp out of the bar by some gray bile. All Might tried to grab Bakugo, but it was too late. "No!" All Might yelled in defeat. As the Nomus started coming in, the rest of the heroes started to engage them and try to defeat them. "Tashinori, these guys dash." Gran Torino started as he kicked a Nomu. "They shouldn't have been able to warp, they're dealing with this too quickly." All Might finished for him. "Don't tell me they're going to use this?" All Might thought in panic. As the other members were warping away, Shigaraki thought of one person. Sensei. As Izuku was walking, he decided to inspect what was going on. As he reached a high building to look over, he saw All For One with the other members and Bakugo getting warped. It looks like All For One saved them in the nick of time. "Sorry Bakugo," All For One apologized, probably because of the horrible experience of being warped by sludge. Izuku knew this because the other members were coughing out sludge and were complaining about how disgusting it was. "Sensei," Tamura said, seeing All For One. "You failed again, huh, Tamura?" All For One replied as he walked over to the group. As Izuku looked closer, he saw he was wearing a helmet. Most likely to help with his injuries. "But do not be discouraged. Just try again. I have brought your associates back as well. Even this child, because you judged him to be an important piece," All For One said as he reached Shigaraki. "Do it over as many times as you need to. That is why I am here, it's all for you," All For One finished as he stretched his hand towards Shigaraki. "Wait, where's Arata?" Shigaraki asked as he realized that one person was missing. The other members noticed this too and wondered where he was. "He has his own goals, Tamura, and his own plans. But don't worry, he will be there when you need him most," All For One replied. He knew Izuku was going to leave soon, he had his endgame after all. But Izuku assured him that he would help out Tamura in any way he could, as gratitude for being in the league. Tamura was a bit saddened. He started to like Arata. He taught him very valuable lessons that helped him improve rapidly and make Sensei proud of him. Though what confused him was he would be there when he needed him the most, as if he was a secret backup plan for him. "You're here after all, aren't you?" All For One said as All Might came speeding through and threw two punches right at him. All For One quickly reacted and blocked him with his hands. What happened was a giant whirlwind that pushed everything out of the way. "I'll have you return everything, All For One," All Might yelled. "Will you kill me again, All Might?" All For One replied. What happened next was a giant shockwave that pushed everyone back. "You're pretty late." It's a little more than 5 kilometers from the bar to here. It was easily 30 seconds after I sent the Nomus before you arrived. You've gotten weaker, All Might, All for One said. What about you? What's with that industrial mask you've got on? Aren't you overexerting yourself? All Might bit back. As the fog cleared, Izuku realized that All for One held back All Might with his bare hands. Izuku couldn't help but smile. He knew the battle that would take place would be colossal. The strongest villain versus the strongest hero. Who would win? Izuku was personally hoping All for One would. I won't make the same mistake as I did 6 years ago, All for One. I will take young Bakuga back. And this time, I will throw you in prison for sure. And all the League of Villains you control with you. All Might yelled as he charged All for One. There's so much to do. It'll be tough for both of us, All for One replied as he threw an air cannon right at All Might. It hit him and sent him flying across the city. All Might. Bakugu yelled in worry. Even without your worry, he won't die from something like that, All for One reassured him. So run away from here, Tamura, and take that child with you, All for One said as spindle fibers came out of his fingers and hit Kurogiri on his back. Kurogiri, get everyone away from here, All for One said as he was doing something to Kurogiri. Hey wait. He was defeated and is now unconscious. I'm not sure what's going on, but if you can use warp, then you should get us away. Magna started to say. I just got mine, Magna. On top of only being able to transport short distances, unlike his coordinate transport, I can only bring people to me or away from me, and I can only send them away to someone I am very familiar with. So I'll have Kurogiri do it. Forcible quirk activation. All for One said as he opened a portal. It seemed he could forcibly have people use their quirk. Now go. All for One said. What about you? Shigaraki asked. As he said that, a large boom was seen in the distance. It seems All Might was coming. Think constantly, Tamura. You still have much more room to grow. All for One responded as he started to levitate and faced All Might head-on. As they were facing off, Mr. Compress put Dabi in a marble, and the other villains started to surround Bakugu and try to capture him. Izuku was watching this entire ordeal from the rooftop. He wasn't going to help, because he knew Bakugu would be completely useless to the League. He would never turn into a villain, no matter how much he acted like one. He would interfere if it was absolutely necessary, like if the League needed to escape. And so, he would wait and watch how it would turn out. After a couple minutes of fighting, a wall next to the villains broke. Then, a giant ice glacier came out, most likely coming from Todoroki. Izuku saw 2 figures riding the glacier and flying in the air, those being Kirishima and Ida. Kirishima stretched his hand as if to imply for Bakugu to grab it. Shigaraki tried to grab him, but it was already too late. Bakugu created a giant explosion and flew up and grabbed Kirishima, successfully escaping. Shigaraki was pissed right now. Every time he did something, these kids would come in and ruin it. The other members tried to reach them, of course. Magna gave Mr. Compress a magnetic charge which sent him flying out to reach the students. But before he could reach them, Lady quickly grew in size and met him face first, literally. The other members tried to do it again, but Gran Torino swooped in and knocked the rest of the members out. You're too slow. All Might said. You're too fast. Gran Torino bit back. Currently, the only members left were All for One, Tamura, and Toga. The rest were unconscious. It's shameful, but with this, I can defeat you without reserve, All for One. All Might said, pointing at All for One. He didn't like that his students came in to rescue Bakugu, but he was grateful nonetheless. Because now, he could go all out without worry. We've got 2 left here too, I'll end this. Gran Torino said, facing Tamura and Toga. Tamura, I don't want this to end. Toga said worriedly. This couldn't be the end for the League. Izuku took this as his cue to intervene. He quickly used his boots to fly up, and flew right over Gran Torino and All Might. He then quickly shot 2 air bubbles at each of them at 100%. It caught both of them off guard, and the air bubble hit Gran Torino and sent him flying. While it didn't hurt All Might, it still stunned him. All for One took this as a chance to forcibly activate Magna's quirk and send all of the members through the portal. Of course, Shigaraki was trying to stay put, wanting to stay and help his master, worried that he may not survive because of his current state, but was sent through the portal nonetheless. Before he was warped, he looked at Izuku as he was boosting away. Izuku stared at him back and gave him a look in his eyes. A look that meant he would see him again when both of them are much stronger. And Izuku boosted away, wanting to get as far away as possible. He had other plans and he didn't want to go to jail. "Thank you, Arata," All for One said as he watched him flee in the distance. All Might saw that this was the other villain he was specifically looking for and tried to capture him. All for One stopped him though by shooting his black fibers from his fingers. He wouldn't let him capture one of the most valuable members of the League. As All Might jumped back, he glared at All for One. "I can't let you take him, he is very valuable after all," All for One said. "You know who he is and what he's doing?" All Might spat back. "Of course. And I know that he and Tamura will change the very society of heroes as we know it," All for One responded. "Yes, they will both cause chaos. With Tamura causing destruction to society on the outside, and Izuku killing its soul by getting rid of quirks, they would change everything. You may be right, but One for All will be there to stop them," All Might said, secretly motioning at his successor. And with that, they both fought, leaving their legacies to their successors in the process. As Izuku was walking, he saw everyone cheering at the screen showing All Might United States smashing All for One. He had to admit the entire fight was epic. Especially when All for One revealed Shigaraki was actually Nana Shimura's grandson. The face he showed was priceless. Unfortunately, All Might just barely beat All for One. But he did lose the last of his power in the process. Now, Izuku only had his successor to really worry about him disrupting his plans, whoever he was. But that didn't matter, because he knew where the quirk creator, Octor, was and he would be confronting him. This was only the beginning. The end of an era and the beginning of a new one where he will be the face of. It's been a couple days since the fight between All Might and All for One. Izuku has spent that time trying to find a way to Okinawa Island. At first, he tried to find a boat, but then he realized that there were water heroes around the coastline and he didn't want any heroes to be trying to investigate him or possibly even find out about the quirk creator. And so, he hired someone to fly him to the island. It was one of the villains he's worked with before, Spencer. He helped him out with robbing a store, and in turn he said to call him anytime if he needed to fly anywhere. And so, this is where Izuku was, flying over the South China Sea, in a small blue two-seater plane that Spencer called the Eagle. Izuku wouldn't judge on what he called it, just as long as he got to his destination. They were flying for around 3 hours, and they were almost at the island. This reminded Izuku about a movie he and his mom watched, about a team of researchers flying over to an island full of monsters. He thought about his mother. She must be extremely worried, since he hasn't been home in weeks, and that he just disappeared off the face of the earth. While he was in the League, he basically deleted all school and public files about himself. He realized that it was easier to make himself disappear than trying to live a double life. Of course, he had to be more stealthy with people trying to find him, but let's be honest, who would care about a quirkless boy with barely any worth disappeared? He most likely just killed himself, case closed. Of course, Izuku felt a twinge of guilt. But he justified it. He was a villain and it would be the best for both of them if he just left so villains won't try and threaten her. And the more Izuku thought about his mother, the more he thought about his past self, and the more he realized he was destined to be a villain. First, he never had a father in his life. He barely remembered him, if at all, and never had a relationship with him. The only thing he really knew about him was that he worked overseas and that he had a fire-breathing quirk. That's it. His father not being with him must have subconsciously put it in his mind that he wasn't even worth his father's time, further put on the face when he was diagnosed quirkless. Secondly, even if he never met All Might, he probably would have become a hero anyway. He would have gone to UA and most likely fail, and either become depressed and kill himself or go on the same path he was on now just on a later date. In reality, his encounter with All Might just accelerated his change from sad, kind-hearted, hero-loving boy to a sort of nihilistic villain with an ambition to destroy the current society. And if in some weird alternate reality in which he somehow did become a hero, he calculates it would only be around 1 out of 500 million. He has better odds of winning the lottery. So, Statistically speaking, him becoming a villain was practically inevitable. "Hey kid, we're here," Spencer suddenly yelled in his sort of American accent. True to his word, they were now flying above an island that had the densest vegetation Izuku had ever seen. It was unnatural, another point to Octor being here. He would most likely flood the island with vegetation as a natural defense and an easy way to hide himself. Now that's a lot of trees if I've seen it. Doesn't seem to be a landing spot though. You might have to, what the hell? Spencer said, suddenly interrupting himself. Izuku quickly saw it. It was a missile heading straight for them. Izuku barely reacted when it hit them and the entire plane exploded. Thankfully he got out in time. The same couldn't be said about Spencer. Izuku cursed himself for not wearing his suit, as it was inside his briefcase that he was carrying as he was falling. The next thing he knew, he hit a tree and blacked out. Izuku slowly woke up. He had a splitting headache and the side of his head hurt a lot. As he felt himself, he realized he had bandages around his head, and he swears he felt that they were wet. As he looked around, he saw he was in a dark room. He was lying on a bed, but couldn't really see around that well. He looked down, realized that he was only wearing boxers, showing his toned body to the world. He had been training a lot, of course. He slowly got up, trying to feel the room around him until he found what felt like a light switch and flipped it. The lights immediately came on, and what Izuku saw amazed him. It was a room larger than a warehouse, and it was filled with technology he hasn't even seen before. It was like time traveling into a future where nothing was recognizable. There were computers and scientific equipment, and a lot of monitors. When he caught a glimpse on what the monitors showed, he was shocked to find that it was footage of surveillance cameras all around the world. It was a place that had things beyond his imagination. He saw a door to his front and saw some light coming out of it, now realizing that this place was even larger than this already large room. This place was extraordinary. "You're finally awake," a voice said, interrupting his view of his new environment. Izuku turned around trying to find the voice. He looked around until he saw the oldest man he has ever seen. But even with his extremely aged appearance, Izuku couldn't help but notice that both himself and the man looked very similar to each other. He had Izuku's haircut except a little longer and it was pale white. They both had a similar face structure and they both had dark green eyes. He was wearing a dark robe and wore black sandals for his feet. He sat on a sort of black and dark green throne that looked to be made out of a sort of metal. There were also dark green cushions with it, most likely to keep his body comfortable since a frail old body wouldn't work well sitting on a metal throne. Izuku also noticed that the man was connected by tubes to a machine behind him, probably a reason why he's so old and not dead yet. The man looked him over as if he was judging whether or not he was worthy of being in his presence. His dark green eyes glowed as he stared him down. Izuku in turn stared him down, not once breaking eye contact. The air could be cut by a butter knife. Then, Izuku gathered the courage to ask the man a question that's been on his mind since he first saw him. "Are you Octor?" Izuku asked cautiously. He didn't want to anger the man, since he didn't know how dangerous he was. Despite being extremely old, he had a very dangerous and had a powerful vibe, very similar to when Izuku met All for One. The man then smirked and said, "So you found out my identity. I assume you already know what I also did or dare say created. I knew I should have saved your life and not just have killed you." So, Octor was curious about him. Probably because no one has ever flown over this island with the intent to meet him. Also, his suspicions about Octor being dangerous were basically confirmed. He could have killed him at any moment before and he wouldn't put it past him if he could kill him at this very moment right now. Izuku considered himself lucky that he wasn't crossing into the other side by now. "If that's the case, then you must be the quirk creator as well," Izuku responded. "Quirk creator?" Octor asked, clearly confused. It's a name I called you before I knew your real name. Considering that you created quirks, well, I just went with that. As you can see, it's not that original," Izuku confessed, clearly embarrassed. He took pride in creating names for villains and heroes, and he was disappointed in himself that the best name he could give Octor was Quirk Creator. To his surprise, Octor just laughed and said, "I like it. No one has ever given me another name before. It makes me sound like a villain." The kind who works behind the shadows and pulls the strings. Izuku could agree with that. Octor did seem like that type of person. But that type of person was the type of person he looked up to the most. The one who had the patience and skill to be able to manipulate the people and surroundings to where he could orchestrate whatever he wanted, and no one would know it was him. Izuku decided to introduce himself. May as well get comfortable with Octor if he wanted to get him to help with his endgame. Well, it seems I haven't introduced myself. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Or you can call me by my villain name, Izuku said. Octor seemed to perk up when Izuku said his last name, an action that did not go unnoticed by Izuku. He wondered if his family name had any meaning to him. So you're Arat? I've heard a lot about you. Especially since you're all over the news with you being with the League of Villains and all, Octor responded. Really? Izuku said, surprised. He hadn't watched the news lately since he was busy with his plans, but with Arata being a name that the society feared, it put a small smile on his face. Izuku, if I may ask, did you say your last name was Midoriya? Octor asked. It seemed he wanted to ask this question ever since he said his last name. Yes, why? Izuku responded. Octor then started to chuckle, which formed into full-born laughter. Izuku was confused on why he found his last name so funny. That was, until he said a shocking revelation. That's interesting because my last name is Midoriya, Octor blatantly said. Izuku was just astonished. His mind just went blank. Did he just say what he thought he just said? As Izuku slowly realized this, he freaked out. What? Izuku yelled. He then went into a muttering mess, wondering how this could be possible. Octor was just amused at the sight. That means why you're my, Izuku started to say, but Octor beat him to it. Great-great-grandfather. Yes, my full name is Octor Midoriya. Izuku was still processing all of this, but he quickly calmed down. Then he started to think. If he's my great-great-grandfather, then that means I have a higher chance of getting his help with the endgame, he thought with a glint in his eyes. Hey, you see your grandpa? Izuku asked. It was now awkward to say his name, since he was related to him. Grandpa is fine, Octor replied, noticing the confusion. Well, Grandpa, I am hoping that you will help me with something. It's the main reason why I tried to find you and came to this island, Izuku said. And what is this thing you want me to help you with? Octor asked. And so Izuku told him everything. From his traumatizing childhood and Bakugo bullying him to why he became a villain, to his endgame and wanting to change this hero society. When Izuku was finished, he was a bit nervous on how he would react. Octor didn't say anything at first. He then smiled and said, Come here, Izuku. Izuku hesitantly got up to him. What he did next shocked him. Octor grabbed Izuku and pulled him into a hug. Izuku was stunned for a moment. He was only ever hugged by two people. By his mother, of course, but as he stated, they were just regretful. And then there was Toga, but she was just sadistic. But he still liked her even if she was crazy. But this felt like something new entirely. Like a parental figure hugging their child, giving them strength. What he said next further proved this point. I will help you with your goal, Izuku. It's my job as your grandfather, of course, to help you accomplish your goal. And I agree with what you said. This society has truly become too self-centered on my creation, and that was my mistake. I thought I was helping society, but instead made it more incompetent. I was thinking of ways on how to get rid of quirks, but due to my aged state, I have a lot of limits. So yes, Izuku, I will help you. And I believe you can do many great things, Octor finished in a caring voice. Izuku started to tear up. This was the very first person that believed in him, and would also help him achieve his goals. He just hugged his grandfather harder because of this, and they just stood there, enjoying the moment. Octor enjoyed it as well. He never had a strong bond with a child before. He had a son, of course, but there were complications, and that was a story for another day. They both stepped back and Izuku wiped his tears. He rarely ever cried anymore, but there were certain moments that he would still go back to his vulnerable state. Thanks, old man, Izuku said, snickering at the nickname, getting more comfortable with his grandfather now. Hey, I'm not that old. Octor bit back. You're over a century old. I think I have the right to call you that, Izuku replied, laughing. Octor just grunted in reply. Oh, Izuku, I want you to meet someone, Octor suddenly said. Izuku wondered who it was. Who? Izuku asked. You might know him as my partner, Kagurita Tsuragi, Octor replied. Izuku felt pretty excited. He wondered what the man working with his great-great-grandfather might be like. Kagurita, come here. Octor called out. Then, something came out of the door. Izuku then saw it to be a sludge monster. When he looked closer, he immediately recognized him to be the sludge villain that attacked him all those months ago. That was his partner. What do you need, Octor? The sludge villain / Kagurita asked. He then noticed Izuku and immediately recognized him. "I's you, the brat," he exclaimed. "And you're the sludge villain that attacked me," Izuku said. Octor looked confused at the both of them. Izuku saw this and explained how Kagurita tried to take over his body and how he was saved by All Might. "So, Kagurita, this was the brat you complained to me about after you escaped prison," Octor said. "Yeah, and why is he here?" "I thought no one knew of this place, Octor," Kagurita replied, looking angrily at Izuku. "He found it all by himself. And by the way, this child is my great-great-grandson, Izuku Midoriya," Octor pointed out, annoyed that his partner almost killed his relative. Kagurita looked shocked at that revelation. He looked between the two of them, then noticed the very similar appearances between the two. I didn't know. "I apologize," Kagurita said apologetically, bowing his head, or at least that's what Izuku thought he did. He was a sludge monster after all. "It's fine. If it wasn't for you, I would have never known the truth of All Might," Izuku said, spitting out in disgust when he said the number one hero's name. "Plus, you already got my forgiveness when you attacked Bakugo, the explosive kid," Izuku said, chuckling at the memory. He's watched that video of Bakugo suffocating more times than he could count. Instead of All Might saving civilians being his favorite video, it was now Bakugo being attacked by Kagurita. Kagurita also snickered at that. "Hold on. If you're both partners, then why was Kagurita in Japan? Shouldn't he be here with you at all times?" Izuku asked. "I send him outside mainly to keep track of what's going on with the world, and sometimes the entire world's surveillance system doesn't cut it," Octor said, pointing out the monitors that showed the live footage of the entire planet. Izuku thought that was just plain ridiculous. Entire world surveillance system not cutting it. My ass, he thought. As he looked around, he noticed that his briefcase holding his suit was nowhere to be seen. Where's my suit?" Izuku asked. Yes, it's very intricate. I must say, I am impressed considering the fact that you built it yourself." "I took it off for inspection," Octor said. "Well, can I have it back, please?" Izuku asked. "No, not yet," Octor said, shaking his head. "Why not?" Izuku said, confused. "Because we'll be upgrading it," Octor finished, with a certain glint in his dark green eyes. "Tashironi is currently in a hospital room with Gran Torino and Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. He along with Gran Torino have bandages covering their bodies. This is just after the fight with All for One, right around the time when Izuku met Octor. The embers inside me have gone out. The symbol of peace is dead. However, there is still something that I must do," Tashironi said, talking about Shigaraki. Ever since he learned that Tamura Shigaraki was Nana Shimura's grandson, he's been thinking about him ever since. He wondered how the grandson of his master could turn to villainy. And so, he hoped to turn Shigaraki to the hero's side to help keep his master's legacy. "Tamura Shigaraki. Shimura's grandson, huh?" Gran Torino said, correctly guessing what Tashinori meant. "That's just what All for One said, right? That's not very much to go on. The two of you didn't have any interactions with this Shimura's family?" Naomasa said, a bit skeptical of what All for One said was true and that Tamura really was the grandson of Nana Shimura. "No," Gran Torino replied. "Why not?" Naomasa asked. "Shimura's husband was killed, so she put her child in foster care to keep her child away from the hero world. She told Tashinori and me that she didn't want us to have any contact with the child even if the worst were to happen to her," Gran Torino explained. "So your promises to the deceased backfired." "That's sad," Naomasa replied. "The blood relationship that my master severed for the sake of peace. I must find Shigaraki. Find him and dash," Tashironi said before he was interrupted by Gran Torino. "No. What are you planning to do to him once you find him? You're not looking at him as a villain anymore. You will definitely hesitate. No matter who he's related to, he is a criminal, Gran Torino said, bringing the reality into Toshinori. Toshinori looked down as he said that. Tsukachi and I will investigate Shigaraki from here on out. You stay at UA and do everything you should be doing. Even if you cannot be the symbol of peace anymore, All Might is still alive, Gran Torino followed. Toshinori knew he was talking about his successor. Thankfully he was improving and starting to master One for All extremely quickly. He even learned how to use one of the previous predecessor's quirks. Combined with One for All's super strength and his own mastery of his very powerful quirk, he would become a monster when he reached his full potential, easily surpassing himself. Toshinori then remembered that Tsukuchi was investigating who Arata was. The boy came out of nowhere and he wanted to know who he was. He couldn't get rid of the fact that he seemed so familiar, combined with the facts that he wanted to get rid of quirks, something only All for One was capable of, and that he also seemed to value the boy just as much as Shigaraki. And so, his curiosity was unmatched. "Oh Tsukachi, have you found any information on Arata yet?" Toshinori asked. Gran Torino was curious as well, and listened for a response. "Of course, we found a suspect, but we're not sure about him yet. It's actually one of the reasons I came here," Naomasa said as he took out a folder. He opened it and it showed a picture of a boy with green hair and eyes and freckles with the name Izuku Midoriya. When Toshinori saw the picture he instantly remembered. That was the boy that he saved all those months ago, and the one that saw his true form that was secret at the time. He remembered the boy asking him if he could be a hero, and him telling the boy that he couldn't. He just sat there, staring at the photo with a shocked face, remembering the words, "Even if I don't have a quirk, can I become a hero?" over and over in his mind. "Toshinori, are you all right?" Naomasa asked as he and Gran Torino grew worried at the face he was portraying while looking at the photo. Yeah, sorry about that," Toshinori said absently. "Do you know who he is?" Naomasa asked, a bit suspicious of Toshinori's behavior towards the picture. "Why yeah, I met him once," Toshinori said as he explained to Naomasa and Gran Torino on how he saved the boy from the sludge villain to when he crushed his dreams by telling him he couldn't be a hero. He had a tone of regret when he told the story, obviously regretting what he did. "It's just what I said was wrong, but I didn't know what else to say at the time. But now, I know that I should have said something else, instead of blatantly crushing his dreams like that, especially since he could have become a villain," Toshinori spoke with regret. Well, that is another reason for his suspicion, but remember, he's only a suspect. We are still trying to find other suspects, it's just that he's the first one we've found," Naomasa said, trying to reassure Toshinori. "But I don't understand, isn't the boy quirkless? And doesn't Arata have a wind-style quirk, like air bubbles or something?" Toshinori asked, confused. "Well, it's possible that he could have just created them by his suit. In the reports it did say he was very intelligent and was a fast learner. Perhaps he could have learned a thing or two, especially from being a villain," Naomasa said. Toshinori just looked down at that. "Plus, the boy is the closest one we've found that matches his physical description. They both have the same height and green eyes," Naomasa followed. "It's also possible that All for One could have found the boy right after your encounter, perhaps to get back at you. To not only turn Shimura's grandson to villainy but also this boy who was once a very big fan of yours," Gran Torino said, speaking up. Toshinori just grew greater into despair. "Where is the boy now?" Toshinori asked, wanting to hopefully apologize to him and right his mistakes. "We don't know. He went to a high school but disappeared right around the time of the summer camp attack and your and All for One's clash," Naomasa said, further putting proof that the boy was Arata. "No, this can't be right, can it? Could I have really turned a boy to villainy?" Toshinori exclaimed. "I'm going to be honest, Toshinori. I see two answers to this situation. He either became a villain because of your words, or he killed himself after being depressed, because of your words," Naomasa said bluntly. Toshinori was stunned. Not only did he learn that his master's grandson was a villain, but it was possible that a boy that was a fan of his also became a villain after what he said on the roof that day. All in all, Toshinori felt like shit. Octor led Izuku and Kegurita to another room in the underground island base. If you're wondering how he was walking since he was so old, Well, he wasn't. The throne he was sitting on was moving, no, more like hovering. Izuku wasn't surprised. If this man could create superpowers, then he could surely create technology beyond his imagination. He led them to a room with a whole bunch of stuff. Tools and materials filled the room to the brink. Izuku saw his suit on a table in the middle of the room. His great-great-grandfather said that they would be upgrading it, and honestly, he was really excited. He had been wanting to do this for a while, and now he had the quirk creator's resources to do it, to upgrade his suit as much as he wanted, since before he was limited with supplies because of his funds or the materials others sold. As Octor looked at Izuku, he saw him practically jumping in excitement, like a child about to open Christmas presents. He chuckled at the sight. Izuku reminded him a lot about himself when he was going to do a project, barely able to contain himself from working 24/7 on it until it was done. This, Izuku, is where you will build your suit. As you know, you will have a lot of enemies if you want to continue in your project. So, you need to be as powerful as you can possibly be. So go now, and build to your heart's content, Octor said as he watched Izuku immediately spring and start working. It took over a week of all-nighters, long naps, and consecutive building to finally finish his whole suit. But he finally finished it, and he could say that it was his best suit yet. He added every precaution in it and built it to fight any quirk he had to fight. And of course Kagurita helped as well, with Octor giving him advice. First he upgraded the base armor pads. His grandpa gave him the best armor he had created when he was experimenting with quirks. He could now safely say that he could tank All Might's punches in his prime, or at least survive them. Next was his exoskeleton. It was improved to where it was a lot more energy efficient, and also a lot more durable. Its power and speed was improved to where he could safely say it was at its maximum performance. He compared its power and speed and he could say he was around a level of 1 for all. Not its full power, but more around 45%, which was still very impressive with all the advanced technology his relative possessed. Then there were his gloves and boots. They, like the exoskeleton, got improved durability and efficiency. The gloves got a massive improvement. First, the air bubbles he could fire were even more powerful than before, and that was saying something if you remember the fight between him and Muscular. When he shot one at 50% at a 50-foot wall made of steel, the entire wall was decimated. He didn't even want to try it at 100%. But what was new was that he could fire continuously, like firing a machine gun. The boots also got a power-up, being able to shoot more air from the bottom of his feet. He also added a new item that connected to his gloves. They were flamethrowers, and could pretty much just shoot fire from his arms from a tube. He also added grappling hooks to his arms, being able to shoot them out and retract them back in. The best way to describe it is when a Marvel hero, Spider-Man, was swinging from buildings in New York City. The only difference being that instead of webs they were grappling hooks and were reusable. He could also capture people with the grappling hooks, being able to carry a grown man at about 200 pounds. He also added a jetpack to his suit, mainly because he wanted to be able to fly for a long period of time, instead of just boosting himself with air from his boots. Plus, having a jetpack was pretty cool. There was also another reason that he added 3 items that could make him travel a long distance. That being that if one of them malfunctioned, he also had 2 other things to fall back on. Say his jetpack malfunctioned and he had to retreat from a fight. Well, he could always just swing like Spider-Man out of there or just boost his way out with his boots. He also improved his lower face mask. It was able to pretty much just filter out any toxins in the air around him, and able to either mute or change his voice if he wanted. Now of course this was all powered up by his exoskeleton, with his suit being interconnected. With the exoskeleton being upgraded, so was his super move Cyclone, which was pretty much a powered-up version of his suit. Cyclone was now even more powerful than it was before, but it also had a special effect. Since his exoskeleton powered up everything in his suit, if he activated Cyclone, then everything else would also get a boost of power. He honestly didn't know the full power of Cyclone, considering he only used it once against Muscular, and he didn't even use his air bubbles or boosters. For his utility belt, he just added multiple combat knives and guns, with real bullets. He wasn't sure if he would ever need to take a life, but if he had to, he would do it. He added a grappling gun as well, just in case the grappling hooks in his arms malfunctioned. Izuku practically improved the suit's power as much as possible. He didn't think he could improve its power any more than he could. It was made from the strongest fiber and material Octor had, and that was a lot considering he created these materials from experimenting with quirks over the decades. It was resistant to extreme heat, cold, and even lightning and radiation. He didn't think he would ever need to upgrade it again unless he added more add-ons in the future. As for its design, it was the same. The only difference now was he added a dark green cape on his back, right under the jetpack. Why he added it? Well, simply because he thought it looked cool. And so Izuku sat in a chair, content with the upgrades he made. He just finished it and sat down in a chair to relax because he honestly deserved it. As he sat down, he remembered his inspirations for his suit. He of course had Spider-Man counting the grappling hooks he added. But he had one main inspiration, or at least, it was a level he wanted to reach. It was a character named Madara Uchiha from an anime series called Naruto that he used to watch. Of course, as a kid he watched and read movies, comic books, anime, and manga all about superheroes or characters with really cool powers. It was mainly because of the cool superpowers and abilities the characters had, and he always fantasized having those powers and becoming a hero, since he was quirkless and didn't want to feel powerless. But ironically, Madara Uchiha was a villain of the Naruto series, considering he looked up to the heroes. The reason why he looked up to the villain was the power he held, and Madara held an immense amount of power. He always fantasized of having the power of Madara so he could save anyone and protect people from anything. Him being able to help people was the reason why he wanted that power. But now, he wanted to be like him because if he reached that level of power, no one would be able to stop him in completing his endgame. Before, he thought he could only dream of obtaining that power, but now he made it his goal to reach it. Because if he reached it, his victory would be inevitable. He would still be helping people with power though, helping the society by getting rid of its quirk addiction and stopping discrimination between quirked and quirkless. And there was the fact that Madara was just so cool. Izuku then noticed Octor come into the room. He wondered why he came here, since he told Izuku that he was busy with something. "Izuku, could you come here for a moment?" Octor said. Izuku stood up and walked toward him, wondering what he needed him for. "What is it, Grandpa?" Izuku asked. He would keep calling him Grandpa since saying great-great-grandpa was too much of a hassle, plus he was already a grandfatherly figure to him. "I have 2 gifts for you. You see, I've wanted to give you something for all the missed birthdays and holidays, and also as an apology for me not being able to be with you," Octor said, solemnly. Izuku was shocked. Gifts? He's honestly never really received gifts from anyone. He and his mother were on a budget, and no one ever gave anything since he was a quirkless loser. Thank you, Grandpa. And you don't have to apologize for not being there. My mom probably wouldn't have approved of you anyway. Plus, you couldn't have stopped the discrimination on me. I'm just simply happy that you accepted to help me in taking back your gift society misused, Izuku responded, trying to reassure his grandfather. "Thank you, Izuku," Octor said, smiling. He then reached out behind him and took out 2 items. The first Izuku recognized. It was a gunbai, a battle fan used by samurai to communicate commands to their troops. The other looked like a silver hilt of some kind. "As you can probably see, this right here is a gunbai," Octor said, holding it up. Its appearance was just like the gunbai Madara used in the Naruto anime, but it was black and dark green and didn't have the tomo pattern. The hilt was black and had white bandages wrapped around it. "This gunbai was used by our ancestor who was a samurai nicknamed the Fan Killer," Octor said. Izuku remembered that nickname. It was the name of the samurai who used the gunbai to kill 100 men in battle. He learned it in school and he and Bakugo were inspired by the story of how cool it was. Of course Bakugo said that he was probably his ancestor and not Izuku's because Izuku could never be related to such a legend. Oh, the irony. The fan was passed down through the generation until it reached me. You see, I made some modifications. As you know, when I experimented with quirks, I created certain materials. Well, I came across a certain material from combining certain creation quirks. I called it super metal, naming it after a hero name, Octor said, chuckling. This metal can absorb all types of energy. Kinetic, thermal, potential, electromagnetic, nuclear, and sonic, just to name a few. Essentially, if someone were to attack this gunbai with an attack that requires some type of energy, which all attacks do, then it would just absorb the impact. You could call this the perfect defense. The metal is also surprisingly light, making the fan easy to carry and use, Octor explained as he gave Izuku the gunbai. Of course, I ran out of this metal quickly, and so is why I didn't make your suit out of it, Octor finished as Izuku just nodded his head. He held the gunbai in his hand, feeling the light weight of it. It felt right to him, like he was supposed to have it with him. He felt a sort of comfort when he held the fan. Izuku then looked at his grandfather as he grabbed the metal hilt. This right here is what I call the ultimate sword, Octor said as he pushed a button and a short black and dark green saber came out. Izuku was shocked. That was a lightsaber. Is that a lightsaber? Izuku exclaimed as Octor gave him the hilt, and he just stared at it with wonder. When he looked closer, he saw that it was basically the dark saber, except instead of black it was dark green and black. Yes, it is. I also created it by forming the crystal inside by experimenting with quirks, and I just figured out a way to use and contain its plasma energy, Octor said. Izuku looked at the saber, then hit it against the gunbai, and sure enough, the gunbai absorbed the energy from the saber and no damage was done to it. Thank you. These are the best things I've ever gotten, Izuku said with tears in his eyes. It was more the experience of getting gifts than the gifts themselves. The fact that someone took their time and resources to give him something for free was something completely new to him. Octor just smiled and patted the boy on the head. As Izuku looked at the items, he knew. He knew he was one step closer to his goal of the power level he wanted to reach, and with it, the end of the Quirk Society. It's been a little over a month since Izuku has built his suit and gotten his upgrades, and he's been upping his training ever since. There was a certain power level he had his mind on, and he needed to be as powerful as possible. You see, if he was going to enact his plan, then he would be going against the entire superhero society, and being weak wasn't going to cut it. And so, he was training all day, every day. He was currently practicing his sword skill with a robot. Octor and Kegurita had built entire mass of robots at their disposal. They had at least over 20,000. How they did it? Well, they made a robot which helped make them another robot, and so on and so forth until they made an entire army at their disposal. The robots were at the power level of pro heroes, or even higher. So they're pretty much the Nomus, but without the dead human bodies experiment thing. His great-great-grandfather was very paranoid, and he wanted to be as protected as possible, which is why he even took his time to make so many bots. Izuku didn't even want to know how many defenses there were on the island. So Izuku practiced with robots with his sword skill, since he wanted to be able to use the green saber properly. Surprisingly, he was advancing at a very fast rate, although he was a very fast learner. His grandfather told him that he was advancing faster than any other swordsman he saw, and that was a big deal because when he was a child his family trained him and others to be powerful swordsmen. And so, out of the dozens of people, Izuku was the one who advanced the most. The level he wanted to be was pretty high. He wanted to be far stronger than staying in just his base. Meaning he wanted to be able to fight multiple pro heroes without the use of his suit and be able to win. You never know when he would be in a situation where he didn't have it, and he also wanted to be able to casually flex on the heroes. A really cool thing Izuku thought was that Kegurita added new powers to his suit. While not being able to increase the power, he could still add new support items. Kegurita evolved his exoskeleton where he had a power box inside that could shoot out beams of lightning. He also made to where he could keep lightning in his hand or arm to use as a weapon and increase his fighting power, or be able to shoot out a sort of lightning blade. The box was really complicated and Izuku barely knew how it worked and how it somehow created lightning. But what he did know is that he didn't really need to worry about powering it up since it uses the power from the exoskeleton like the rest of his suit. Who knew that the sludge villain that attacked all that time ago would be adding lightning powers to his suit? He was also incorporating a fighting style that let him fight multiple opponents with different abilities at the same time, while incorporating his gunbai and saber into it. The robots made this possible by having different skills with the technology Octor and Kegurita built into them, and so Izuku practiced with his weapons with them and the new powers of his suit. He was also increasing his base speed, durability, reaction time, and power by exercising and sparring with the robots. It actually helped since they were stronger than an average human, even one with a quirk. He even tested his ability to be able to understand completely new and unknown powers and be able to counter them in the heat of battle. Safe to say he didn't need to increase in this field as much. Presently Izuku was fighting multiple robots with a metal baton to act as a replica of his saber, since he wanted to be able to use a normal weapon and not be used to just being able to cut anything with his super weapon. And he was doing it, blindfolded and wearing nothing but his boxers. The reason why he was doing this was so he could increase his other senses. He's been training with his other senses for the last couple of weeks. His reason: you never know when you'll lose your eyesight in a battle. Safe to say he got his paranoia from his great-great-grandfather. He heard one robot shift his foot and he quickly dodged a slash from his side. He was getting better every time he practiced. The first time he tried it he failed miserably. He could still hear the laughter of Kagurita in his mind, but he has improved a lot since then. The robots he was fighting were around average pro hero level, or bots that were average level sword fighters. As he dodged the strike, he quickly strikes the robot in the head, cutting off its head. The next robot ran towards him, but he quickly sidestepped it and cut it in half. He then heard two bots run at him at the same time, so he jumped up and kicked one of them hard enough that its head disconnected, and he beheaded the other bot at the same time, estimating where they were relative to the sounds he heard and what he felt with his instincts. As a robot ran towards him, he felt around until he grabbed the robot as he heard another coming out behind him. He quickly swung the robot towards the other, hearing them smash together. Izuku took a deep breath as he took his blindfold off, seeing all of the bots all destroyed. The first time Izuku couldn't even beat one, but now that he was more comfortable and used to relying on his other senses, he could take 6 with ease. He could take up to 10 and win, but any more than that and he was having a hard time. He heard clapping and saw his grandfather looking at him with a proud look on his face. He was honestly surprised that Izuku has improved so much in such a short amount of time. With his skill level it would take others months, maybe even years, but he did it in just a few weeks. Well done Izuku, you're getting stronger every day, Octor said, praising him. Well, it wouldn't be possible without you, Izuku responded. It was true, without the resources and technology of his grandfather, he wouldn't be near the level he was now. Yes, well, I came here to talk about something. I wanted to talk to you about the endgame and the machine, Octor said, bringing Izuku's attention. He told his grandfather all about his discoveries about the quirks. He also told him about all for one and one for all, and gave him the sample of Sensei's blood that he gave him. Izuku then remembered asking his grandpa if he had anything to do on how all for one got his quirk all for one. He simply chuckled and said, "Of course I did. I was the one who gave it to him after all." This shocked Izuku. Apparently Octor wanted to try out if he could create a quirk that could take quirks. And so, he created a sample of the quirk in liquid form and sneaked into All for One's old house, and inserted it in All for One while he was a child and was sleeping at the time, and left. He said that All for One was an experiment that was successful, and that One for All was just a byproduct of it. Izuku was just baffled. All for One, one of the strongest quirks in the world, the quirk that created the greatest villain who named himself after his quirk, the one that created villains and killed hundreds of thousands of people, the quirk that created One for All and created generations of fighting and suffering, was all just an experiment? It was ridiculous. All the chaos, pain, hatred, and the destiny of the battle of All for One and One for All was all merely a fluke by a man who wanted to see what would happen. When Izuku asked him if he felt any guilt about everything that was a consequence of his experiment, he simply said, "Why should I feel guilt? For a society that abandoned me and didn't feel any remorse." That confirmed to Izuku that he had similar problems with society like he did. If you ask what Izuku thought of it, well, he honestly found it amusing. It was merely another jab at All Might, since he probably thought he was destined to fight All for One and carry on his master's and One for All's legacy to the next generation, but in reality, that was all bullshit. It was bullshit created by the wielders of One for All believing that they had a purpose and destiny, while in reality it was all merely chance that they have it. Oh, the price he would pay to see All Might's reaction to the reality of all for one and one for all. He would give out anything just to see it. He was pretty sure if All for One found out the truth about his quirk, he too would just laugh. Izuku personally believed that you created your own goals. Izuku may have been destined to become a villain, but he could still choose what he decided to do. Whether it is to destroy the hero society or to simply join a league, it was all his choice. You may not choose where you come from, but you chose what to do with your experiences moving towards the future. Octor also told him that they would talk about the plan on how to actually enact the plan, and he has been patiently waiting, and now the time was here. First, I wanted to talk about the machine itself. As you know, we are trying to create a replica of the All for One quirk, but on a much larger scale, and that requires us to gather a lot of Eros genes, but you haven't figured out how to do that, Octor said. Izuku nodded. He still didn't know how to get enough Eros genes into a machine. Well, what you don't know is that every person that has a quirk has Eros genes in them. The only difference is that All for One has an abnormally high amount of Eros genes, since I did forcefully add them in his body, Octor continued. So that means in order for the machine to work, we have to get a lot of blood samples, Izuku responded, and Octor nodded his head. Izuku then snickered. Imagining Toga's reaction to him having to collect blood like she has, she would probably be crushing all over him. What is it? Octor asked, noticing his reaction. Oh, it's just that I was thinking about a girl who has a fetish for blood, Izuku replied sheepishly. He didn't know how his grandfather would react to knowing that Izuku worked with psychos. Oh, so she's your girlfriend, Octor said teasingly. That was another thing Izuku noticed during his time at the island. His grandfather loved to tease him. I mean no, actually maybe? Izuku said stuttering. He never really considered his and Toga's relationship to be that far, but he did feel oddly warm around her. Plus, he wasn't lying when he called her cute. He was just more focused on his goals and not his relationships with the other gender, since no girl has ever wanted to be with him, and Toga's just the first one to develop an obvious crush on him. Honestly, Izuku found it kind of nice that someone liked him on that level and he would consider developing his relationship with her, but right now he had his endgame to work towards. Don't worry, I'm just teasing you. But she does seem like you'd have a good relationship with her, Octor replied, amused at his reaction. I guess, Izuku responded sheepishly. Well, as you know, we need blood so the machine can work. But we also need a very large energy source. One that I unfortunately do not have, Octor said, continuing the previous conversation. Izuku was surprised. Octor did have an energy source that did power the entire island and his projects, but for that to not be enough just put into perspective how much energy this machine is going to need. Of course, we are going to need to find a power source, but we don't have to worry about that right now, only when the machine is completely built. On that note, I made a blueprint of it to show you, Octor said, giving him the blueprints and designs. What Izuku saw looked kind of like a samurai statue, but he was sitting cross-legged and his arms were on his knees. There were multiple wires connected and there was a slot in the middle of his head, which is where the power source would be located. There was also a tube in the middle of his stomach, which is where Izuku would probably be located inside to get all of the quirks, and other tubes around and inside it, which is where the blood would be stored. It would be made out of steel, aluminum, copper, and other metals it needed. Its armor would be dark green and the rest would be black. The size of it would be around 30 feet. As you can see, it is in the form of a samurai, since I didn't just want the machine to be a boring box, Octor said. Another thing about his grandfather, he never wanted to be bland. He always wanted some design to his creations. Yeah, I like it, Izuku responded, liking the cool design of the samurai. The robots are building the machine right now, and it's in its early stages of development, Octor said. He then showed Izuku to the largest room he's been in so far, and saw it. The machine was in its foundations, and he could see a rough outline of it. He saw robots bringing in materials and building it slowly but surely. So for the endgame to be completed, we need to find a large amount of blood and a power source, and then we'll be ready, Izuku said. Yes. But it will most likely take a long time. And you will have to get more allies because you will have a lot of enemies, and I am in no condition to fight, and there is only you and Kegurita, Octor said, bringing up a point. There were only 3 of them and only 2 were able to fight. Well, I do have my former teammates, the League of Villains. I'm sure I will be able to convince them to help me out. And I will eventually break all for one out of prison for his assistance, and any other villains I can convince to join me to create a new group of villains, Izuku replied. And so, as they watched the machine being built, Izuku had one thought: the machine is already being built, so now, the endgame has begun. It's been a couple days since Izuku was shown the machine, and nothing really happened since then. He's mainly been doing training like he has been, and has been getting better at it every day. Izuku was currently wearing a dark green sweater, black pants, and some sneakers. He was resting on a couch when he saw Octor come in. Izuku noticed that he had a glint in his eye, meaning that he had something important to say. "Izuku, I need you to go to the Japanese mainland," Octor said bluntly. "What? Why?" Izuku questioned. He was confused. They were still searching for ways to power the machine. Of course, Izuku would also have to steal from blood banks to get enough Eros genes for it to work, but Izuku didn't think he would have to leave this early though. "Because I've come across some information that might be useful to us." "It's quirk erasing bullets," Octor replied. "Quirk erasing bullets?" Izuku asked, confused. "Yes. When fired, they can completely get rid of quirks for a certain amount of are also quirk-enhancing drugs that are sold on the black market. They are both being made by an organization called the Yakuza, and the members, the Shai Hasaikai, led by Kai Chisakai, otherwise known as Overhaul. They are an organization on the brink of extinction and are in need of help. Apparently, Kai Chisakai wants to take All for One's place as the top dog of the villains and bring the Yakuza back to its former glory," Octor said. "You see, this could be beneficial to us. You could go make a proposition with Kai and say that you will help him and his goals. If we can figure out how Chisakai makes these bullets, then we could possibly figure out more secrets to quirks that even I haven't uncovered. And we could be getting rid of a possible threat on our hands," Octor said. Izuku saw his point. If they figured out how Chisakai made these bullets, then there could possibly be more information to uncover about quirks, which could be very beneficial to them. And if he got rid of Chisakai, then he had one less problem that could grow in the future. "Alright, I'll go. But how will I leave the island?" Izuku asked. "I have a special plane on the top of this mountain," Octor replied. "Mountain? Plane?" Izuku thought. He remembered seeing an odd slope when he first flew here, but was covered in so many trees that he couldn't discern it. That must have been a secretly covered mountain. "Wait, you have a plane?" Izuku asked. "I have a lot of things, Izuku. And how do you think I send Kegurita to spy on the mainland?" Octor said, leaving it at that. Izuku could only wonder what else he had. "Kegurita will go with you as extra help. He has information I gave him, so he will tell you when you're flying," Octor continued. Octor then led him to a set of double doors with a keypad next to it. Izuku realized that it was an elevator, probably to take him on top of the mountain where the plane was. This, as you can already tell, is an elevator that will take you to the top where Kegurita is already waiting for you with your suit. "Unfortunately, I won't be going with you because of my condition," Octor uncomfortably said. It was clear he didn't like the fact that he couldn't really do anything, since he liked being there to make sure that things went his way. Izuku was a bit saddened that he wouldn't be going with him, but he understood. Though he was a bit nervous, wondering whether or not he can live up to his great-great-grandfather's expectations. Octor seemed to notice this as well, and decided to reassure him. He ruffled his hair, smiled and said, "Don't worry, Izuku. I have my trust in you fully. You are my great-great-grandson after all." Izuku blushed at the praise. He seemed to get newfound confidence and pushed that button that opened the elevator door. "Oh Izuku, push on button 500, Octor called out. When Izuku looked inside, he realized that there were 500 different levels to the base. Izuku remembered Octor telling him that the base covered the entire underground of the island. It seemed that it also covered the inside of the mountain as well. Izuku clicked the button with the number 500, the elevator doors closed, and he ascended. It took a couple minutes, but he heard a ding and the doors opened. He was suddenly blasted by sunlight, and it hurt his eyes. Izuku hasn't been outside in over a month, so it took time for his eyes to adjust. When they did, he saw that he was outside on a platform. There were trees around the platform, somewhat keeping it hidden. Izuku was then shocked at the sight he saw. It was a massive Boeing VC-25, the type of plane the President of the United States rides in. Izuku was a bit surprised that Octor had a plane, but this was just ridiculous. He saw that it was dark green and white, and the cabin door was open with stairs coming out. When Izuku walked towards it, he saw Kagurita standing at the doorway, waiting for him. Izuku quickly ascended the stairs, eager to see the inside. "This is crazy!" Izuku exclaimed. Kagurita chuckled at his reaction. "You ain't seen nothing yet, kid," Kagurita responded. When Izuku went inside, he was baffled. The entire wall interior was black, with the seats being dark green. When he went further inside, he saw that the plane was open and didn't have seats in rows. It was more open and had multiple chairs just randomly placed. You see, this plane was basically made as a backup plan. If Okinawa Island was ever compromised, then this plane would be his escape. The best way to describe the plane's durability is that it is able to survive a direct nuclear blast. It also has protection from radiation, electromagnetic pulses, is invisible to trackers, and has thermo-shielding. We also added weapons to the plane for extra defense. Kagurita responded. Izuku's eyes widened. He now realized how paranoid his great-great-grandfather was. He went so far as to make a backup plane that has more protection than the U.S.'s president's. As you can see, it has living accommodations. It can carry up to 200 people and has 3 decks with multiple seats and rooms. Kagurita responded with his usual carefree manner, as if this was normal. He then sludged towards the cockpit. When he entered, he saw a giant tablet covering the whole front. Kagurita then entered coordinates in the tablet, which was odd since he was just slime, and he somehow didn't leave any mess, possibly because his entire body was connected and not just liquefied. As you can see, all you have to do is put in where you want to go and the plane will do the rest. And don't worry, the plane is the closest thing in the world to unhackable, so we won't have to worry about that. This can fly up to 2 days straight without refueling, and moves at 1,000 miles per hour. Keeping that in mind, we'll reach the mainland in an hour, so get comfy, Kagurita continued. Wait, do you have a name for this? Izuku asked, curious. Kagurita snickered and said, Octor always liked having a sort of divine theme. So he calls this plane God's connection to Earth, Kagurita responded. Izuku found it kind of poetic. The quirk creator as God and the superhuman society as the Earth. Izuku then went into a room that held multiple seats, 2 couches and coffee tables around the seats. He saw a seat that held his briefcase with his gun by and saber hilt. He concluded that the briefcase had his suit inside it. Izuku sat down in a dark green chair and noticed that they were starting to leave, the plane accelerating and getting airborne. Meanwhile, he wondered how Octor had the resources to even do all this. With the plane, the base, and all the technology he has, even with the help of all of his robots, it still would have taken a very, very long time to build the entire thing. But the thing was, the base looked like it was there for a very long time. Everything about it was unnatural, and the only explanation was that Octor either was building it with some crazy machine, or he had some secret power he wasn't telling Izuku. But it didn't matter. If Octor decided to tell him his secrets, then he would do so. If not, it wasn't really Izuku's business. He has already helped him to a point where Izuku would say that he wouldn't be able to enact the plan without him. One of the main reasons was that his grandfather was his only source of resources, and man, did he have resources. This plane was just proof of that. As Izuku was sitting, he remembered his grandfather that Kagurita would tell him more about the Shai Hasaikai. So he decided to ask him of the information he had. Hey Kagurita, can you tell me about the Shai Hasaikai's members and their quirks? It would be wise to know what I'm getting into, Izuku asked. Alright, Octor made a list of the members and told me to give it to you, Kagurita said, handing him a thick folder. How does he get this information? Izuku asked. He doesn't know how Octor knows what he knows, or how he gets all his info. Even with Kagurita spying on Japan and him using his and the government's surveillance systems, he still shouldn't know this much. Maybe his grandfather would teach him sometime. Don't ask me, Izuku, I don't even know myself. The thing about your grandfather is he has a lot of mysteries connected to him. Even I, a long-time partner of his, doesn't know everything about him. All I can tell you is that he likes to know everything that's going on, no matter how minimal it is, Kagurita responded. It's like I thought. Grandpa has been doing things behind the scenes for a long time. What I wonder is, what, or a better word, whose strings is he pulling? Izuku thought. He then decided to put that thought at the back of his mind and looked through the folder. The information in the folder told him that there are 11 members in the Shai Hasaikais. The first member, Kai Chisakai, or Overhaul, the leader of the group. His quirk, Overhaul, and he is able to disintegrate anyone or anything he touches just as long as he has at least one finger on it, very similar to Shigaraki. But the difference here is that once he disintegrates someone or something, he is able to reassemble them if he wants. So if he completely disintegrated someone, he is able to bring them back to life. He can also choose what part he chooses to disintegrate, say if he only wanted to get rid of someone's arm. He can also completely disassemble and reassemble his surroundings, allowing him to completely change the battlefield to his advantage. Not only that, but he can also merge with one or multiple people, and can use the person's quirk he fused with. Obviously this was a very powerful quirk, but Izuku couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. Kai was the perfect opponent to test his new suit on. He knew that he would eventually fight him, and he couldn't wait. The next member was Hari Kurono, or Chronostasis. His quirk, Chronostasis, allows him to slow down the movements of opponents with his hair. He extends his hair to attack others, and when he hits them, their movements are slowed. Although he can only do this while he isn't moving, so Izuku can easily defeat him while jumping around and hit him with an air bubble. Mimic or Joy Irinaka, whose quirk is mimicry. He is able to transfer his mind and body into inanimate objects and is able to control those objects. Although he can only control an object the size of a refrigerator, Izuku was sure with the quirk-enhancing drugs they're making, he will be able to increase his quirk's power. Though Mimic has limited sensory perception, and if he doesn't know what's going on, he is forced to emerge from the object. The next was Shin Nemoto, whose quirk is Confession. This quirk allows him to make people answer his questions truthfully, so basically you can't lie. It's a useful quirk, but he isn't much of a threat in battle, so Izuku won't have to worry about him. Then there was Kendo Rappa, whose quirk is Strong Arm. It allows the user to move their shoulders quickly and with power, which lets him attack enemies with barrages of punches. Izuku can easily defeat him by just flying with his jetpack and attacking him in the air, and if that doesn't work, then he was sure he could easily overpower him without even having to use the special move Cyclone. Izuku doesn't even think he would have to go all out, only using a certain amount of power from his exoskeleton. There is also Hekiji Tengai, whose quirk is a barrier. It enables him to create a dome-shaped barrier around him. The barrier can vary in size but can't go too far from where Tengai is standing. Although the barrier is very durable, Izuku was sure he would be able to overpower it. Next up is Rikiya Katsukame, and his quirk is Vitality Stealing. If he touches someone and inhales, it means that he will absorb the vitality or energy of others. It means that he grows stronger as his opponents grow weaker. Though he requires physical contact for his quirk to work, so Izuku can easily hit him with long-range attacks. But there is the possibility that he uses a quirk-enhancing drug that doesn't make him require physical contact, but Izuku would get rid of him before he can do that. There's Toya Setsuno, whose quirk is Larceny, which enables him to snatch onto an object and bring it over to himself. He can snatch weapons and items from people, but he has to look at it first, and it can't be too large or heavy. Izuku would easily be able to just stay out of his sight and just take him out there. There is also Yuhojo, whose quirk is Crystallization, which allows him to produce powerful crystals from his body and can cover his entire body with crystals. Like Kendo, Izuku can easily hit him with a powerful air bubble that will take him out. Then there is Soromitsu Tabe, whose quirk is food that allows him to bite off and chew anything that he puts in his mouth. Like you, he can just take him out with his ranged weapons. And lastly there is Didaro Sakaki, whose quirk is Slosh. His quirk allows anyone who comes close to Sakaki who makes anyone who comes close to him start feeling drunk. Though, Sakaki has to be drunk as well, so he wouldn't be much of a threat. Izuku was pretty confident that he could take all of them on at the same time if they were all to attack him. He could easily take out Didoro, Yu, Soromitsu, and Toya from a distance before they can do anything. He can just stay out of Rikiya's way and not let him inhale his energy and take him out. For Hikiji, he would be able to overpower his barrier and also overpower Kendo without too much effort. For Mimic, he could just destroy the surroundings until he found his real body and take him out from there, and Shin can't do anything to him and Izuku could easily take him out, and for Chronostasis he could just evade his hair and hit him with his air bubble. The only real threat was Overhaul, but he just had to stay out of his way and he could fly with his jetpack so he could avoid any attacks from Overhaul trying to change the surroundings. And if he somehow powered up his body, Izuku had a special power-up of his own so he was easily taken care of. There was one thing that Izuku wondered. He wondered what Kai's goals and motivations were. If he knew this, he would have a better chance at convincing him to show him how he makes his quirk erasing bullets. "Hey Kegurita, do you know anything about Kai Chisakai?" Izuku asked. "Well, with the information Octor gave me, I know plenty. He wants to bring the Yakuza back to its former glory since its leader took him in when he was a kid. You see, ever since quirks came in and the heroes got more and more powerful, the Yakuza has slowly been dying out. You know that Octor spreads quirks throughout the human populace by rats, right?" Kegurita asked while explaining. Izuku simply nodded his head. Well, Kai apparently sees this as a reason as to why he sees quirks as disgusting. He's been creating these quirk-removing bullets so he gets rid of quirks, and when that happens, the Yakuza can go back to its former glory like it was before the superhuman society. "He's actually kind of like you," Kegurita said. "Like me," Izuku responded. He then started to chuckle darkly. "Heh, don't lump me in with that baby Kegurita. He just simply wants to bring his little Yakuza back. I on the other hand want to do it because I want to change this disgusting society and take back the quirks my great-great-grandfather gave. Whether he did it with the intention of helping humanity or just saw it as a big experiment, I don't know. But what I do know is that he supports me and I will be successful, unlike Kai, who will fail," Izuku responded with a dark glint in his eyes. It honestly sent shivers down Kegurita's spine, if he even had one in his sludgy body. But it also excited him. The boy reminded him a lot of Octor, back when he was known as a legend, but that was a story for another day. But I can use this to my advantage. I can manipulate him to think we have the same goal and make him trust me enough to tell me how he creates those quirk-erasing bullets, Izuku continued, with a dark smirk on his face. "It seems we've arrived," Kegurita said as they felt the plane start to land in a secluded area in the city. It seemed that Kegurita wasn't kidding when he said the plane was undetectable. No one even noticed anything. As they landed, Izuku saw they were in an abandoned block surrounded by buildings. He was a bit worried that someone might find this plane and try to steal it. It seemed Kegurita saw his worry. "Don't worry, Izuku, the plane won't let anyone in. If anyone tries to force their way open, they have to deal with its special defense system," Kegurita responded. Izuku felt a little better at that. "Hey Izuku, if we're going to go out, I'm going to need to hide inside you," Kegurita bluntly said. "What?" Izuku exclaimed. He wasn't sure if he heard him correctly. "We don't want anyone to recognize me. Don't worry, I won't try to take over your body like last time. I'll just hide under your sweater," Kegurita responded. "Yeah, but it's still weird," Izuku said in disgust. "Well, I don't like it any better than you do. If it makes you feel any better, think of me as extra defense and attack if someone was to attack you without your suit on," Kegurita said, trying to make Izuku agree. Izuku saw his point. That did give him an extra advantage against opponents. Who would expect a slime monster under a kid's sweater? Izuku sighed and let Kegurita do it. Though he wasn't scared since he was his ally, he still felt uncomfortable that a slime monster would be hiding under his sweater. Kegurita then went under his sweater and wrapped himself around his body. Izuku shivered at the cold, wet slime that touched his back's bare skin. He just hoped he would eventually get used to it. He then grabbed his suitcase, put his gun by on his back on the underside of his sweater where Kegurita would hold on to it with his sludge, and he put his saber hilt in his pants pocket. He left the plane and started to leave the alley. Kegurita then brought a sludge tentacle that held a device and put it in his hand. "This shows the coordinates of the Yakuza's base, so all you just have to follow it," Kegurita responded from inside his sweater. Izuku saw that it showed a map of the city they were in that showed his directions to the Yakuza's base. It was pretty much a GPS. "Wait, we still need a plan to get inside and get the information." I can't just barge in and say, "Hey, give me your formula," Izuku responded. "You have a point. But what else can we do? Plus, we both know you can take all of them on," Kegurita answered. "Yeah, but what if they don't talk? There is a possibility that Kai would rather die than tell me how he makes the bullets," Izuku countered. "Well, we'll just have to think of something," Kegurita concluded. As Izuku thought of ways he could infiltrate the Yakuza, he suddenly remembered something. If Kai wanted to get his Yakuza back to its former glory, then he would have to recruit more members. And who better than the League of Villains, who just lost their leader? Plus, if the League joined them, then it would increase their reputation considering how famous the League was right now. There was a high chance that the League came into contact with Kai, and he probably tried to make them join, and knowing Shigaraki, he refused. So if he contacted Shigaraki, then he could make a plan with him to infiltrate the Yakuza and get what they both want. For Shigaraki, he's getting rid of a competitor for next the leader of the villains, and Izuku gets to learn how he makes the quirk erasing bullets. And there was one person he could contact to connect him to Shigaraki. With a smirk, Izuku pulled out his phone. He then dialed in a number. "Who are you calling?" Kegurita asked. "I haven't planned. I just need to call a friend to connect me to someone," Izuku replied, and Kegurita saw a name that showed who he was calling. Toga. Toga wasn't having it good at the moment. Why, well, it all started when Twice brought that Kai bastard to the warehouse they've been staying in. Apparently, he didn't check out who Chisaki actually was and thought he would be a good addition to the League. He wasn't. In fact, he was horrible. First he came out and said that they should work for him and basically be his mascots so he can increase his Yakuza's reputation. And then, when they refused, he killed Big Sis Mag and got rid of Mr. Compress's left arm. Thankfully they were treating Compress and he's alright now. She may have been a psycho girl but she still cared for her comrades. But for some reason, Tamura wouldn't let her cut Chisaki up. He just let them walk away. And what confused her more was that Mr. Compress quirk wouldn't work. Some bullet hit him and he couldn't activate it. She may not seem like it but she was very perceptive. She was honestly discouraged right now. They lost one member and another was injured. She didn't know what to do. Toga was then brought out of her brooding when her phone vibrated. She then realized that it was the untraceable phone that Izuku-kun gave her. Her mood was instantly elevated. She was constantly wondering when he would call her. She was always tempted to call him but he made her promise that she wouldn't call him. But this was great. He could help her and the League in the trouble they were in right now. He was strong, very strong. His victory over Muscular was just proof to that statement. But she knew he had even more power behind him, and he's probably been getting even stronger while he was away. Toga had faith he could easily take care of Kai and his Yakuza easily. Plus, she could make time to cut him up and make him bleed. She wondered why he was calling and knew that it had to be important. But whatever it was, she knew he would help them. She grabbed the phone and pressed the call button. Toga squealed over the phone. Izuku had to put the phone away from his ear to keep himself from going deaf. "Yes, Toga, I'm finally calling," Izuku replied. He knew she must have been desperate for him to call her ever since he gave her his phone. Izuku felt a bit guilty for not calling more often. He's just been very busy training and planning with Octor that he hadn't had time to check up on the League. "Have you finally come back? You know I've been waiting to cut you up," Toga replied, deranged. Izuku siget. He almost forgot how crazy Toga was, and now he had to deal with her again. "You don't even know the full extent of my strength, Toga. You wouldn't even have the chance to pull out your knife," Izuku replied dangerously. He had to put it in Toga's head that she couldn't even hope to even scratch him unless he let her. But he knew better, and Toga wasn't the type to give up. "Vasty boy. I like those types of guys," Toga replied. She just got even more determination to make Izuku bleed. "Is that your girlfriend? She sounds pretty cute," Kegurita teased. "Shut up." Izuku hissed back at him, annoyed. "Listen, Toga, as much as I like you, I called you for a different reason," Izuku said, trying to get to the reason he called in the first place. "What is it, Izuku-kun?" Toga asked. "Well, first I need to ask you something. Has the League made contact with the Yakuza?" Izuku asked. He wanted to make sure that Shigaraki knows who Kai and the Yakuza are so they could work together. "Yeah, Twice brought them and they wanted to use us to increase their popularity." Of course Tamura-kun refused, but they took Compress's arm and killed Big Sis Mag, Toga said seriously. Izuku was surprised. Toga changed her demeanor completely. She went from a playful to a serious and dangerous tone in an instant. Then Izuku was shocked when Toga said that Magna was killed. It seems the Kai wasn't playing around. He was willing to really do whatever it took to get what he wanted. That's hard to hear, Toga, Izuku replied sympathetically. He didn't know why, but he felt a deep remorse in his heart. He barely knew Magna, but he still felt bad, guilty even. Like if he was there, maybe he could have prevented her death. Or maybe it was because it caused Toga pain, and Toga was one of the few people that were close to him. Izuku put a hand on his chest. He almost forgot what the feeling of regret was. Ever since his encounter with All Might, something changed in him. It was like he was getting farther and farther away from the person he used to be and the emotions he used to feel. The boy who wanted to be a hero was all but completely gone by now. All that was left was a broken and empty shell of the hero worshipper. He was replaced by a teen who would do anything to achieve his goals. Manipulate, cheat, steal, and even kill others to win. He was never happy before. He was sad the majority of the time and was sensitive to others, only taking pleasure in recording others' quirks. But now he honestly didn't care much about others. All he had left were his goals. Izuku had thought his past self was dead, killed by this quirk-worshipping society. But it seemed that the timid boy was still there, caring for others like Octor, Kegurita, Shigaraki, Toga, and the other league members. But that didn't matter. Once he was done, everyone would be normal. No heroes, no villains, no vigilantes, no quirkless, and no powers. Everyone would just be normal, like humans have ever since they appeared around 200,000 years ago. Toga, I need you to hand your phone over to Shigaraki, Izuku continued, breaking himself out of his musings. What, why? Toga asked. Why would he want to do that? He gave this phone to her so he knew what the members were doing. Because I want to work with him to defeat the Yakuza. They have something I want and you guys don't like them. Plus, I'm sure Tamura will understand. He probably misses me laying out plans to clean up his messes, Izuku replied. Fine. But promise me one thing, Toga said. What is it? Izuku asked. Make Overhaul cry like a little baby, Toga answered. Oh, don't worry, I will, Izuku responded with a dark smirk on his face. Tamura was currently sitting on a wooden chair, thinking about the events that happened yesterday night. He wasn't sure what to do, but he knew he couldn't just act out just because he didn't like Kai. He still remembered Arata's words in one of the many moments they spent together in the bar. It was after his encounter with Stain, the hero killer. Shigaraki, you know you can't try and kill everyone who you don't like, Arata said. And why the hell not? Shigaraki snapped. He was annoyed that his plan to kill Stain with the Nomo failed. Look at it this way, Tamura. If you don't like the person, then use them like a tool and then get rid of them. They'll obviously be pretty useful, right? And isn't it way more satisfying seeing the look on their face when they realize they were nothing but a tool to you? Arata responded with malice. Shigaraki thought for a moment. He realized that what Arata said was right. It was a better decision. And he had a point. Shigaraki would love to see the realization on their faces when they realized he was using them the whole time. Fine, Shigaraki grunted back. And so Shigaraki thought. What would Arata do in this situation? He also remembered Sensei's words, to try over and over again. Yes, that's what he would do. He would use Overhaul for the league's gain, and then make him suffer. Tamura-kun, I have someone you need to talk to. Toga yelled, bringing Shigaraki out of his musings. Someone he needed to talk to? What the hell was she talking about? Who is it, Toga? Shigaraki asked. It's Arata-kun, he wants to talk to you, Toga responded in her playful demeanor, showing him the phone. Shigaraki froze. Arata wants to talk to him, and how did Toga even get in contact with him anyway? But that aside, Arata has been missing ever since the heroes raided their base. Shigaraki could still remember the look in his eyes, the look that they would reunite in the future. And Sensei did say he would help him with anything he had trouble with, and it seems that Sensei was correct. Although Shigaraki was a bit pissed off. Arata just left without a moment's notice. And now he was calling out of nowhere? Give it to me, Toga, Shigaraki responded. Toga noted and gave him the phone, and Shigaraki put it over his ear. "Hey Shigaraki," Izuku answered. "Where the hell have you been?" Shigaraki snapped back. "Izuku Siget." He expected this reaction. He didn't blame Shigaraki. If his teammate just left out of nowhere, he would be pretty pissed. "Sorry Shigaraki, I've just been very busy lately. I can't tell you much, so you're just going to have to trust me," Izuku replied. "And why in the world should I do that?" Shigaraki replied with malice. Izuku smiled and then responded. "Because you're my very first friend." It was true. Shigaraki really was the very first friend he has ever had. Bakugo is his bully, and all the other kids avoided him like the plague because of the fact that he didn't have a quirk. But Shigaraki was different. Since he met him, Izuku has been acting as a sort of mentor figure to Tamura, and he has taught him a lot of things from his experience of being a villain for 10 months before he met him. Izuku felt a sort of special feeling with Tamura. It was the same one he had with Bakugo, or at least the same feeling he had when he thought that Bakugo was once his friend. It was a feeling he had almost forgotten, and now he felt it with Shigaraki. Shigaraki was truly the closest thing to a brother Izuku has ever had. What? Shigaraki stammered. He was flabbergasted. He was Arata's first friend? Tamura never had a friend before, or at least not one that he could remember. He kept the memories of his past locked away. "And why should I believe you?" Shigaraki continued, somewhat regaining his composure. "All right, how about I give you my real name?" Izuku replied. "When you give someone their real name in the villain world, that means you trust them enough for them to know their identity." And Izuku trusted Shigaraki enough to do that. "My real name is Izuku Midoriya Tenko Shimura," Izuku said with a smile. Yes, he knew Shigaraki's real name was Tenko Shimura. Octor was generous enough to take time out of his day to learn that information, and a lot more as well. Tamura/Tenko was speechless. How the hell did Arata/Izuku know his real name? He hasn't heard that name in a very long time, and he intended to keep it that way. But Shigaraki also saw what Izuku was doing. He was sending a message. A message that meant that he trusted Shigaraki enough to give him secrets about himself, but that he also knew secrets about Tamura. So essentially they were bound together with secrets about themselves, and he couldn't do anything. It was a "if you take me down I take you down with me" situation, but it was also a form of trust between them both. Izuku got all the cards in his favor, that sneaky bastard. "All right, Izuku. What did you call me for?" Shigaraki said, sighing. Izuku smiled. He knew he planned his cards right and it worked out. Now it was practically guaranteed that Shigaraki would help him. "Toga told me that you had the pleasure of meeting Kai Chisakai," Izuku responded. "Yeah, what about it?" Shigaraki asked. "Well, thankfully for you, I have a plan to get rid of him," Izuku said. "What is it?" Shigaraki asked, now more focused on the conversation. "First, do you know what quirk erasing bullets are?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, kind of." One of his lackeys shot a bullet at Mr. Compress, making him not be able to activate his quirk for a moment, Shigaraki replied. "But, you see, I'm very interested in that. That's why I'm looking into the Yakuza in the first place. So how about this? I'll arrange a meeting with Kai and convince him to let me figure out his secret to the bullets. Say, I tell him that you sent me as a representative, to get the lay of the land. Then I go back to Kai with 2 other members of the League. If you don't know, I heard from my source that heroes are currently investigating the Yakuza," Izuku said. Yes, he knew that the heroes were looking into the group. Octor told him shortly before he left the island. The investigation was led by a pro-hero by the name of Night Eye, and apparently he was the former sidekick of All Might. And Izuku had confidence that Night Eye had the ability to shortly start a raid on the Yakuza, considering how popular the quirk-enhancing and erasing drugs were right now. I have confidence that the heroes will be starting a raid soon, so while the Yakuza are busy with them, we can go in, take the quirk-erasing bullets, and take out Kai. And don't worry, I'll leave you half of the bullets, Izuku continued. It was a good plan, especially since he just thought of it from the top of his head. Shigaraki thought it over, and had to admit Izuku thought everything out. He couldn't think of a better one himself. Though he wasn't that surprised, Izuku was always the smartest one of the League. Alright, but when will we be starting? Shigaraki asked. I'll send you a message when I meet with him. Don't worry, it won't be long as I already know where he is, Izuku replied. He then hung off and started to walk out of the alley and into the street. He put his hood up before he left, considering that Izuku Midoriya was a missing person and that people were looking for him. As he was walking, he saw that the street was a bit empty as there were few people around. He was silently thankful for one less problem to worry about, especially since it was weird to see a battle fan on the inside of a sweater on your back. So, Kagurita, did you hear all that? Izuku asked. Yeah, I got the gist of it. So you and your friend Tenko are going to troll Kai, Kagurita replied from inside his sweater. Izuku just chuckled in reply. Yes, one could see it like that. As he was walking, he felt something bump into him. As he looked down, he saw it was a little girl. She had white hair and was wearing rags. But what really confused him was that she was wearing bandages over her arms and legs. And not only that, but she was trembling. When he looked into her red eyes, he recognized it instantly. Her eyes were the same as his when he was a child, the eyes of a child being bullied and abused. And for some reason, he had the instinct to bring her close to him, like the hero-living boy inside of him was trying to comfort her. The girl suddenly started to clutch on his sweater, and he instantly knew what was going on. This girl was being abused, both physically, mentally, and emotionally. He then heard footsteps coming from the alley, and heard someone talk. Now Eri, you can't go around causing trouble for people, said the person. Izuku then saw the person come into view. He wore a green jacket with purple animal fur on the top, a black shirt with a white tie, black pants, white sneakers and white gloves. He had short brown hair and wore a plague mask over the lower half of his face. Izuku instantly knew who he was. This man was the leader of the Yakuza, Kai Chizit. Izuku was a bit stunned for a second, but quickly regained his composure, thankfully fast enough before Overhaul could notice. This was an opportunity he couldn't waste. The leader of the Yakuza, Overhaul himself, was here, and that meant the door to the Quirka racing bullets. I'm sorry about my daughter. She likes to play around a lot and keeps getting hurt. I don't know what to do with her, Overhaul apologized. It was obvious to Izuku that he was faking it, but this did confirm two things. The first is that he didn't know who he was and was treating him like a normal civilian, and the other was that he obviously didn't want people knowing about the girl. Eri was her name, since he sounds very rushed to gain her back, which meant that she was very important to him for a reason. No, it's fine. Anyways, I was specifically looking for you, Mr. Chisa, Izuku responded with a formal voice. Overhaul narrowed his eyes. Who exactly was this guy anyways? And he was looking for him? He could only estimate that this guy was a teenager from his size and voice, since he was wearing a hood over him covering his face. Plus, he needed to get Eri back as soon as possible. He didn't know what this guy was capable of, but he had a worrying feeling about him. This guy was stronger than he looked, and was not to be messed with easily. Overhaul would have to play this carefully. Who are you and what do you want? Overhaul asked, ready to defend himself if needed. Izuku was about to answer when he saw someone coming their way. He had spiky yellow hair, wore a white costume with blue pants and white boots, wore a red cap, had yellow lenses over his eyes and had a big 1 million over his chest. This guy was obviously a hero, and Izuku didn't want heroes potentially ruining his opportunity with striking a deal with Overhaul. Thankfully he didn't seem to notice or at least be suspicious of them, so Izuku still had a chance. I'll tell you all that you need to know. But first let's go into that alley. I don't want heroes getting into our conversation, Izuku responded, silently nodding towards the 1 million guy. Overhaul also noticed the 1 million hero and started to walk back into the alley. Overhaul went over to get Eri, but before could even make a move towards her, Izuku got up and picked up Eri with one arm, carrying her on his front side and laying her head on his shoulder, while carrying his briefcase with the other. Overhaul narrowed his eyes even further at that action. Why would he go out of his way to pick up the girl? Izuku and Overhaul eventually reached deep enough into the alley where they couldn't be seen or heard by anyone. So, as I asked before, who are you and what do you want? Overhaul asked again, but in a more dangerous tone. Now that they were in a more secluded area, Overhaul had more room to kill the other and take Eri back. All he needed to do now was take him by surprise. But unknown to him, The other guy already knew everything about him and had already formed multiple strategies on how to get the upper hand in this situation. I am Arita, the strategist of the League of Villain that you met not that long ago. I am here on the behalf of Shigaraki, a representative. I am also here to see your production of the quirk erasing bullets you've been selling, Izuku responded. And why should I believe you? You could just be a spy of the heroes to try and get more information. And even if you were, why couldn't Shigaraki just come by himself? I did give him my card, Overhaul rebutted. Izuku simply smirked under his hood. This was all going just as he planned. Now all he needed to do was put him in checkmate. Well, if I really was a spy, then how would I know that you met with the League? I'm sure both you and Shigaraki made sure that there was no one around when you were meeting up. Plus, wouldn't the heroes just raid the base when you were both meeting up? It would have been far more convenient to just get rid of you and the League when you were meeting up, especially since they have been a thorn in the heroes' side for the last couple of months. And it is quite common for the villain leader to send in a spokesperson of theirs instead of going there themselves, since if the boss goes, something could happen to them. It's basic common sense. So all in all, you have to trust me. This is just one of those things that villains have to do when dealing with others, but I'm sure you already know that, considering you're the leader of the Yakuza, Izuku responded with a smug smirk that was easily visible under his hood. Overhaul revealed no emotion, but in reality he was cursing Izuku. He rationalized that if he really did work for the League of Villains, and he killed him, then he could forget a partnership with the League. But even if he didn't work for them, he doesn't know anything about him. He could have an extremely dangerous quirk that could kill him in an instant. And there is also the fact that he has Eri. If he tried to kill him, he could harm Eri in the process. He cursed the boy even further. It seemed he planned out this entire situation when they first met, and he was just playing in his hands. The boy is intelligent, and the fact that he put him in this corner is a testament to that. Izuku was delighted. Overhaul walked right into his hands, and it seemed he was just starting to realize it. He knew something was up when he first saw him with a little girl, so he automatically assumed that the girl had some sort of importance to him, which is why he kept her close to him, because he knew Overhaul would think twice in attacking him if he could potentially hurt Eri. He then used his anonymity to his advantage. Overhaul didn't know who he was, so he could or could not be a part of the League. That was a problem for him. If Overhaul wanted to kill him, he would have to take a risk in whether or not he did work for them or not. He thought this all out at the very beginning. So, Overhaul, will you show me to your base? Izuku asked. Overhaul took a deep breath, sighed, and reluctantly responded with, very well, this way, and then both walked out towards his hideout. The Yakuza base had a great deal of passages. Izuku personally felt like he was in a maze. Why the hell would they make the base this confusing to navigate? Couldn't they get a simple base? Well, I'm one to talk. Grandpa's base isn't any better either, Izuku thought with shame. Although I see why. It's a perfect way to disguise yourself, and it also grants multiple entrances and exists for you to escape out of, Izuku critically thought. It was small details like this that made a difference, and he always paid attention to them. They eventually came up in a room. It had 2 sofas with a coffee table in between them and the flag of the Yakuza on the wall. He saw a person in the room by the sofas, and recognized him as Hari Kurono, otherwise known as Chronostasis, a member of the 8 Precepts of Death. Kai, who is this? Chronostasis asked, while getting in a defensive position. This is Arita, a representative of the League of Villains. He's here to see the bullets production and set negotiations, Overhaul replied. Are you sure? Can he even be trusted? What if he's Chronostasis started to say, but was interrupted by Overhaul. It's fine. If he was a danger then I would have killed him by now. Besides, he has someone important, Overhaul said while motioning Chronostasis to see that Izuku was holding Eri. Chronostasis quickly calmed down, realizing the full extent of the situation. Don't worry, Chisakai. I was just about to return this little girl to you. Eri was her name? But she was just so adorable I couldn't resist, Izuku responded mockingly. Overhaul narrowed his eyes and scoffed at his reply. We both know you're lying, Overhaul responded. Izuku just smirked under his hood. Well, you can't really blame me. Besides, you don't exactly need to show me how you make your quirk erase bullets now, as I've already developed a theory. I just needed some extra time to think it over, Izuku responded. And what theory is it? Overhaul asked. You're using her body to make the bullets, aren't you? Izuku asked. Overhaul's eyes widened in shock. How did he figure it out so quickly? Judging by your reaction, I'm now 100% sure that my theory is correct, Izuku continued. This was the theory he had in mind. Why would Kai carry a girl around? The only answer was that she was important to him for a reason. And what better reason than being a part in the manufacturing in the Quirk erasing bullets, a significant part in Overhaul's goal to bring back the Yakuza to its former glory. This also made sense as to why Eri had bandages over her body. They were using her body as a Quirk erasing bullet factory of sorts. And what do you plan on doing with this information? Overhaul asked in a threatening tone. Nothing. I just wanted to see if I was correct. Well, let's get down to business, shall we? Izuku said, going to sit down. Wait, give me Eri to chronostasis first, then we'll talk, Overhaul stated, halting Izuku. Izuku narrowed his eyes, but sighed. There was no use in holding on to Eri, and besides he could take care of himself if needed. He put his suitcase down and grabbed Eri with both hands. As he went to give her to chronostasis, he saw that something stopped him. Eri was clutching onto him tightly, like someone holding onto an edge of a cliff for dear life. She then looked up and met his eyes. Don't go, she begged fearfully. At that moment he felt something inside him. It was sympathy. Now Izuku was confused. He thought he got rid of these feelings ever since his encounter with All Might. He thought his past self was shattered by his formal idol, but, like when he learned of Magna's death, he was feeling the same feelings as the person he used to be. This was worrying. If he was feeling these, then that could mean that he could change in the future. It could mean he could change his mind and stop the endgame. It could mean that his biggest enemy is himself. Izuku quickly shook himself out of his thoughts. He would worry about that later. Although he didn't really want to give Eri out. She was too valuable. And no little girl should ever experience what she did. Izuku would have to make a plan to get her out of Overhaul's custody, and give her to someone he could trust to take care of her properly. But first, he needed to stop her clutching onto him. He then got an idea. He gave her a reassuring smile and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Don't worry, Eri. I'll be back for you soon, Izuku whispered while looking into her watery eyes. Eri looked at him for a moment, then nodded her head, trusting his words. He then handed Eri over to chronostasis, and said person then left the room. Izuku then walked over and sat on the couch. Overhaul mimicked his actions, walking over to the opposite couch and sitting across him, the only thing between them being the coffee table. Now, can we start business? Izuku asked with a mockingly formal tone. Very well, Overhaul responded simply. To put it bluntly, we'll join your group, as long as certain conditions are met, Izuku said. He needed Overhaul and the League to work together if his plan to take down the Yakuza was going to work. But he wouldn't just let the League be their lackeys either. You guys want the League of Villains name, and we want to increase our strength. Our needs coincide, but we want to establish a reliable alliance, Izuku continued. And what conditions are those? Overhaul asked warily. Simply, we won't put ourselves under you. We'll move however we want. So in other words, a joint partnership, half and half. If you agree, then we'll help, Izuku declared. So those are the conditions? Very well, but you should cover up for your half. And expect for us to borrow some of your members soon, Overhaul agreed. Izuku sat up and held out his hand for an official business handshake, but Overhaul refused. I don't do handshakes. Your hand could be dirty, Overhaul grunted. Izuku sighed and put his hand down. Overhaul was a big clean freak. Very well, I should be going now. And don't worry about showing me the way out, I already memorized the path. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Izuku said, bowing as he excused himself out of the room. As Izuku was walking through the hallway, he heard Kegurita speak to him. Well, that was interesting, Kegurita said, chuckling. Yeah, it went all according to plan. Now all we have to do is play it out and we win the game, Izuku responded. And that girl? What are you going to do with her? Kegurita questioned. Don't worry. I'm already making a plan for that, Izuku responded. As Kegurita heard his response, he couldn't help but think of how scarily similar the boy was to Octor. Plus, he wondered when Octor would tell him. He wasn't sure when Octor was going to do it, but he knew he would soon.